what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart
Hello. Hello, fellow, pack watchers, I guess? Is that what we have going on today? I believe it's a bit of a pack watch. Just a bit of one. Okay, I gotta change some things over, though. What's up, Foxy? Oh, yeah, thank you, Zara, for the gift sub to Foxy Savu. Thank you, Jules, for the resub. We're starting out strong. Wait, the only thing that's not starting out strong is that I'm supposed to have, like... You're supposed to get credit for this. Do you have to reload that? Is that how that works? Refresh. I don't know why it's only giving you 1 point, but we'll remember that that's 2 points. And those 2 points are important, because if we can convert those 2 points into 10 points, we can extend the stream. And I've got a lot to talk about today. In addition to, you know, what you're all probably here for, which is Lance clapping back on Xanderhal in a very F around and find out sort of way. Like, that's the lesson that we're gonna learn. It's an object lesson, and the object of the lesson is Xanderhal himself randomly doing a drama video on somebody he should be, like, more or less friends with. Is it 4 points because of Zara? Oh. Wait, I don't know. Maybe I have something set up wrong. I have changed my setup a little bit, and I want to see if I can change it even a little bit more. Even a little bit more. So I've been told that there is a way to show YouTube and Twitch on screen at the same time. Not sure if this is real. Let's type in unified chat to see if it works. Can unified chat even be a thing? Is it a beautiful dream? Or is it like time for that dream to come true? Okay, well that's not unified chat. Let's try this again. Oh yeah, the other thing I need to do is switch my window. Yeah, I just want to try this, right? For a long time, YouTube chat, you've been in the woods. You've been awesome. Actually, YouTube has been kicking butt lately. Kicking so much butt lately. And you get no credit for it. People can't see you. I can see you, I read your chat, but that's not the same, is it? That's a little bit different. There we go. Okay, so let's see if I can make this happen. Yeah, right now you're just seeing OBS, a giant OBS thing. Oh no, that's like a different thing. That's the Twitter thread. We don't want to show that. We want to show... this. Somebody test this out for me. Oh yeah, it looks like it's working. The leftist streets are on fire. Here it comes. So wait, like the question is, like, I guess I put it up here, right? That looks like unified chat. Is unified chat a real thing? Is this okay? Wait, can I actually... I mean... We have unified chat. That's amazing. That is truly an incredible and beautiful thing to behold. Unified chat is finally here. It might take some... Does it need to be, like, smaller? And also I can change this, right? This is in the style of a popular first-person shooter that I'm not familiar with. But yeah, like, look, we got YouTube chat, we got Twitch chat. I can see myself much bigger now, which is not going to make me self-conscious at all. But you know what? I don't have to be self-conscious today. I don't have to feel nervous or bad or like I'm in a fishbowl, even though it looks like I'm in a fishbowl. Like, literally looks like I'm in a fishbowl here. But the person that's really in the fishbowl, the person who's really in the seat of learning, as it were, is Xanderhal himself. So that's right. Oh yeah, the other thing, I gotta change the options around, right? Because it gives me the option to, right now, I think it's showing everything. Yeah, like, yeah, it's showing all the random alerts too. And oh, I wanted to show you something too. Like, look, that's a mod. The mod is called the Aether. It is like a very particular Minecraft mod that some of you might know. Some of you might have played the Aether back in the day. Well, guess what? There's a new version for 19.4. The Aether is back. But like, I just have to figure out how to get it to work. It's like Forge. I'm not sure. We might need to tweak. Yeah, there's a few things that we might need to tweak, but there's that, right? So I want to do some of that today. Okay, so what do I have on the menu for you today? I should let you know. Like, I'm like the worst. Chat, if I was like a waitress, would you put up with me? Would you put up with a Gabby waitress that forgets to like ask you, what do you want to drink? And just like simple stuff like that, right? What tells you what's on the menu? What is our special? All the things that Xanderhal is back on the menu. Oh my God. You would tip. Okay, so I would at least get a tip from Buffy. I would get a tip from Zara. I would be treated correctly by chat. That's good to know, because I feel like I'm so bad at this. Do you remember when Matt Bender came in to chat? It was our last stream was when some of you might not have seen that. Check on YouTube because like, yeah, I did a late night debate analysis of Matt Bender versus Bad Empanada, which was a weird debate. I don't even know, like, right, what was that debate about? There was a little small something point. There was definitely a point like to be made of like, hey, like, you know, Argentina is not the only country with a problem of with this kind of problem, right? You know, Argentina is not the only place, but like, it just didn't seem like something to drag Matt across the coals for, and it just seemed like Bad Empanada wanted to fight. So he got his fight, and I don't know. Now Bender's chat hates him. I was hanging out in Bender's chat. They hate his guts. He burned his bridges. I don't know. Let's see. What is this called? We're gonna be like Lance destroys. Oh my God, why do I find this so funny? Why is this so funny? Lance destroys Xanderhal. I don't mean it like that. Don't anybody get any wrong ideas about this. I'm not trying to say anything other than the fact that Lance destroys Xanderhal. We're just here to watch Xanderhal get destroyed. Okay, so wait, what am I missing here? Hide messages? What does that do? After 30 seconds. Okay, we don't want to do that. Okay, the only thing that it's doing that I really don't like is it's like literally showing everything. It's like, is there not an option to... Let's obliterate Xanderhal? Obliterates. Maybe obliterates better. And like I said, I've got more content, right, that we can unlock by getting to 10 sub points. I will even spot you one. I will even say that let's pretend that's at 2, because it feels like it should be at 2. I know that like somebody resubscribed. I don't know why it doesn't give you credit for resubscribing, but it should. You deserve credit. And also, yeah, let's obliterate Xanderhal. Yeah, maybe that's better. No. Obliterates. Zara, the one thing that I want if I can, is do you see how the stream elements messages are showing up here?
That's why I popped in. I wanted to tell you how to do it. Okay, so the link that I sent you in your DMs,
Mm-hmm.
right? That
Yeah,
takes you to a page that shows the embed details. If you look on
right.
the left menu, just go down to where it says filtering.
The left menu, filtering.
Yeah,
Oh, this
and
is
then
all
there's
in
a
men.
checkbox. Yeah, there's a checkbox for hide common chat box. That's going to include like Nightbot, Stream Elements, all that stuff. So click that. That should take care of the Stream Elements bot appearing. You can also include specific chatters if you ever need to make someone go away.
Oh,
Um, and that's where you can also include your word filter lists. Um,
I can
other
think of
things,
few chatters that I would like to go away, but none of them are in chat right now, so it's none of you. Um,
way to go. And then
salty
the
already.
only other thing
Starting
I would
salty.
mention is that
Wait,
it is a
did it
little bit.
work yet, or do I need to recopy it? Probably.
You don't need to recopy it. You can make these changes on the left side, and it will affect your existing
Really?
embed. Yeah. So let me pull up YouTube so because it's easier to see.
Wait, it
Um,
does. I think I do need to or at least
no, you're
re.
good. You're good. Stream Elements just did a follow me, and then it also did and that didn't come up. So
I mean, that's good. The only other thing, not that one. We need the different browser. Unified chat, that's the browser. Properties and
and then yeah, the only
refresh.
other thing I would say is
Ooh, okay, so
you may
there's
need
that
to you may
look.
need to increase the scale in the appearance side of it because it's very challenging to see right now.
Chat, are you feeling challenged right now? Message background opacity, yes, please. And then, what did you say? Increase the scale? Make the scale
Yeah,
bigger?
in the
Oh,
appearance tab on the
I'm
left,
gonna make it
it'll
like
allow you to
200.
scale it
Oh
to
my God, is that too
150%.
big? We're not in
That's
Kansas
something
anymore. Oh my God. No, it's not. It's not. I keep on getting mixed up what the chat is saying and what. Okay, so then I have to like reset
okay because
this.
um,
Refresh
I don't
current.
know if you have to reset it or just like refresh.
I just have to refresh,
Um,
luckily. Okay, so the chat will now display messages. Interesting. Um, is that bit? Is that like the size that it needs to be for people to
did
be able
you
to read?
did you bump it to 150 in
Yeah,
appearance?
I did.
Let's see. It's a little bit easier to see as
Okay, is
far as
this
I can.
better now,
Oh, it's so
chat?
much better. Um, we won't be able to really make much change to like the wideness, but the scale should fix that we just made a change to Vamps. Um,
And then the only other thing is like,
oh, do you have it checked to add color to usernames?
where does that live?
That also lives in the appearance setting.
Oh, appearance, neat. Oh,
That's where
compact
that scale
mode, show
one.
viewer
That's where
count.
that's where the scale 150 I was talking about is. That should make things so much easier to read.
Wait, it is checked actually.
Good.
Oh wait, no, that's where the scale is? Okay, so
That's the
sorry,
scale I
I
was
didn't do
asking
the
about.
right
Yeah.
thing. I didn't do the right scale then. There was another one that was somewhere else. Okay, but yeah, colorized author names.
Uh huh. That'll help make it more
Xanderhal is
distinct
so
from
annoying. Who's
people.
more annoying, me or Xanderhal? Me like not like okay, so I mean I can try it, but like I already had it checked. So
Oh well, that's good.
no,
I
it's
just
not
was
good.
noticed. I
If
was
I
thinking
already had it checked and it wasn't showing up, that means that
it's no, it's that
despite
I
being
didn't know the
checked,
difference. It's that I didn't know the
there's
difference
a
between what was
difference.
colorized and what was automatically. I would just know that that's a setting that you want to make sure is on,
Okay.
not a feedback from like looking at your thing.
Okay. Yeah,
That's
because
all.
it's on, but it's not working, is the deal.
It looks like it's working.
It is? Okay, because I don't see anyone's names having any color
We gotta.
other than yellow.
Oh wait a second. Why is Stream Element showing again? Am I behind?
Yeah, well, okay, so here's what I think needs to happen, right? Um, if the things aren't updating, then I think what I need to do is recopy the embed, right? And then just put it back into the unified chat, right? I just like it's another.
Um, it might it might be as easy as clicking the is it the launch button in the embed tab, I believe. Because like it shouldn't. I don't know if it's changing things every time you make a change. You could try
No,
recopying.
it's not, and I tried recopying and it still doesn't work. So, I don't know what the deal is then.
I don't know what other changes you made either.
No, what I mean is none of the changes are taking effect.
Okay.
This looks good. Okay, so chat's happy with this. I'm sorry for struggling with this chat. It's just that like YouTube chat has languished in the desert of not being seen in chat for like way too long. And I want to get them back, and I also kind of want to make everything perfect, but I can't. There's a famous song about how you can't always get what you want, and sometimes you need to just get to the content. It seems good. Keep fingers crossed. Yeah, the only thing that's not good is that there are little things that I can change about it that theoretically should be getting changed, and they're not, right?
Okay, so far I'm just now I'm just seeing chatters on Twitch and YouTube, and it looks
Okay,
good.
so for sure we know that the well, like that's all that's shown, right? That is also, you know what I'm saying? Like, right, there hasn't been a test case to be like, oh, here comes like a stream labs chat or something like that, and it's not showing up, right? So that's
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get an example shortly, but I don't want to hold up you when you're
it's a
handling some
Tom
very
Petty
hot
song. Yeah,
content.
I think you're right. It's Tom Petty, who is also in JoJo character, Tom Petty. Okay, so someone
Ow!
please correct me if I have the wrong artist. It's something like that. It's somebody of that era at the very least. And their stream elements, yeah, so it's not fixed. It's not fixed. Chat, I'm so sorry. Let's go with the content. I'll see if I can fix this in the background. I'm kind of happy to have at least gotten a working version of chat that is showing both chats. It's the Rolling Stones. It's the Rolling Stones, who Tom Petty was not a member of, right?
But apparently the reason he gave for why he didn't like me is he claimed that I dead named Blair White.
Nope. I never said that. You can go back and roll the clips. What I said is that you looked up Blair White's dead name while streaming.
Wait, the mentor of Dire and Stripes?
Off screen.
Like Dire Straits and the White Stripes?
That's what I said. That was my accusation. Yes.
And
I know some classic rock.
that just didn't happen. So like I guess a made up thing that he heard on Twitter about me that he believed, I suppose. But yeah.
Okay, so made up thing that I heard on Twitter that I believed. All right, well, here's me learning about it on Twitter from
Dire and
you.
Straits.
Xanderhal. The thing I was responding to kept referring to Blair by a masculine name that wasn't hers, so I was like, are they dead naming Blair White? And I looked it up off screen to find out what was occurring.
So, yeah, you remember when we watched this? We watched Xanderhal make the accusation, and I said that I thought there was something wrong with that accusation. I said that, like, actually, Xanderhal might not have shown Blair White's dead name, but he did do something kind of messed up. And Lance pulled the video. Lance remembered. Lance found it, right? Lance has got the receipts. This is what I'm telling you, folks. There's a whole bunch of things that Xanderhal claimed, and he like really didn't have any idea. he was shooting from the hip. Like, he thinks he knows who Lance is friends with. He doesn't really know who Lance is friends with. He thought that Lance made a certain claim about him in regards to Blair White, in regards to Blair White's dead name. That's not actually what Lance was saying, right? Lance has got the receipts, so just makes stuff up about people and acts as if it's true. This is the thing that this is the thing about Xanderhal. Oh my god, the only thing that's weird about this chat is smooch that like button indeed, right? The only thing that's weird about this chat is I can't scroll up and scroll down. Oh my god, that might be a problem.
I had seen Xanderhal put out a video called...
I mean, look, I am very sorry if you've already chatted. I usually go back and read the early chat, you know, if I get distracted. I didn't do it this time, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it back. I'll figure something out.
Why I don't like the Serfs, and I watched it because I was curious why Xanderhal doesn't like the Serfs. I'm going to play some of it for you now, after I play this next clip, because I wasn't originally going to make a video about this. I had just watched it in my own time. I watched a lot of the critiques of my debate, both from people who were obviously not coming from...
The thing that bugs me about Xanderhal is his entirely misplaced confidence. He's so young. A few years ago, he was an overtly right-winger. He's so willing to challenge... Well, that's the thing, is that, like, one of the things that's annoying about LeftTube and you know, BreadTube, or really more the debate sphere than anything else, right, is it's not about what you know, it's about who you know, right? And essentially, Xanderhal is, I gotta say it, a mid-streamer who's been lifted up to the majors by virtue of his association with other streamers, right? It's clearly that he's useful to Vosh. No other reason. No, there's nothing there, right? There's nothing really there. He's sloppy. He gets stuff wrong. I've experienced it myself. Like I said, he made a hit piece on me a year and a half ago, and it is taken down because he was embarrassed. He was too embarrassed to even leave that up so I could respond to it, right? So I guess I don't have to respond. I mean, the stuff was ridiculous. Anyway, and based on some sources that nobody should believe, and honestly, even exposing those sources to like a mass audience, I feel like is a bad idea, because in some cases, these were people who were not doing okay, right? But he made a video about it, he made a stream about it, and then like immediately regretted it, I guess, because I never even saw the Xanderhal hit piece on me. But we do know that he's sloppy. He's very, very sloppy. Wait, is there a reason that this is doing this? Like, what if I just, like, make that take up all that space and then open the Twitch? Wait, where did it go? Oh my god. Like that? Yeah, I guess that will have to do for now. The only reason why anyone who knows Xanderhal is because Xanderhal used to be a chud. The barrier for entry... So, well, yeah, that he's turned what should have been a liability, as in, I don't really know leftism. I don't really understand this stuff. I might have some yikes opinions. There's some unpacking I still have to do, which, you know, it's fine. Like, you know, go ahead and be a streamer, but like, just be really responsive to your community, because that's where you're going to hear from, like, you know, did you mess up? Did you hurt the marginalized community that you were trying to help? Like something like that. That's where that information is going to come from. But instead, he's like insulated. The whole Vosh network is set up like with a feedback where the normal feedback loop, right, is just stopped up. It's insulated. They're not hearing it. They're any feedback gets you declared a suppressive person of the Vosh cult network, right? And once you're a suppressive person, nobody, you know, is supposed to listen to you. Nobody's supposed to believe you. You lose any credibility because it's too dangerous for them to have anybody listen to you. So you get shut down and you get shut up. Whereas what you might be saying is like, I would like to help you be a better creator. You say you care about trans people. I believe that. You've, you know, done a lot of good, you know, things in terms of bringing attention to important matters. But in this particular case, right, playing fast and loose with a trans person's dead name, even if it's Blair White, is just not something that you can be doing, right? And honestly, it should be a learning experience, but they won't let that happen. They're too afraid of that happening. I don't know. Xan is mid. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not and I don't mean that. And like, usually when people say mid, it is a backhanded way of saying somebody or someone is awful. And you know me, chat. You know me. I'm not calling anybody awful. All right. I'm just saying he's mid. When I used to watch Xanderhal, I commented on his stream chat, and he wasn't the most knowledgeable, so he got offended. Yeah, you're dangerous to him if you know more than he does. Apparently, you're dangerous to him. Dead naming a person you don't know is well, no, so here's the whole deal. He didn't actually dead name Blair White, but and Lance says that, right? Lance never actually accused him of doing that. He showed what he thought, or he showed what he thought was Blair White's dead name, right? And it turned out it wasn't. So, good for that, I guess, right? But if you think that something is somebody's dead name, you should be doing everything you can to keep that from getting on stream, right? Even if it's Blair White, even if this is not, it doesn't matter. Oh my God, still with the HelloFresh sponsorship that I am not currently running. Someone who is new to the left always has things to learn, and that's fine, but just like represent that, right? Instead, he has played this character, Xander the Commander Hall, right? And nobody's buying it, Xan. Nobody's buying it, right? It's not credible. I mean, I guess Vosh's audience is buying that because he keeps on wiping Vosh's mistakes up. There we go. Nabil, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the resub. It's not counting people's resubs. That's super sus. But thank you for resubbing nonetheless. I think they like when people suck up to them and they treat them as if they're important. Yeah. That's what it is. Is like Xanderhal because it's being a mid streamer or not being a mid streamer, being whatever, right? He is useful to Vosh, right? And so therefore, Vosh is sort of sharing an audience with him, and that inflates his numbers. Inflating your numbers actually can have the effect of getting you audience you wouldn't have otherwise had because it makes you more visible, right? So it's that whole thing. It's like a certain. He's not calling himself Commander Hall. I made that one up, okay? I made that one up. Suppressive person, that's an interesting terminology. It does mix too much sense. Not enough in the community to Vosh. You are not. Yeah, well, I mean, like, listen, like, I'm not saying that it's an actual cult. Okay, I want to make that distinction really clear. As far as I know, they don't worship Vosh. They don't worship like any of the memes about the animals or like the weird cringe memes they have, right? This isn't a religion as far as I know, right? I have no evidence to say that it would be. So I'm not calling it a cult like that. I'm saying it's a cult of personality. So not helping is that Vush, Xan, and their equally wretched friends and suck-ups constantly start stuff with other people, usually black, brown, trans, and or disabled people. True, yeah. Like if you, oh my God, I'm missing part of chat. It disappears forever. I don't know why it does this. The thing that annoys, oh my God, I can't read your chat. Someone would sniff the chair. Yeah, that's right. You have to sniff Vosh's chair to get that position. Why did this Xan person dead name someone? Well, it was Blair White, and I don't know. He took a chance on dead naming them, right? He didn't actually dead name them, but he just did something that he presented a name on stream that he thought was a dead name, right? And that was the problem that Lance had. But like, just the going back to Xanderhal's video, Xan said that Lance accused him of dead naming Blair White, right? Lance is showing us receipts here to say, I didn't accuse you of that. What you did was bad, But you know, if you want to bring it up, here it is. Here's what you did wrong, and here's why it's wrong.
Good faith and people who were coming from good faith to try and improve, find things I did wrong, jot down notes, stuff like that. And it also was like a debate that I was pretty happy with my performance of, especially when the stakes were so high with fucking the Tim Pool
And
event.
if your chat got bounced, I'm sorry. I need to find a way to fix that. I just like, for some reason, I can't do anything in real time. Like I can't affect the.
That, yeah, I wanted to see what other perspectives were saying,
I think it's just stuck with what I started the stream on.
all that kind of stuff. Now, his video on me spends almost half the video complaining.
You try to claim to be an expert at everything and you end up being an expert at nothing. Then they don't seem interested in pushing for specialization at all. I find it weird how principles drop when the person is not politically aligned. And here's the whole thing, right? Look, Blair White is horrible. Blair White is abusive, manipulative, dishonest, you know, wretched. There's so many things I could say about Blair White, right? And they're all true. It's not hard. But when you don't uphold your, you know, you gotta sort of draw a line. And like, I think that, you know, dead naming people, misgendering people is one of those lines. And that goes for anybody. And you should especially want to uphold that line for your enemies. Otherwise, you know, you're being kind of a hypocrite and you're open to being criticized as that, right? It doesn't really like cost us anything to be consistent when it comes to things like dead naming and misgendering. And, you know, Blair White is probably the test for that, because obviously Blair White misgenders. I don't know if she dead names, but she doesn't have a lot of respect for trans people in general. So, you know, it's tempting, but it's something you gotta avoid reaching for.
About who I associate with, which was kind of jarring to see.
You're gonna see if YouTube works better?
Especially coming from, well, let's just say there's a lot of different corners of the internet that have DM'd me for one reason or another at different points or at different times. Why are you friends with X person? Why are you friends with Y person? Why do you associate with Y person? Why do you associate with X person? And what's wild about all this is that sometimes it's people talking about each other and they don't even know it. Sometimes it can be people in one direction saying like, hey, why do you associate with X? And meanwhile, I've got a message from Y saying, hey, by the way, what's up with X? X is hanging out with you. And then X says the same thing about Y.
I mean, X is sus though.
Y later. And then, yeah, all that kind of stuff. Resentic, thank you very much for the
X is in the name.
tier 1. Anyways, I wasn't going to make a video about it just because I didn't want to, you know, create yet another drama cycle. He makes a video about me. I make a video about him. It goes back and forth. But someone ended up sending me this clip, which is including a list of things that I think are completely falsifiable. And so I want to address them and just provide receipts.
Oh, okay. So did you get that? Lance doesn't take this super seriously, right? If there is an issue with people that he works with, like, right, like, you know, like Xanderhal brings up Vosh here, he could probably bring those issues up in private, right? He wasn't going to make a video on this. It's not really on his radar. He was just on Tim Pool. He doesn't really need to answer weird like charges from Xanderhal. But there's just so much that Xanderhal gave him, because like people can make charges against me. If you say that I am an alien, okay, if you say that I am a Vocaloid, if you say that I am actually AI software, like, I don't know if I can disprove that. That's not falsifiable. That's not true, but I can't go on stream and be like, here, let me show you how I'm not an alien, right? I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do to show you that I'm not an alien, right? But sometimes things are falsifiable. Sometimes things that people don't even realize. When White Nervosa, the sysadmin for the White Forest Network, the White Forest family of websites, that supposed co-op that's run by Vosh's sysadmin, when she accused me of being on that nefarious website, which is harassed both me and Kaffels, right? And she said, this is no comment check, trying to direct traffic from that website, from that horrible website, to her own video, like to what, like raise, you know, views or something like that. I I was actually able to falsify that, right? She tried to provide what looked like receipts. And that normally is like a way, because people don't look, if you show receipts, if you say, here's my claim, and here are my receipts, people are like, okay, so you got a claim. Okay, that's the claim. And those are the receipts. The receipts are good or the claim is good because here's the receipts, right? People don't really look at like, does that receipt necessarily show that thing? They just see that there's a receipt, right? So a lot of tricky people, like, White Nervosa will try to do something like that, right? Where they're like, here's the claim and here are the receipts, and the receipts don't actually match that. That was true for her, but what was interesting though was the receipts were so specific because she wanted to show like she had something. So she made a big Google Drive, and one of those things was post on that website with the time that the posts were made. Okay, so now you've given me. You're saying that no comment check was making this post on this sus website at this particular time. And I'm like, wait a minute, isn't that during my streaming time? And Zara and I stayed up all night, like looking at this. And, like, I'm pretty sure that this was like you streamed that night, right? And we rolled back the footage to the exact time, showing me doing gaming, essentially doing an activity that couldn't be. So anyway, sometimes what I'm saying is that sometimes the receipts are falsifiable, right? And Zan, or the allegations are falsifiable, and Zan actually made some falsifiable allegations. Now, so like I said, you can accuse anybody of anything that you want, and there's not much they can do except other than say, like, that's not true. Where's the proof, right? But more convincing than where's the proof is, like, I can prove that what you said is not actually true. You, sir, are a Weasley little liar. And that's what Lance is going to do here. Most parasocial people online just realized that most Twitch Discord mods are completely unhinged people. White Nervosa, Gayfash. Oh, Cherry. Oh my God. That's a what do you call that? Like a murderer's row or something? Not that they're actually, I'm not making any claims about any illegal activities. I just mean it as a figure of speech, right? You were actually ranting about trans rights being under attack in the middle of a several long hour Persona stream. Yeah, so of all the times that they could have like made that accusation, right? And the one person who hasn't falsified, like whether that's her, is like White Nervosa. I gotta say it. But if you're gonna accuse me of stuff, because I have been accused by people of stuff where it ended up that they were the culprit. If you remember what happened with a streamer on Twitch, Zonia, a few years ago, right? The thing that she was accusing me of, it ended up that like there was more evidence pointing towards her doing it. She never refuted that evidence, right? So, call them baseball players. Baseball players? Why? Rogues Gallery. It's a Rogues Gallery. It's not a. Okay. Yeah, that's right, because I gotta stay monetized and I can't talk about nasty things. That's right. She found the evidence by browsing the website in question, right? Anyway, enough of that. That's
They're friends with Bad Bunny? Yeah, they're friends with Bad Bunny as well. She ended up paying someone to stalk the click.
Thank you, Lance.
And like find every instance of him saying like
thank you, Lance,
slurs in his entire online presence. Found a few instances of him saying the R slur.
Wait, a murderer's row is like a baseball team? Wait, are you saying a murderer's row is like a lineup that you don't want to pitch against? I know a little bit about baseball. I mean, technically speaking, Creepshow has 5 million receipts, but they weren't at all exculpatory. In fact, they were themselves evidence of wrongdoing. Yeah, that's the whole thing. You actually have to like look at the receipts. That is unfortunately not part of receipts culture.
And tried to use that to cancel him. And then
So a rogues gallery would be better because as a baseball term, it's like saying these are heavy hitters. And they're definitely... They're definitely fixers of a certain kind, but I wouldn't call them heavy hitters.
Also made
especially people like White Nervosa who end up just tripping all over herself trying to accuse me of stuff that now it seems like she's got more connection to.
Alt account where she would like hate comment on his posts, pretending to be someone else to try to sway public opinion to hate him. Like there's way more than that, but it was fucked.
This is not about
Xanderhal is such a baby. Oh my god, this person is friends with this person. Baseball teams of the New York Yankees in the late 1920s, widely considered to be some of the best teams in history. That's what that name referred to. Okay, so these are these are heavy hitters, in other words, right?
Me right
The
now.
Serfs
This is
defended
there.
her.
There
You don't want to pitch against them.
we got Illuminati. There it is.
And, I thought that was pretty cringe, and he doubled down on that defense in his response to my video that I made about all that. So I think it's worth continuing on with this drama, because the fact that literally people in, the left tube...
Xanderhal, you really need to think about that. No, instead of just I think it's worth continuing on with this drama, right? Just think for a second, be like, is it worth continuing on with this drama? Do I need to punch Lance after the Tim Bull debate, right? Do I need to bring up Lance's supposed friendship? And we're going to find out all about Lance's actual relationship with Kira Chats, which is not what Zan is claiming, not at all what Zan is claiming here. But he should have thought about this. He should have given this another thought.
Industrial complex are defending this woman is pretty fucking disgusting. Is Lance still defending her? Yeah, Lance and Illuminati are friends, and he made a whole video defending her. It was called Illuminati Responds, and her receipts are insane. He made a response to you? He made a
I don't know about Illuminati, but Lance's receipts are insane.
tweet, apparently.
I did. I've just made a tweet. That's as far as we took this.
Where he just kind of obfuscates and shrugs off. And essentially, doesn't...
Okay, so he made some tweets in the original Legal Eagle thing and the H-Bomber thing. I think he's deleted those tweets, though, right? At least about Legal Eagle, Illuminati has apologized, and Lance apologized too. But so there's here, I'm giving him credit for what he gets right? Because there's such a dearth of truth in what he's speaking. I want to point out. So yeah, Lance did defend Illuminati on Twitter initially, and then deleted some of those tweets. He also made a video which he deleted, right? Because when more stuff came out, Lance realized that there was more to the story than he really knew, and it just wasn't and also, I mean, let's be honest, okay? Whatever you think of Illuminati, it has turned into a gross drama cycle at this point. The commentary community cannot resist to have a female creator to do infinite number of exposés on, and then right now they're working Illuminati over, and I don't know, chat. I mean, do you need another Illuminati video for me? I covered Blair's video. I covered the Clicks response. I haven't covered Wonderstruck's response, right? But I also don't want to do 3 streams about Illuminati unless people are really interested in it. The only thing I could think of, right, because I kind of showed both sides of it, and that was what I was trying to do, right? I don't know Blair. I don't know Sad Milk. A lot of the stuff is just one person's word versus another, right? So I didn't want to stick on it. I didn't want to dwell on it. But at the same time, I wanted to cover, since I'd covered Blair's response, I thought it was only fair to cover the Clicks. But I haven't really been paying too much attention since then. I did watch Wonder's video. I haven't been paying attention. I generally don't care. He at least deleted the tweet that I responded to. I was pretty embarrassed how he and Olay reflexively defended her. Well, we're going to look at that more so the second, oh my God, I don't even have this on here, right? The next segment that we got for you is the Leftist Mafia with a capital M talks Illuminati. Many letters in the name Illuminati, but I think I got them all there. There we go. I've actually had to learn to spell Illuminati. She's no longer on their show, which is good. Well, she has withdrawn, right? That wasn't anybody pushing her out or telling her she was unwelcome or anything like that. I think sensibly knew that she was in some drama that she didn't want to drag everybody else into. So that's what's going on for now. And then I think they'll take a look at what goes on. You didn't miss much at all. Yeah, you just missed me. You missed me. We got unified chat, right? That's pretty cool. There's some bugs still to be worked out with unified chat, but it is unified chat. I can now see, and you can now see each other's chats, regardless of whether you are on YouTube or you are on Twitch.
And he doesn't acknowledge the Illuminati thing either that I criticized him for, but I think it's fair to say that
He's been covered so much by so many. That's how I feel too. Like if people wanted like a wrap up video and really needed a wrap up video, like with a little bit of nuance, right? Because that's what I tried to provide. Obviously there was some things that I you know, thought like the whole plagiarism charge, obviously, you know, was not a good look for Illuminaughtii, especially what ended up, you know, being shown later in some of her videos, right? But as far as the back and forth and everything, it goes into a rabbit hole, right? And I told you I didn't really see the kind of receipts that I'd want for a slam dunk like this, you know, Reddit account is Illuminaughtii, right? It looks sus, it looks bad, but it's not definitive. And I have seen screenshots made up before, including screenshots of myself saying things that I very much did not say. So I know it can happen.
essentially doubled down. Their friends
So I just tried to be a little bit like balanced, and that's the one thing that I haven't seen from a lot of people is, you know, just some balance in it.
That's a lot of assumptions going down there. And now the next part was the part that really set me off, was the Bad Bunny thing.
friends with Bad Bunny. Yeah, they're friends with Bad Bunny as well.
All right. As soon as I saw that, I was like, what the fuck? Because it's one thing to, you know, say the accusations about the Illuminati, first and foremost. I have taken down that Illuminati video, not because of the Xanderhal stuff, because at this time, there is a lot of drama that is going in two directions right now between Illuminati, people she used to work with, and a lot of other streamers all around it. And I was not a part of any of that drama in the first place. I initially played Illuminati's video because when I initially accused Illuminati of saying, hey, by the way, people are saying that you didn't pay your editors. Is that true? She responded with, no, I was the one who paid the editors. I tracked them down. Here's receipts. Here they are. And then I was like, okay, all right, I'll wait for you to release your statement then. It's not my statement to make. This is not what I'm going to do. When she made her statement, yes, I defended her through that video. And then the other videos came out. There was another one by Click, and then another one came out by, I don't know if Oz has made one, but
Covering it just opens up the door to bashing Illuminati. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like, okay, you know, if you feel like Illuminati did bad stuff, fine, but the commentary community is dwelling on her in a way that's really creepy, in a way that's really like, and I have the feeling it's just misogyny. I have a feeling that if the Illuminati was not, if the Illuminati was a guy, then like this wouldn't be happening for this long. If they really want to play that, if we really want to play that card, Xanderhal is friends with a guy who treated. Yeah, exactly. Xander. If we want to play like the game of like, you know, 6 degrees of Kira chats, right? It's, you know,
Wonder made one as
two can play at that game.
well. And then now, once again, I'm in that position where it's like everyone is turning to me saying, hey, Lance, what's going on with Illuminati? Is Illuminati part of the Leftist Mafia? What are you doing with Illuminati? Blah, blah, blah. Illuminati taking steps back or taking time off and left the Leftist Mafia is not my decision. There is no, we're not having meetings behind the scenes. She's doing things of her own free will, as everyone in the Leftist Mafia does, for example. And once again, it's that awkward position where, okay, well, now there's going to be obviously another response of some kind. I'm assuming, or some other form, it's going to continue, and I'm not going to be positioning myself in such a way where I'm like, I have to wait for Blair to make a statement and release it to counter the other statement that's been released, and then the next statement will come out and be released in turn. In terms of Bad Bunny and me being friends with Bad Bunny, I have no idea where the fuck that comes from. That's wild to me, though. So I wanted to get you some history on this. First off, Bad Bunny has blocked me on Twitter for a very long ass time. Bad Bunny got really mad at me on Twitter when I unfollowed her, and that was enough for her to fucking go on this kind of like, Lance is supporting fucking, you know, all these right wingers and fucking the neo Nazis and stuff like that. So a little bit of the background to this, by the way. Let's open up this one. So Kira Chats, formerly of Bad Bunny, has a long and sordid history online. If you didn't know, she's one of those figures who used to be a very hardcore racist, a very hardcore transphobe, and that was part of her personality. I'm going to play you some of the worst things that she said, and then she did a complete pivot and turn to, I'm now going to be a leftist and talk about leftist shit. Obviously, I was involved with Bad Bunny and Mike when all of us were friendsies during my like first year or so of being on this platform. So yes, I interacted with Bad Bunny. We had done streams together. She had joined streams that I had done. I'd done videos defending people who had attacked her, stuff like that. And then more and more, I started seeing this pattern where people would say this thing that, hey, did you know that Bad Bunny has done all this super fucked up racist stuff? And Bad Bunny not doing what you're supposed to do.
And again, this is Kira Chats that we're talking about. And my understanding of the name change is that obviously there's a very famous rapper named Bad Bunny. And so, you know, the person's going by Kira Chats now. Person that we're talking about.
Which is acknowledge it. Don't lie that it never happened. Don't say that these aren't real. Don't say that the video clips are like taken out of context. You said and did exceptionally and extremely
Did he played her clips again, huh?
racist and fucked up stuff. And as more and more of that came out,
He jumped to the $5 a month thing. That's why she blocked him. Oh, is that why she? Okay, so we're getting some people in chat seem to think that there's a different reason that what? Oh my God. So Lance is saying it's because of an association. Was it Dylan Burns? God, I'm sorry. My mind's in so many different places because I'm trying to make the chat good. I'm trying, but I think I'm just gonna have to let the chat go for now. Let me like rewind it and like make sure I'm catching everything in here. Xanderhal. Oh my God! Wait, he literally. Lance, you're free to use that title. No, I'm not. I'm sure I'm not the first to come up with calling him Xanderhal.
first off, Bad Bunny is
Kira Chats changed her name because of the famous rapper years and years ago. After the old things she did, and after she started making open public accountability, Lance is associated. What's up, Dylan CIA Burns? With Vosh. Enough said.
blocked me on Twitter for a very long ass time. Bad Bunny got really mad at me on Twitter when I unfollowed her, and that was enough for her to fucking go on this kind of.
Well, no, Lance gives an explanation about the Dylan Burns thing, where it sounds like he didn't know about the thing that, like, you know, there wasn't just Dylan Burns bad. It was like there was something that Dylan did at the time that according to Lance, right? No, we got two different stories. Chad is saying that maybe that Lance jumped on the it's just $5 thing, and that's when Kira blocked Lance. Lance is claiming it's because of the Dylan Burns thing, but even he says that he gives some. It almost sounds like he's saying that, yeah, he didn't know about what was going on with Dylan, and it was a charity thing, so he went ahead with that. But maybe that we shouldn't take that as like, you know, he and Dylan are like super tight, which I haven't seen them do content for a long time, so he may be right.
Like, Lance is supporting fucking, you know, all these right-wingers and fucking the neo-Nazis and stuff like that. So, a little bit of the background to this, by the way. Let me just open up this one. So, Kira Chats, formerly of Bad Bunny, has a long and sordid history online. If you didn't know, she's one of those figures who used to be a very hardcore racist, a very hardcore transphobe, and that was part of her personality. I'm going to play you some of the worst things that she said, and then she did a complete pivot and turn to, I'm now going to be a leftist and talk about leftist shit. Obviously, I was involved with Bad Bunny and Mike when all of us were friendsies during my like first year or so of being on this platform. So yes, I interacted with Bad Bunny. We had done streams together. She had joined streams that I had done. I'd done videos defending people who had attacked her, stuff like that. And then more and more, I started seeing this pattern where people would say this thing that, hey, did you know that Bad Bunny has done all this super fucked up racist stuff? And Bad Bunny not doing what you're supposed to do, which is acknowledge it. Don't lie that it never happened. Don't say that these aren't real. Don't say that the video clips are like taken out of context. You said and did exceptionally and extremely racist and fucked up stuff. And as more and more of that came out, and she kept on downplaying it or just doubling down and being like, oh, well, some of those are faked or stuff like that. Yeah, it was becoming more and more yikesy to me. This is also a time when, yes, I've always been open about being, bi, pan, what have you on the show. But there's also, like, because I am so, what's the best way to put it? Queer coded or whatever it is, because I'm not like what people expect when they talk to someone for the first time, like, oh, wait, what? I didn't know that about you, Lance. That obviously has a role and plays a different role in the way that I interact with people online and that kind of stuff. And this was before I unfollowed her, but there's two big reasons. And one of this was just getting, I don't have a Wayback Machine, so I can't see the other accounts, but this is when
my understanding though is that like some of the screenshots are am I right about this? I guess if I want to like introduce a piece of evidence, I should check it out. But I think there have also been, because there are legitimately bad screenshots of things that that Kira Chat said before, right? So that's no lie. Kira's admitted to it. Kira's talked about it. I think Kira's apologized for it, right? Because those exist, there are people that kind of jumped on that train with some fake screenshots that are even worse. So I think there is a mix of real and fake screenshots. Some screenshots were faked, but she has admitted to the ones that are real. Okay. Yeah, her words, right, about this, if I remember correctly, are that the old stuff, the older screenshots are real, but anything that you see that's like from now obviously is not. And from all accounts, this is not what Kira Chats believes anymore.
She was going on, when queer people need me to listen, it alienates me, quote, an ally. Wah. Not familiar with the context of this thread, but anyone concerned with alienating allies is, whether they intend to or not, perpetrating reactionary attitudes. The context is that there's this LGBTQI plus tag on Twitter that was intended to be used by queer streamers, but then a bunch of, quote, allies started using it instead, basically rendering it useless. Queerphobia is rampant on the platform. Duh, and yesterday. So again, this is someone who, I don't know if this has changed, but at the time does not identify as being part of the LGBTQ plus, but she considers herself an ally, sure. Trying to have conversations that are pretty yikesy. Someone responded with, Lance identifies as bi and pan, although he acknowledges that he is straight, passing, and cis, so that is probably why he doesn't use it regularly. Bunch of people, so how's a single person, quote, straight passing, and why would it even matter for labeling your sexual orientation? Like, you shouldn't police what queer people do in terms of how they want to label or present themselves. I never, in my first couple of years of streaming, made a really big deal about, I'm Lance. I happen to be queer. I wouldn't open sentences with that or that kind of stuff. It was just not something that I would hide. I'm a lot more open or upfront about it now because it's coming at a time right now when things are really, really bad against the queer community. Things are really, really, really bad towards trans people. There's so many draconian laws being passed. There's so much vilification of all LGBTQ plus people as pedophiles and groomers and stuff. So yes, I'm using my platform and all the privileges afforded to me to be much more vocal about it and much more like out and proud, so that it can help other people, if it does in any way, feel safe. That's one of the big reasons why. Sure, but then how do you justify a singular bi, pan, man not using the LGBTQI tag? That's my confusion. Obviously, queer people could choose to use the tag if they want, but I'm just really confused by this particular reasoning. I mean, here, Lance isn't an ally to queer people if he's bi, pan. He's queer himself, but I shouldn't keep insisting that you speak for someone else. Regardless, I really appreciate you explain it to me. I'm learning new things. Around this time, Dylan Burns asked me to do a charity stream with him. And I agreed. And the charity I chose, because he said he wanted to help LGBTQ plus people who may be suffering from depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, I chose the Trevor Project. I had announced that I was doing that. Then Dylan Burns got embroiled in his own controversy, responding to, I believe, a post a post that Kira had made with a meme of Destiny, which then got a whole bunch of people upset in both directions. And then, of course, as is happening right now with the 6 degrees of cancer.
Oh my god, I vaguely remember this. Does anybody in chat remember this? Like, there was a controversy with Dylan and some kind of a meme of regarding Destiny. I can't remember what this was. I vaguely remember this. I just don't remember the details. Anybody got details? She has apologized, but there are people who added fake screenshots. Further implication of this conflict for their network will be interesting. Yeah, so what Joni's pointing out there, right, is that Lance and Xanderhal are both part of the White Leaf network. Now, I understand that given my history with the White Leaf Network, particularly with its sysadmin, just saying that might imply to somebody looking at it from the outside, like I am making a judgment, right? And I'm not. I understand what function that serves and how it is a service that isn't really available from other sources, right? If you want to have a website, you know, at a certain price point, which essentially doubles the money that you're getting from subscriptions, you know, gives you an entire cut of your subscriptions instead of having a platform take a chunk out of that, right? You're sort of like, you know, White Leaf is one of the only options out there, right? Lance is a member of the White Leaf Network. I don't necessarily assume that means that he approves of everything that Vosh does. I don't think that he necessarily knows what all White Nervosa is up to, right? And I also, you know, I feel like it's important with people that I hold in a different regard than like Vosh or Xanderhal, and Lance is a person like that, right? That I not give them the feeling that they're going to be assumed as being part of that group regardless, right? So yeah, Lance is part of the White Leaf Network. Xanderhal brings that up, or at least brings the Vosh thing up, right? Says that Vosh has had a soft spot for Lance, but I'm going to change that. Right? Like, I'm going to talk to Vosh and get you in trouble with Vosh. So, yeah, there is trouble in paradise, and who knows how that will shake out. My guess would be that maybe at this point, Lance is a little bit more valuable than Xanderhal as an ally. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't think that, that you know, he's going to be able to hurt Lance by talking to Vosh or anything like that. But I mean, maybe this is a reminder to Lance too, the sort of waters that he's swimming in, and if he wants to be, you know, with these people, even, you know, sharing a website, you know, co-op, like, you know, run by Vosh's sysadmin, right? It might be something to look into. All right, Dylan was an asshole. Oh, okay, so this was about Vadim. Yeah, I remember that. Was kind of messed up. He should have known. I remember that too, that there was when Vadim was the judge for the Hippy Dippy. Yeah, Vadim got invited on to be the judge for the Hippy Dippy. Vadim thought it was a real, you know, at least a real debate, and it wasn't. A lot of it was kayfabe. A lot of the drama was set up. You know, they had planned to bring on CTV, who ended up being just like a vile transphobe, right? Dylan wanted to have right-wingers that he could count on, that he could bring on week after week and count on the fact that they're not going to say a slur, they're not going to get him in trouble, they're not going to get him so like almost like pet right-wingers, right? And it's just a weird thing, because then what you end up in a situation where you are counting on the right-wingers like CTV, what does it stand for again? Confederate Television or something like that? I think it's Confederate no, it's Critically Thinking Veteran, I think is the actual name of CTV, if I remember correctly. But yeah, then Critically Thinking Veteran said some racist stuff. He did some weird stuff where he took a pride flag and arrayed it out to look like a symbol for the mustached one. Like, right, like a certain symbol that was popular in Germany in the 1930s. That's the symbol that I'm talking about, right? He made that shape with the pride flag, right? And he called a bunch of people groomers. Like, he just completely, I don't even know if Dylan associates with this guy anymore, right? But this was the wrong guy to pick as your, and you know, he's had a bad track record before. One of the dudes that Dylan used to bring on turned out to be a Proud Boy who showed up at January 6th, right? So, you know, obviously Dylan, like, you know, eliminated that person from the show, but he's just, I mean, like, when your game, when the content model that you follow relies on having right-wingers every single week, and there's only so many right-wingers you can trust, it puts you in a bad position, right? Where you couldn't tell. I mean, like, if you looked at it from the outside, it looked like Dylan and CTV were good friends. Maybe not. Maybe CTV just had that leverage, right? But yeah, regardless, yeah, CTV caused all kinds of drama with Demon Mama and Vadim, and just, yeah, completely. But I don't remember what the thing that Kira Chats was mad about was. he was kind of calling for violence against Drag Queen Story Hour, and Dylan's response was to debate him on it. Okay, so just so you know, I don't agree with this. I guess I don't know.
Cancellation. Bad Bunny started getting.
I mean, I don't want to say it gets old saying NCC was right, but my original problem with Dylan Burns, the reason for the drama between me and Dylan was how he was using his platform, was how he was sharing his platform with the hard right, and the effect that that had on trans people. And it looks like, hate to say it, but NCC was right again.
Mad and posting shit about both Dylan and my association with Dylan. So I unfollowed her. This was around back when it happened. This was July 7th. So because it seems like I can't participate in charity events anymore without being embroiled in drama, allow me to unpack this. Dylan asked if he could help with this nearly a month ago, well before drama occurred between him and Bad Bunny. So Bad Bunny ended up making a statement. And this, again, is fucking years ago. This is 2021. This is like we have barely spoken since.
But this was about Destiny.
Things are more insulting for men on the left than a femme person criticizing their grift. The topper is, I didn't even target the serfs. I targeted criticism of platforming and befriending abusive people at Dylan. When I say don't trust men on the left, think of this. And he wanted to raise money for a cause related to mental health for LGBTQIA plus youth, and he's a good kid who went through one of the worst experiences a human can go through, so I was honored at the request to pick up the Trevor Project, who do great things, by the way. I honestly don't know half the ancillary stuff Nicole is referencing, but I don't think unfollowing her warrants being called a grifter. A lot of our content is platforming femme voice.
Okay, so wait, Lance, oh my god, now I'm trying to get this. Lance unfollowed Kira Chats.
And their opinions, and please all means call us out. We're fuck ups like everyone else. For the record, their ongoing trauma has absolutely nothing to do with us. Agreeing to help Dylan with this charity event, we're not backing out of the event, even if people want to paint it that way. I'm also not suggesting Nicole is framed in that way either. These are separate. And so all this happened back then. We've barely spoken since. She got eventually fully called out, and experiences a human can go through, so I was honored at the request to pick up the Trevor Project, who do great things. Can't participate in charity events anymore without being embroiled in drama. Allow me to unpack this. Dylan asked if he could help with this nearly. As is happening right now with the 6 degrees of cancellation, Bad Bunny started getting mad and posting shit about both Dylan and my association with Dylan. So I unfollowed her. This was around back when it happened.
So something with Dylan interacting with a Destiny meme, and then that was when
with a meme of Destiny, which then got a whole bunch of people upset in both directions. And then, of course, as is happening...
What's up, Polly? Can't spell Lance without an L. That's what Xanderhal says.
Right now, with the 6 degrees of cancellation, Bad Bunny started getting mad and posting shit about both Dylan and my association with Dylan. So I unfollowed her. This was around back when it happened. This was July 7th. So because it seems like I can't participate in charity events anymore without being embroiled in drama, allow me to unpack this. Dylan asked if he could help with this nearly a month ago, well before drama occurred between him and Bad Bunny. So Bad Bunny ended up making a statement. And this, again, is fucking years ago. This is 2021. This is like we have barely spoken since. Fewer things are more insulting for men on the left than a femme person criticizing their grift. The topper is, I didn't even target the serfs. I targeted criticism of platforming and befriending abusive people at Dylan. When I say don't trust men on the left...
Xanderhal also has an L, points out, talk to Zay. Yeah, good point.
Think of this. And he wanted to raise money for a cause related to...
Wait a minute. Am I the only one in this whole interaction without an L in their name? Yeah, unless I changed my name to No Comment Click. What if I become a Click Orbiter, chat? Would you like that? Would you like it to be like No Comment Click? And we could do another Sad Milk. That's what we need. That's what we need is another like collab between a bunch of content creators where, everybody can just go to complete hell. Like, right? That's what we need is the No Comment Click connection there. Oh my god, somebody's stuff is Iron Orchid. Thank you for the resubscribe. It's the resubscribe day for everybody, apparently. I appreciate you all resubscribing. Let me move your Twitch alerts to some place where I can actually see them, though. Sorry I didn't do that sooner. But thank you, Iron Orchid. You have two, actually three L's in your name. That doesn't stop. That's right. What's Xanderhal's excuse?
To mental health, for
There are two genders, L and L.
LGBTQIA plus youth, and he's a good kid who went through one of the worst experiences a human can go through, so I was honored at the request to pick up the Trevor Project, who do great things, by the way. I honestly don't know half the ancillary stuff Nicole is referencing, but I don't think unfollowing her warrants being called a grifter. A lot of our content is platforming femme voices and their opinions, and please, all means, call us out. We're fuck-ups like everyone else. For the record, their ongoing trauma has absolutely nothing
Oh my god, I should change my name to Noelle Comment Chick during Christmas, and then I would have an L in my name too.
to do with us. Agreeing to help Dylan with this charity event. We're not backing out of the event, even if people want to paint it that way.
It's weird that I'm like the one that's known for losing, and I'm the one without the L in my name. That's kind of, I find that ironic. Oh my god, is everything about my name ironic? Chad, it's almost like I'm post-ironic Irene at this point. Sad milk, dejected dairy, yeah.
I'm also not suggesting Nicole is friend in that way either. These are separate. And so all of this happened back then. We've barely spoken since. She got eventually fully called out. And
Polly's taking all the L's and leaving none for the rest
to
of
this
us.
day, don't think that she's...
I don't know. I mean, I think, look, I was glad to take that L for the trans community, okay? And, like, there's nothing wrong with that. There's a little difference between that and the kind of L's that Xanderhal is going to take today.
ever answered for the fucking super yikesy stuff.
I couldn't do it.
Xanderhal has two.
There might be exceptions, obviously. When I say I wouldn't be attracted or I'm not attracted, obviously, if it's like, obviously there could be exceptions to all you super...
Wait, doesn't Xanderhal have a theme song that's like X is in the name? Like, I remember there's some cringe theme song for Xanderhal. Yeah, Xanderhal has three. Yeah, that's true. Oh my god, I wasn't even counting right. There's three. There's actually three in Xanderhal. Yeah, so wait, there's some kind of theme song that somebody made for Xanderhal that's like X is in the name or something like that. I feel like L is in the name too.
literal nerds out there, but like I don't like if a guy's like having sex with other guys and then he's like, oh, maybe I'll try having sex with you. I'm like, racist and sexist, please don't say that. Even black people, if you found me a black bisexual man, I might throw up in my mouth at the thought of sexual contact with him.
Wait, how did we get here?
Black bisexual, I throw up.
How did we get here?
Or I'm not attracted.
Call us out. We're fuck ups like everyone else. For the record, their ongoing trauma has absolutely nothing to do with us. Agreeing to help Dylan with this charity event. We're not backing out of the event, even if people want to paint it that way. I'm also not suggesting Nicole is friend in that way either. These are separate. And so all of this happened back then. We've barely spoken since. She got eventually fully called.
So the point that Lance is making is that, no, I'm not a friend of Kira Chats, right? Point taken. Maybe that was all you had to say? Yeah, instead of putting... I'm a little done. I'm a little tired of watching that clip. And my understanding was this clip in... They all do that to Kira.
Out. And I, to this day, don't think that she's ever answered for the fucking super yikesy stuff.
I couldn't do it. There might be exceptions, obviously. When I say I wouldn't be attracted or I'm not attracted.
Wait, okay, so there I guess there was like more in the stream that we didn't see, and I feel like we've seen this. Some of it may even be, you know, demonetizable. I don't know.
And destroyed him or all this stuff. I found the whole thing to be very poorly researched, ridiculous, and honestly offensive. Just offensive for you to make all these weird statements about Xanderhal and his sex life with his ex and shit like that. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, abuse apologia. No support for him.
Oh wait,
or what
so now he's talking about
Miguel really fucking ended it. But like, we don't associate with each other. It's also weird to try and associate me directly with that cast and crew. And for the other member of the crew, what's his face, DJ Me.
Okay, so the point is that Lance is saying he doesn't associate with Kira Chats. Now he's talking about other people on Red Planet.
Miguel, I amongst with most.
Lance. Okay, pull in chat right now. Do you think that Lance knows that the creator that he's talking about is not named DJ Miguel? Do you think, like... Is Lance playing with us? The X is in my name. It's not just a symbol or a target sign. a spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. That is the theme? That is the theme? The X in my name. Oh, this is the X in my name. Yeah, yeah. DJ Miguel or Haramule. Haramule? What's up, Spectacular Snyderman? Unified chat indeed. Yeah, we got unified chat today. I'm gonna make it better.
Most other people called out that weird as fuck video that he did.
Like, for instance, you don't necessarily need to see stream elements as a chatter, but
I was not sitting here being like, whoa, you know, DJ Miguel really fucking handed it to Xanderhal, really fucking
wait, what is the joke? What is the joke there? Is he making a joke?
him or all this stuff. I found the whole thing to be very poorly researched, ridiculous, and honestly offensive.
It's X gonna give it to you.
Just offensive for you to make all these weird statements about Xanderhal and his sex life with his ex and shit like that. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, abuse apologia. No support for him or what he did on my behalf whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. So anyways, that's the stuff on Bad Bunny.
About like his live viewing of this debate, and I'm going to read it to you guys and show you the clips that he took out and showed. I don't know if this is relevant to your point, but Vosh said Lance did really well. Xan, personally, I didn't feel that way at all.
Do you see how this chat works right now? Like I told you before, there's a non-zero sum of chatters that are like Vosh chatters that are also like, oh yeah, Vosh's waiting room, don't mind if I do. Let me get in that. Let me jump in that, right? Somebody that's just universally friendly to Vosh, yeah, let me get some of that too, right? So, but the chat is like, it's almost like the chat is like sort of running him, like, right? They're like, oh, don't get too don't get too away from Vosh's viewpoint on things. Vosh actually likes Lance. Like, how could you do this? Xanderhal, remember, don't criticize anybody that Vosh likes. Remember where your bread is buttered.
I will say that Vosh seems to have a soft spot for Lance that's probably not going to last very long after...
Oh, after what? After what? This one I can't blame on Xanderhal. This was YouTube.
I thought he was pausing it up for a dramatic effect.
A little bit more of
But no, it was YouTube. I think they're going to Xan for takes Vosh doesn't have. So Lance didn't fall for it. Didn't do bad at all. Yeah, well, like, look, there's a discrepancy, right? There's a discrepancy. Vosh complimented Lance, and Xan is saying, not so fast, right? And generally, they don't like to disagree with each other. Now, this is something that maybe they can disagree on, but here's the complicating factor, right? Xanderhal, Vosh, Lance all use the same sysadmin, right? They are kind of pooping in their own punch bowl here, right? Or maybe more to the point Lance is, right? If anybody gets blamed for this drama, it's going to be Xanderhal, right? Lance is not trying to pick a fight with Xanderhal. Xanderhal is trying to pick a fight with Lance. Now, he's insinuating, right? Now, you're going to hear right here that where he insinuates that Vosh is going to take my side, right? Lance's association with Clout Centipede isn't naive. I don't know if that makes it better or worse. Yeah, you should not poop in the punch bowl. It makes for some bad punch. Do people poop in the punch bowls now? The world is so sad. You caught the part of Demon Mama review of Lance and Tim Pool, and she was like, he does much better than people were making it seem. Okay, so Demon Mama is okay with Lance's performance as well. Yeah, I think he's going to mention Demon Mama and Conyer and some of his other friends. So at this point, you got like a legitimate. You got something's going on here, right? Something's going to shake out. There's going to be some consequences for these actions, and if I were to guess, I would say that those consequences seemingly fall on Xanderhal. Like, what happens if Lance decides, Like, now that he has been on big platforms, that he doesn't need Vosh's sysadmin, and he leaves White Forest. He takes away some of that questionable legitimacy from that organization, right? How is Vosh going to feel towards Xanderhal then? That's my question. Please don't poop in the punch bowl. We only have enough punch for one batch and yeah, not everybody likes poop in their punch bowl, right? Am I right, chat? Not everybody's a fan of the poop.
A segment that was spurred.
You can't spell Demon Mama without copium. I love it, Polly. I love it.
From the chat. But I've been able to basically accumulate some screenshots and some sources to what I have to say about this to help back up my reasoning here.
And if you want to help me back up my reasoning, you can do that by subscribing on Twitch. Remember, there's different ways to do it. There's a way where you have an Amazon Prime account and you hook up that Amazon Prime account to Twitch itself, and that entitles you. Yes, you will be entitled, legitimately entitled, to one free sub to leave with the streamer of your choice. And if that's me, it means a lot. It means that we're besties. No, it doesn't necessarily mean we're besties, but it does mean a lot because you only have one of those to give. And like, I don't know, it warms my heart every time somebody decides to give a Twitch Prime to me. The other way you can do it is, like, we were talking about Kira Chats earlier. It is only $5. Kira got that right. That is indisputable and shouldn't really be that controversial to say. I'll say it myself, right? It is only $5. Now, I say only $5, understanding that for me, $5 is kind of a lot. Funds are tight. Everything's tight for me right now. You might be in the same punch bowl as, oh my God, with the turd. Hopefully you're not in a punch bowl with the turd, right? But you might be in the same boat. The boat is in the punch bowl with the turd, right? So we're in the boat in the punch bowl. It's kind of rough waters. We're scared. There's a giant iceberg, but it's brown. I don't know. It's scary. Vosh's parties are weird. What can I say? Vosh's parties are incredibly weird, incredibly sus, right? But you're in that same boat with me, right? Where $5 actually is kind of too much. Never fear. Never fear. Just keep being an awesome chatter because we want you here, whether or not you can pay for a sub or not. It doesn't really, we still want you here, and hopefully somebody will notice you around there with no Persona 2 face to your name, and they will you know what, that's the other thing that this chat doesn't do. That's the other thing that this chat doesn't do, is it doesn't show people's badges and stuff. Anyway, I will figure it all out, chat. I will figure it all out.
And give you guys a little bit of explanation.
But that is the way that you can avoid both the top of the hour ad break and the bottom of the hour ad break. They're not nearly as long as the Sans, but they happen twice as often. So it all kind of shakes out. It all kind of evens out. Just like a shake of Kaya's tail, right? That's what we're talking about.
To this, I suppose. So for the last few days, I've noticed a lot of you guys in chat have been mentioning Lance from the Serfs. Some of you guys mentioned Lance positively. Most of you guys mentioned Lance negatively if you're in my community. And when my fans were
Wait, hasn't he been talking about Lance this whole time? Why is he just now...
speak very negatively about Lance from the Serfs. People who like him in my chat typically...
I sound like Kira, okay.
Get really defensive and confused. They don't know why we don't like him here.
Thank you, and
are confused as to why I dislike him. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of backstory to this and why I dislike Lance from the Serfs, okay? A little bit of a drama segment. I don't know how long this is going to be, but, it is also going to...
Basically, to people who were in the chat earlier being like, Lance, blah, 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 you and Xanderhal will have to cut this. Why are you doing this? This was the first video that he made. I guess yes, my
the video is cut up weird.
Status or profile got raised a lot higher post Tim Pool. A lot of the clips went really viral. A lot of people were
Lance restarted from the beginning. Thank you, Natalie Marie.
Extremely happy with the Tim Pool
That explains so much.
Performance, and yes, it did make talking about me, I remember someone saying between that and the Daily Beast article, there's a lot of Lance on the internet right now, so fair enough, that would make sense why his chat starts to talk about that.
Let's tie into some recent events that occurred.
I can't believe he named up Vosh. Well, I mean, here's the thing. When it comes to that statement he made where he's like,
oh, speaking of which, I forgot to promote my thread. Look, Buffy linked it, right? In Twitch chat. I'm gonna post it in YouTube chat too. But if you use Twitter, if you're a Twitter user, please help me boost my reach. Help me get out to more people and bring more people into the audience by boosting that tweet. Like I said, that is a tweet with a link on it. Elon does not want me posting tweets with links on it. Elon tries to hide those tweets, and the only way to get them, uncover them, unbury them, and get them noticed is if you, in my chat, go in there and raise that past a certain level where Twitter says, all right, there's a decent number of people interested in this link that you've posted, so I will go ahead and promote it. You posted a nice little picture with that, you know, like a nice little tweet. Apparently this tweet is not worthless, so here we go. Here we go.
Vosh has a soft spot for Lance, and then he's like, oh, he's not going to have that soft spot for Lon. Hey, you know what everyone says about Vosh? That he's got a soft spot for Xanderhal. I have never once done this thing where I'm like, well, Vosh associates with Xanderhal, which means no one should associate with Xanderhal. No, what is happening? Or the same thing with fucking, hey, you know who I'm friends with? Demon Mama, Conyer, a whole bunch of people who are very, very, very good friends with Xanderhal. I've never DM'd them and told them, you should not be friends with Xanderhal anymore, or I've made videos where I'm like, they are friends with Xanderhal, we must cancel them all. Yeah, it's the guilt by association bullshit that, honestly, it's surprising he's doing this to me, because I feel like this is the kind of shit that he calls sculpting. You know, like, oh, we're not pure enough, we're not in the right friend groups for you.
Anyway.
Wait, has Lance ever said, does Lance use that phrase? We're only like one away from 20. Oh yes, also, YouTube chat, if you want to help me out, if you want to help unbury the stream, hit that like button. It's the only way that YouTube has to gauge whether or not people are enjoying what they're seeing in the stream, or they're just in here kind of meh. Like, right, if you're in Xanderhal's stream, you'd probably be like meh because it's a mid-stream. Obviously, I am not a mid-streamer, so give me that thumbs up to show YouTube that this is indeed a good stream that they need to bring more people into.
So, for those of you guys that don't know, for starters, like, I guess I should give you guys a little bit of background. If you aren't familiar with Thought Slime and Sophie from Mars, then I'm going to give you a little bit of lore. They're two prominent-ish progressive lefty figures who have both in the past.
We gotta talk about this thing lore, right? There used to be a streamer, there is still a streamer called It's Cherry, or Cherry spelled with an A, I don't know. Polly, you know about Cherry, right? Cherry, I don't know if Cherry does this anymore, but Cherry kind of got her start doing lore, right? And you'd think like, okay, you know, this is just like you're interested in what happened before you were a streamer, looking into issues, you know, seeing what you think about them, you know. You never watched the Destiny, you know, debates JonTron video, you know, watch that and give your commentary on it, right? But more and more, Cherry's lore stream became just like a series of hit pieces, right? I suffered from one of those hit pieces. Honestly, like, I don't really want any of those people, you know, in my chat, in my community. So, you know, it's kind of all the same for me. Friend of the stream, Cherry. That's right. Yeah. So like the way that Xanderhal is saying lore, right? Because lore is just history. It should be just history. And if it really is just history, if it really is just water under the bridge, then it can kind of be neutral. It can kind of be like, that happened. Like, I mean, obviously we don't like, you know, JonTron, but at the same time, it doesn't mean we have to shrimp for Destiny. But the way that he's saying, let me give you some lore, whenever he says this, right? He is like, let me besmirch these people's reputations, who you may not know of. Let me bias your view of these people. Let the first time you hear about these streamers be through the eyes of punished Xan, right? And that just doesn't seem fair. You've never gotten along. Well, obviously, me and Cherry have a really good relationship. Like we've chatted on DMs before, right? We're besties basically, and I understand that Cherry, you know, does a lot to make, you know, her stream viable despite not having good political takes, right? And that's a challenge. So I appreciate that challenge, and that Cherry needs to serve as essentially the I don't know what you would call her, like the almost like, you know, doing Dylan's dirty work for him, right? in order to get her stream off the ground like she did, right? So I completely understand that. I don't look down at her for that. We all have different strengths, right? Some of our strengths are political analysis, and then there's Cherry. So, I mean, that's all well and good.
See, this one is valid. Punk Corpse. I'm going to say I accept this criticism. I dislike Lance because he's Canadian. That is fair and valid.
Like, together, falsely accused me of having a sex cult where I supposedly groomed my fans into, like...
Lore means something way different than history deep dives to commentary people and toxic debate bozos. Yeah, exactly.
Like,
It's how they're able to rewrite the history, right? Because that the whole reason that there was, like, you know, the whole reason that my drama was a drama, right? Because it could have just been Dylan went on my show, looked silly, you know, posted a bunch of cringe, and people noticed, and okay, fine, that's that, right? He had to drag it out. He could not take the L, right? He had to rewrite the history and be like, no, it was actually about no comment chick not wanting to be misgendered, right? He had to find something that people would be like, oh my gosh, aren't they them pronouns good enough for you, no comment chick? Like, please, are you gonna, like, you know, you're gonna get me over the tactical they? And, you know, they have to retcon things, right? Because the initial history of Dylan Burns bringing on a toxic transphobe to spread transphobic earworms into his naive liberal audience, that's not a good look. That's not where he wants to leave it, so he couldn't leave it. That's why this stuff keeps on percolating. That's why this stuff gets turned into drama, gets turned into lore. That's why they can't stop talking. This guy cannot stop talking about Thought Slime. Thought Slime did one tweet where he exaggerated Xanderhal's yikesy Discord and called it a sex cult. Now, obviously, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Obviously, this guy didn't have a sex cult, right? Obviously, anyone should be able to know that. But that doesn't mean that, like, Thought Slime should, like, that we want to hear about this again and again. And is it Thought Slime season again? Are we gonna do another stream dogging Thought Slime? Like, obviously, you know, maybe get over that and leave it in the past. I don't know.
Like a harem of like of like sex cult members, essentially. Like that was essentially.
It wasn't a sex cult. Repeat after me. It wasn't a sex cult. Chat, can we get some it wasn't a sex cult in chat?
Actually, the accusation, right? And Sophie from Mars and Thought Slime both claimed this, and they have to this day both doubled, tripled, and even quadrupled down on this, mass blocking anybody who asked them to take it back or apologize. So yeah, it's really. It really is just kind of disgusting behavior on their part. Lance is, of course, friends with both of these people. Pretty good friends, in fact.
Again, let's see if this is actually... Is this true?
Another name
is this
that
true?
I'm sure plenty of you who've been watching me recently may be familiar with is iiluminaughtii. iiluminaughtii, the particular iiluminaughtii, the content creator who's currently gotten into a bunch of drama. Lance is good friends with her. And she recently did a not too dissimilar thing to what Thought Slime and Sophie from Mars did to me, to another content creator called The Click. We actually covered this entire like expansive drama involving Illuminati.
Shout out to Kyle for putting that together. And by the way, the accusation that Lance, when he made that video, it was titled in such a way, like the receipts are blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm not the one who does the thumbnails and the titles for the videos, but I also stand behind Kyle when he makes that kind of content, because Kyle is a very, very good member of the Worker Cooperative.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is a thing, right? When you've got a team working on a project, sometimes I don't know. Anyway, Void Coffee.
Void Coffee.
She is objectively at every point of this drama in the wrong. Like, she is just very evidently, like...
Oh yeah, you're right, Iron Orchids. Thought Slime definitely annoys the right.
Going after people maliciously lying.
And by the way, about the Thought Slime part, I have Thought Slime's statement that was made back in the day. Hold on. I made a whole video about how I don't care about pissing off toxic people in my community anymore, so get mad, I'm done giving leeway. Anytime one of these fucks is criticized, the critic is accused of manufacturing drama. We've been through this song and dance so many times. I don't care about whatever mental gymnastics you have to perform to be okay with abusive behavior. I don't care if you unsubscribe or delete your Patreon donations because I need to be able to sleep at night. I'd rather live with whatever injury and harassment they can dish out than more guilt about not speaking up. Should I have used the term sex cult? Evidently not. That is against the wishes of the person who brought this scandal to light, and I'm sorry for having done that and upsetting them. However, the fact that my phrasing has become the takeaway here is a very obvious redirect. I said it, I think, multiple times at this point. I don't know why I'm constantly...
That is true, and that needs to be, like, I need to draw, like, a line under that, right? That's the key, all right? What we're criticizing with the Thought Slime tweet is the phrasing, the wording, right? The wording doesn't match up with the reality of the situation. And when you look at Xanderhal, it's really easy to see that this guy did not have a sex cult, right? It was a yikesy Discord server, and it's probably better to call it a yikesy Discord server. However, that's like one tweet that, you know, yeah, Thought Slime in this other tweet is mentioning, yeah, that was a bad way to put it. Yeah, even apologize for, like, if anybody was, you know, hurt by that, right? There's the apology. So the Xanderhal people that want Thought Slime to apologize think that it's this really big bad scandal that Thought Slime refuses to apologize. There's your apology right there, and it may not sound like much, but it's not really apologizing for that much. The wording was wrong. The wording was inaccurate. It did not describe the reality of the situation, which was, you know, Xanderhal kind of abusing the parasocial relationship that he had with people in his community and forming this, you know, this Discord server, this NSFW Discord server, right? There's some conflicts of interest there. And I think I as far as I know, Xanderhal doesn't still have one of those. So it sounds like he gets it too. This is something that is 3 years old. This drama is literally 3 years old, and we are still talking about it because Xanderhal cannot shut up about it.
Pulled into other people's drama in one shape or another. Should Thought Slime have said that about Xanderhal? No, he should have not. He should not have done that. That was wrong to do. I said it in videos in the past, and I'll say it again now.
And it's very transparent. Oh, here we go, lol. Oh no. Aiden, Blade. We've got either a Lance or an Illuminati.
Is that what Lance said, objectively in the wrong?
Or both simp in the chat. Oof. Rough. It'll be fun to see you coping in the chat, though. Anyway, Illuminati's basically gotten blown the fuck out because the clique ended up responding to her video where she tried to deflect the drama she was going through for attacking.
Oh, yeah, Zan was saying that Thought Slime was objectively in the wrong. I thought you were saying that, like, yeah, because Lance did, like, and Thought Slime said, like, sex cult is not what it was. That's not the right word for it. Sorry for using that word. But, like, again, at some point, you gotta let, like that's phrasing. You gotta, like, leave that in the past. Honestly, like, that's not something that she should keep talking about.
Legal Eagle falsely onto the clique and accuse the clique of...
Which, by the way, I also made a statement, a public statement, directly and sincerely apologizing to Legal Eagle for involving myself in that. I said it was wrong. And I also said that it was wrong of Illuminati, if you look at the tweet, to have done that to him. It's all up there on Twitter still.
Of a bunch of really bad shit. The clique responded, disproving all of this, and then actually proved that Illuminati is
yeah, I gotta stay on my timetable as far as the stream goes, so I'm just like checking in on that.
Show Art 2.0. She has like...
If you want to expand that timetable though, because I do have other stuff that I could talk about, including why Keffels is the new Leafy, right? If you want to see that content, right, I could easily hold off on that content, or I could do it today. Make this bar turn pink, right? It is very, very white right now. It has been very, very white for the last few days. That is going to result in shorter streams. It's nothing against you. It's just, you know, the way that the business kind of works. If I'm not you know, getting subs, that means that I need to be bringing more people into the community because I don't want to, like, you know, force people who don't have the ability to be able to pay for subs that they don't have. I just need to be out there making more content, drawing more people in. So it's just a little feedback mechanism that tells me what I need to concentrate on. But if you're interested in the content that's coming down the line, this would be the day to sub.
An alt account that she was using to...
By the way, this video is still why I dislike Lance from the Serfs. You could just make an Illuminati video if you want to make an Illuminati video.
Like, third person post about herself, talking about the drama. She had she was doing like stalking and paying people to like stalk his like social media and stuff. It was really
Is this junior high? That's the reason I didn't want to cover this when this video first came out. It wasn't until someone sent me the clip of him being like, he's also friends with Bad Bunny. I was like, how?
Yeah, Leafy popped back up, I guess, to like there was some interaction between Leafy and Keffels a few weeks ago.
How many things I can't let all of these things slide and just have that be part of lore, because people are starting to drop into my videos, starting to drop into my Twitter accounts, being like, "Well, you were wrong about Xanderhal. When will you admit you lied about Xanderhal? How could you? Oh my God, Lance, why are you friends with Bad Bunny? All this kind of shit." I'm like, I am not fucking friends with Bad Bunny. I call her out all the time.
Weird. She is a massive fucking weirdo. And the Serfs, Lance, made a video to defend her. And I believe the exact name of the video was Illuminaughtii makes her response, and her receipts are wild, or some shit like that. They do a podcast together, so Lance is basically blindly defending her on everything here. And
the Legal Eagle thing was where I realized things were, not just drama. I was impressed. Anyone would insinuate would accuse Legal Eagle of plagiarism, especially with the quote-unquote evidence Lance is still going after. So he did show, like, Kira's greatest hits, like the not-so-great clips from a few years ago, right? He did show that. I think Xan showed that too. He's basically been accused of being friends with Kira Chats. And it turns out the two of them have not talked in years, right? So that's what Xan came at him with. You are friends with Thought Slime. You are friends with Kira Chats. You're probably friends with that Sophie from Mars person too, aren't you? Right? It was all this. Oh my God!
Here, but now
YouTube chat.
Communist invading radicals.
Thank you, communist invading radicals in my YouTube chat, and thank you, YouTube, for letting me know that maybe you need more of my attention. Let's see. The first thing I need to do is make your alert be in a better place. There we go. YouTube alerts. Right there. We're going to move it over here. Yeah, that should be good.
and as also
And again, if you go onto Twitter, you will
thank you, Nikki Robinson, for the YouTube sub.
see me directly apologizing and sincerely apologizing.
She also did a new video on DJ Mule. Oh my God. Yeah. It seems her content is not going to be that different from earlier this year. She did a video talking about trolling Leafy.
As into legal, as well as saying that it was wrong of Illuminaughtii to do that.
continued his friendship with Sophie from Mars and Thought Slime. So I think it's all. I think it's understandable why I take issue on a more personal level in that way.
But why?
On top of
what did I do in terms of the Thought Slime shit? That's why this is so fucking high school. It's like, again, I'm not actively doing content with Sophie from Mars to start with.
that, from what I can tell, like, my understanding of why he said he doesn't like me, because way back in the day, people, like, brought me up in his chat or something like that, and he said, I don't like Xanderhal. And and that's how I learned that, like, Lance doesn't like me, because I assumed that he was chill with me up until then. But apparently, the reason he gave for why he didn't like me is he claimed that I dead-named Blair White.
Nope. I never said that. You can go back and roll the clips. What I said is
NCC was right again. Damn.
that you
I'm
looked
so
up
good.
Blair
I'm
White's
so
dead
good.
name while
so
streaming
good.
off screen. That's what I said. That was my.
I was pretty sure that Lance didn't actually accuse. I was like, okay, well, I mean, like, I know that technically Xanderhal did not dead name Blair White, right? I know that he was reckless and negligent, and, you know, got himself in a position where that kind of thing could have happened. But the name that he said, the name that appeared on stream, was not actually Blair White's dead name. But I had a feeling that Lance hadn't accused him of that, and I was right. What did Lance just say? Okay, so Lance is denying what Xanderhal is saying. Lance said that I dead named Blair White, and that's why he's mad at me. That's why he doesn't like me, right? Lance has unequivocally just said, I never said that. And not only that, he's got receipts. So we're gonna see what Lance has got.
Accusation, yes.
And that just didn't happen. I don't even know what that's coming from. Like, I don't even know Blair White's dead name. I don't even know.
That's right. This is some defensive, insecure BS from Xanderhal. And if you want to make me less defensive and insecure, make sure to hit that like button. And if you're on Twitch, maybe think about donating a gift sub if you are in the position to be able to do so. Otherwise, this is going to be a fairly short stream.
Okay.
So, like, I guess a made-up thing.
Okay, so then this is a pretty big claim to make. This is probably the largest one of all of them, that I'm completely falsifying something. So that is certainly a big claim. I'll just rewind that so we have this as a matter of public record.
This never happened. So, like, I guess a made-up thing that he heard on Twitter about me, that he believed, I suppose. But yeah.
Okay, so made up thing that I heard on Twitter.
If Lance has the receipts for Xanderhal, oh my god, I like this metaphor, Shaxby. If Lance has the receipts, does that mean we can return Xanderhal to the Debate Brozo store and get a refund? Yeah, we could choose like a different Debate Brozo, I guess.
I believe.
Or
all right.
could we maybe get a blowhaj instead, a blowhigh?
Well,
Can we get a blowhigh for chat? That's what I want. I want a blowhigh. Yeah, 30-day return. Oh no, you're right. You're right, Shadamar. You're right. Ah, that was a great idea though. Oh my god, anonymous gifter. Thank you for the anonymous gift sub to It's Me, Natalie Marie. That's very sweet of you, and it definitely improves my confidence slightly.
Me learning about it on Twitter.
I don't know. I should learn to take things in stride.
From
It's summer. It's summer. I should be getting out there on my bike anyway, not streaming.
Xanderhal, January 31st, 2020.
No, I feel like a lot of content creators do take like a summer break. I have never been one of those because I'm not in the financial position to be able to do that exactly. But I know that some content creators sort of take somewhat of a summer break.
21. One of my fans sent me a collage of screenshots, and apparently Woke Scold's plan to put together a compilation of out-of-context clips to make me look bad. Isn't that already what they've been doing for 2 years now? Here are a few of them. To be fair, searching Blair's dead name was a very stupid idea. Xanderhal. The
Lance has been catching a lot of strays.
thing I was responding to kept referring to Blair
You can meow now, that's
by
true.
a masculine name that wasn't hers, so I was like, are they dead naming Blair White? And I looked it up off screen to find out what was.
Okay, so now you could say that like I'm sure that Xanderhal would say, Lance is being petty, Lance is looking for something to cancel me for, Lance doesn't like me, and this is his way of getting at me. Now, in reality, Lance is just doing, oh my god, Princess Monocle, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Thank you so much. This, in reality, right, if Lance is going to show somebody's stream, which it sounds like he reviewed Xanderhal's stream, he's got to. He's got to check out. Xanderhal, you didn't do that vetting, right? Or at least you didn't look like you were. Yeah, you didn't do that vetting, right? You were in a situation where you were just negligent, and you were lucky, morally lucky, some might say, that didn't turn out to actually be a trans person's dead name, right? But Lance cares about this stuff, honestly cares about this stuff, is consistent about this kind of stuff, and wanted to know, like, you know, what he's about to show, right? Because he doesn't want what could have happened, what almost happened on Xanderhal's stream to happen on his stream. Your streaming room got hot? Oh my god. Yeah, no, I totally understand that. ACL day would be really expensive.
It's occurring. I've got this in the Wayback Machine, by the way, if this tweet suddenly disappears.
Speaking of
Optics-wise, it was really stupid, and even in context, it was dumb tangent that led you to learn a trans person's dead name, something I imagine she wouldn't really want. It wasn't central to any major point in the video, and it was best a yikes idea. I just checked if the name she was being called was her dead name, or not, and it wasn't. I don't actually know her actual dead name and don't plan or want to. Yes, that is the reason you did a stupid thing. It was still stupid. Cringe pipit. The fuck is a dead name and why is this so important? A dead name is the old name of a trans person. In general, it's considered transphobic to use their dead name, even to discuss their life before their name change.
Yeah. And apparently...
There's plenty of evidence of Xan being an irresponsible drama chaser. Considering Lance's personality, Xan's slander must have really must have been really bad. Or well, his explanation was this, right? He saw the video, he was gonna let it just like roll off of his back, right? Because that's how Lance is. Like, chat, you understand this, like, right? He is one of the most drama averse Twitch streamers that I know of, right? He's not looking for that. He's not interested in that. He's not playing into that at all, right? But Xan accused him of some stuff that he had receipts for, and I don't really blame him. I don't really blame him for wanting to be like, hey, you know, if you're gonna make easily disprovable claims about me, I'm gonna go ahead and easily disprove those claims. Oh my god, a hype train this close? Thank you, Shaxpa. Thank you. Meow. You tried to plug in a fan and it cut the electricity. Yo, fans are weird. Yeah, fans, hot pots for like tea, like those things tend to kill the electricity. Space heaters, like, right, anything that does heat, anything that does like a mechanical motor thing, yeah, it tends to, like, yes, and depending on where you're living, like, you know, that can be, oh my god, a hype train just started. Sarah, thank you for the gift sub to Princess Monocle. Do you all want, like, I don't have my... I can do something. I don't have my trampoline under me, which normally I bounce for the hype trains, but oh my god! Hype train level 1 achieved. Thank you, Yolkio. So you got level 1. We're up to 5 out of 10. You're on your way to extending the stream and making it longer and seeing that extra content that I've got for you today. Let's see. What am I trying to do? I think there's like some magic words that I need. Yeah, Minecraft what? That's what you need to watch. Weasels. Assemble. Okay, I'm just gonna have to like dance it. Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What the hell? You just killed that sub goal. Sarah, thank you. Whoa. That happened fast too. Hype Train 2. Hype Train level 2 has been achieved. Weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel. It's kind of a banger, yeah. Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel. Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? It's paused. There we go. Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
And it's always ends with Cuffles. Cuffles always ruins all my fun. Why is that? Why is that, Cuffles? Seriously. Seriously, Cuffles. Seriously, oh whoa. Seriously. It's a good thing, though, that plastic makes me feel good. Oh my god. Thank you for the biddy, Sarah. Oh my god. Wait, is that right? Or is it...
Parker Jr. Here we go with Ghostbusters.
Why is Philosophy Tube holding up the diary of a Roman emperor? I am not sure. We are on Hype Train level 4. What's up, Dot Katie? How are you doing? I can't do it. I can't convince you that Busted actually makes me feel good. I don't think chat would buy it. Chat knows that what makes me feel good is plastic. Plastic makes me feel good, right? Especially when it's vibrating at a high level of RPMs. That's what makes me feel good. It's plastic, right? But I am bustin' with love. Yes, bustin' with love. Love for all of chat. Plastic also makes you feel good, Sarah? Yeah? Your mom loves this song? I'm making people's moms love songs. Actually, that's DJ Hype SJW, not me. Like, totally different person from me. I don't know. Chat, like, I mean, even though me and DJ Hype SJW have never been cited in the same room, I still must maintain that we are different people. And even if it was me, it was probably just a fortunate pull on rave.dj that got me this song and transformed the content even more. Right, this is like a second level transformation. You've got like a remix of Plastic Love, and then you've got on top of that a remix of like Ghostbusters, and then you combine those two for a tertiary remix. It's wild. It's wild. Sleeping makes me feel good. I'm just doing Tai Chi. Sort of Tai Chi. Yeah, I mean, I guess I needed a dance break. I didn't get to do my bike ride today, right? I was gonna ride to the bike, get some groceries. It turns out that my bike bag does not fit my new bike. It's weird. It's weird. Is that Twitter thread? Yeah, go give that Twitter thread some love. Let's get back to Xanderhal. Xanderhal's hit piece on Lance from the Serfs.
When he really started speaking out against me was when I had my debate with Lauren Southern, which I admit I could have done better on, especially in the end half of the debate. Here's the thing, though. Lance shit-talked me really hardcore for my debate with Lauren Southern, but then months later, he ended up debating Lauren Southern. And
It's
the
true.
unambiguous unanimous consensus is that the Serfs did so much worse than I did. Like, Lance got fucking...
So, it's fucking high school, is it?
So here's what I'm kind of missing, right? Here's what I'm not sure about this. Why did Lance... So he doesn't give an explanation for why he criticized Xanderhal for doing the Lauren Southern debate and then went and turned around and did one himself, right? Now, I will say that, like, Xanderhal's debate with Lauren Southern was phenomenally bad, was an enormous gift, and really didn't have, like, an issue. Right, Xanderhal didn't go to like defend an issue against Lauren Southern. Now, I feel like doing debates with Lauren Southern is just a bad idea, especially in the situation that we were. Granted, right, this was 2 years ago, 2 summers ago when this happened, right? And Lauren Southern was not relevant. Lauren Southern had taken an enormous break from content creation and just really needed something to kickstart her career again. Not so much her career, but at least to re-engage her YouTube audience, right? And Xanderhal challenged her on a book that she hadn't published yet. I mean, there might have been like, you know, previews or something like that, but the book wasn't published. So Xanderhal agreed to debate Lauren Southern on a book that he hadn't read. And you can guess where Lauren Southern goes with that. Well, if you haven't read my book already, then how do you know it's bad, right? And, you know, well, you're Lauren Southern. That's how we know it's bad, right? But it works for her audience. And it gets, like, lets her portray the leftists that are criticizing her as fundamentally unserious, right? Xanderhal gave that big gift to Lauren Southern. Lance wanted to talk about Canada's history of racism, wanted to talk about Canada's, you know, some really dark stuff in Canada's history with Lauren Southern that was kind of indefensible. And even though, like I said, look, I'm not a fan of going on with far-right people, especially far-right people that aren't that relevant, and doing content with them, right? I think you end up helping them more than you hurt them or expose them or anything like that. But yeah, so we don't really have an explanation for, like, you know, why Lance did that after Xanderhal, after having criticized Xanderhal. The one thing that I will say is that Lauren Southern has a very influential Twitch streamer working for her named Samantha Banana, an editor. And my understanding is some of the interactions that she's had with Twitch streamers might have been negotiated by Samantha. Samantha shouldn't have the kind of power that she does. She's been shown to be dishonest multiple times. She's a really nefarious person in general, right? But somehow she's able to work that magic and get people to come on. So, you know, was Lance like, just like, and again, I can't explain this, right? Because I've talked to Samantha. She doesn't strike me as the most charismatic person out there. However, you know what? She did. She tried to get me for a Prime Kai stream. And she didn't get me. So I don't know. I still don't know why people like listen to her. Yeah, Samantha is the person you're thinking of, Katie. Samantha is that exact person. But you know, she is the editor for Lauren Southern now, right? So for a long time, she was going around saying, I'm a leftist, I'm an anarchist, I'm one of you. And like some people were like, I don't think she's a leftist. I don't think this is right. And this was like in the Prime community, right? Amongst other debate streamers in the Prime Kai just in the Twitch poll debate community, which at the time centered around Prime Kai, right? And we got like told that we were gatekeeping for saying we don't buy what she's selling as far as being a leftist, right? And they were like, well, you know what? People can learn, people can change. She says she's an anarchist, that should be enough. Yeah, it turns out this anarchist is now working for Lauren Southern. And it was the most easy thing in the world to call. It was the most easy thing in the world to see. Like, honestly, I think Samantha Banana is probably entertained by how many people in Twitch poll she fooled. But Twitch poll has such an aesthetic of anti-gatekeeping, of letting people play, of keeping people viable, especially if they are characters. And Samantha's definitely a character. I don't know if people remember when she used to come into my stream, but she would type in all caps. And she says that it was because she was using, this is her editing bay that she's on, and that she needs it to be in all caps in order to edit her videos for Lauren Southern. I kind of always felt that Samantha just wanted my attention, but the times that she's gotten my attention, it's just made her mad. So Samantha, please forgive me if I move on from you. But yeah, like I will say that maybe, it's something to do with that, and not so much that Lance likes Samantha or is like convinced by Samantha, or that Samantha has some kind of dark Trumpian like charisma that she's not doing like the YMCA dance or something and getting Lance to join there. I think what it is that she's got influence, right? And what that means is that people know that being friends with her can help you, and being enemies with her can hurt you. So if I was to guess, why did Lance end up doing it? That would be my guess, right? I don't know if she quite wields the same influence anymore. Maybe Dat Katie can speak to that. I don't know if you've encountered this person that we're talking with. And again, I'm not throwing shade on you, Samantha. I've already thrown enough shade on you already, okay? People know who you are. People know what you're about. You're Lauren Southern's editor. That's all that we need to know, right? I'm not worried about you, right? It is the thousands of the thousands of crypto right-wing accounts on Twitch politics that are still pretending to be on the left somehow. Those are the ones I'm worried about. Samantha, for all of her faults and all of her deceptions, now does not hide her power level. She lets people know who she is and what she's about. So I'm not as worried. Yeah, they heavily gatekeep actual leftists, right? Right, because that might make their kayfabe between like hard right people and fake leftists. That might make the kayfabe seem less credible, right? That's why they do that. Anybody that's serious about leftism is a danger to them. Is somebody that they cannot work with. Anybody that's principled is somebody that they cannot work with. Anyone who refuses to take the fall when asked to, right? When you come up against a larger content creator, you're supposed to take the fall. You're supposed to say, "Oh, Dylan, you got me." Ugh. Destroyed. Be more direct, right? But when you don't do that, right, then you can't work. You'll never work in this town again. That's what they said. And but I would say, Twitch poll, I am still working in this town in spite of all of your efforts to silence me, right? So thanks for, I guess, making me a legend. I don't know. She is a Collaborator's Cube friend. Oh, you're talking, yeah, Lonerbox. Okay, I was trying to figure out Collaborator Cube. Is this like a Portal reference? All they do is gatekeep until you gatekeep them. It's insufferable. Yeah, so you're not super familiar with this. Yeah, so I don't really know. I don't know. Like I don't hang out with these people anymore. I don't necessarily want to do content on them unless it's relevant. I tend to think that Twitch poll has done a good job of making itself less and less relevant. So thank you, Twitch poll. For that reason, I don't really have to talk about you anymore. And that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Hopefully we can whisper of a dream of a day when I don't have to talk about the debate bozos anymore. That's what I'm really looking forward to, right? To doing real content. But think about it this way, chat. Think about it this way. I am in the middle of a forest, and there's a bunch of dead trees around me, and they're blocking out my sunlight, all right? And although I am not the biggest fan in the world of brush fires, I think brush fires are scary. I think brush fires are dangerous. They're you know, I like to stay cool, and brush fires are hot. There's a lot of reasons for me not to want to start a brush fire, but if I want to be able to get that sunlight, some of this dead wood needs to burn away, right? And right now, the very idea that like this is what a leftist looks like is getting in the way of me doing what I need to do. So sorry, and you're gonna see Lance like, you know, I don't know. Chat, there's a chance that I got called out. Tell me if you notice it later in this video. There's a chance that there was like a little tiny call out of NCC. And if so, you know what? I'm not gonna disagree with you, right? I'm not going to disagree with you. I don't like doing content about like about leftists that are attacking marginalized groups. I don't feel like that's content I should have to be doing. I don't feel like that's an event that I should have to be dealing with, right? I feel like with leftist content creators, I should be able to like just resign myself to the fact that like, you know, they might not advocate in the same way that I would want them to, but at least we're not going to get any friendly fire. Unfortunately, that is not the case. That is not the case. So yeah, we gotta light some brush fires. I'm sorry, Wildfire. I'm fireproof because of you. Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Twitch Politics. You made me into this, right? You created this, and hopefully I'll still be able to get out of this. Because like I said, you know me. I'm not a mean person. I don't like lighting people up. I don't like exposing people. I don't like drama. I don't like any of this stuff. But as long as you're gonna choke off my sunlight, I'm gonna have to do something, right? And so please understand, Lance, right? That this is not ultimately the content that I want to be doing.
My debate was better than your debate. Your debate was not as good as the debate that I did previous. I had a better debate than you. I'm not going to rehash the...
Yo! What was that? That was so good. Okay, that's the thing I like about Lance. I gotta admit, Polly, am I cringe for liking that? I'm probably at least a little bit cringe for for liking Lance's voices. That he just comes out of nowhere, though. It just comes out of nowhere.
Entirety of the Lauren Southern saga. If you want, you can find a lot of it on the Serfs Times. What had occurred there, and one of the things that I deeply...
Yeah, but Polly, you and me probably agree in that we would rather not have shit leftists to shit on, right? Wouldn't that be better? Wouldn't that be better if we didn't have to? If it wasn't a necessity, if it wasn't needed, if there weren't a bunch of fake leftists running around LARPing, right? Body snatching us and stuff like that. There weren't a bunch of Captain Ginyu leftists like trying to lie about what, you know, the fact that they haven't even unpacked their stuff. Like they're full of white fragility, they're full of cis fragility, they're full of nonsense, right? And they're hurting the groups that they pretend to be acting on behalf of, right? Wouldn't it be nice if we didn't have, like, there just was no Vosh for us to, you know, worry about? I don't know, like, right? Xana is a queef noodle. Wow. It sounds like his Alex Jones voice. It kind of does. It kind of does.
Regret was pulling in another content creator at her request, by the way. Lauren Southern had asked, hey, Lance, if we're going to debate this topic, you have to get an Indigenous content.
Exactly, Zara. If all we had to do was worry about hogs, right? But Polly's right, you know, and Polly's reinforcing what I was saying earlier. As long as you're going to blot out the sunlight for the rest of us, then we got to say something. Right? As long as you are like, you know, dead wood, like destroying the people that you pretend to protect, right? We got to start that brush fire. I'm sorry.
Creator completely glossing over the fact that I'm Indigenous myself, but she would not do it unless it was a 2-on-2, and wanted to have it that way. I ended up, you know, pairing up with Twin Rabbits, and in that like framing of everything, Twin Rabbits was going to be responsible for taking and tackling one half of the debate, and he was going to usually the areas where we both said that we would like concentrate on. For him, it was going to be mass graves and church burnings and that kind of stuff.
Okay, so the only thing that I can say in favor of Lance here is I don't think he did as much harm as Xanderhal. I don't think he handed the W on a silver platter to Lauren Southern the way that Xanderhal did. He still did a debate with Lauren Southern, and I don't really understand it. That is some coffee. In fact, yeah, it is some coffee indeed. What type of coffee is it, though?
Void coffee.
That's right, void coffee. But I still don't understand why he did that. Why he did that debate with Lauren Southern, right? I don't put it in the same class as Xanderhal's debate with Lauren Southern, but I just don't understand, and I guess I'm not going to get any more insight here.
I was going to talk about systemic racism, the history of abuse of indigenous people by the Catholic Church, for example.
I mean, obviously, he's doing this because he thinks it's helping. I think, a strategic difference with Lance in this regard. I don't think that it helps, especially with somebody like Lauren Southern, who had been like resigned into the lore of YouTube. Like, right? Lauren Southern was not relevant at the time.
And that was going to be the stuff that I've been researching and preparing for. And then, of course, yes, there are parts of the debate that did not go well.
Yeah, it's that one, Shalimar.
Afterwards, because again, it is something that does, it's something I take very seriously. It is something that is very important to me, especially talking and advocating for Indigenous rights. I ended up making a video. That's why if you go to youtube.com/theserfstv, I made a video where I did a fucking fuck ton of research on the topic. I did a deep dive into everything related to, the discovery of graves in Canada, including speaking to people who do ground penetrating radar and use their technology to
It's definitely a subject that needs to be covered, but like, look at it this way. There's two ways that you can cover a subject, right? You can cover a subject with Lauren Southern, debating her, being the villain of the week for her and her community, and potentially making somebody who used to be relevant and did a lot of harm, right? Lauren Southern is like, she's a big part of what spread the Great Replacement theory, right? A lot of that was Lauren Southern. People forget how toxic she was, how popular she was, how influential she was, and how much harm that she did. At this time, she was kind of a sleeping dragon. And going in there to rob the ring from her, I don't know if that, God, I'm all full of Lord of the Rings metaphors here, right? It is a passion for Lance. So yeah, so here's what I think. I think that Lance thought he was doing was helping. I think that he thought it was helping, right? I will admit, a pretty strict line when it comes to debating the far right, in that I don't think it's helpful. We had this conversation with Ninetails when she came on here. I didn't think it was going to be a debate, but it turned out to be a debate over is it a good idea to go on Cozy and debate right wingers on Cozy. And I knew that Ninetails wasn't like going on there to like buddy up with them or anything like that. But I still thought it was a mistake to even be doing content with them, right? To even be feeding into that in any way. So I admittedly have a very strict, line when it comes to the platforming of far right people, and we could get into the intricacies of platforming. I know a lot of people, especially a lot of Vosh and Xanderhal people, they look at platforming as a one-way street, and that is from the larger creator to the smaller creator. The larger creator is the one with the platform. They're providing a platform. So if the person you're debating is larger than you, and I guess you could say that Lauren Southern is more influential than Lance at the time, then you're really not doing any platforming at all. And it's not that I'm worried about anybody in Lance's community being like, I never thought Lauren Southern might be right about some things. That's not really what I'm worried about. I'm more worried about taking somebody who is somewhat of a has-been, who has that inertia on them. Inertia is hard to fight. If I let my YouTube channel go for like 2 years and didn't post anything, when I started doing videos again, my views would be way down, right? The same thing with Lauren Southern's channel. The thing that gets that back up, the thing that makes her relevant, the thing that makes her interesting, again, is if you've got a lefty that the right wingers can say, look at this lefty, look at this Lance from the Serfs guy, like, right? Like, I feel like that in and of itself does some harm. So obviously, it's just a difference of opinion that, like, I have from somebody like Lance. I don't classify him with somebody like Xan, who is literally doing this in the most craven way possible, right? He's trying to make himself more relevant by slaying the dragon of Lauren Southern. I don't think that's what Lance was going after. I still think it was a mistake. I would like to understand better, like, why he chose to do that, but the biggest thing I can chalk it up to is just a difference in strategies that he has from somebody like myself. I think it's because it is a passion for Lance, and I think he thought he was helping, for sure. Not really a debate. Wait, which one are we talking about? It's better to have a conversation without Lauren Southern and to boost her by putting her on a map. Yeah, like this is true for a lot of people, right? There's a lot of people that I could go on and have an argument with, right? And I could get more views than I would by just doing content on them on YouTube. However, you got to talk about the quality of those views too. Am I really interested in getting the right-wing views? No. And not just because like I know that those people aren't going to come here and sub to me. They're not going to become part of my community. They're not going to, they're not going to be an asset to me. It's also because there's a liability there. The more right-wingers that know about me and know me as that smart-ass leftist chick with the glasses that talked to Lauren Southern, the more likely they're going to come and like harass me, right? So I don't need that either. And yeah, I think people need to think more about this stuff. If anyone doesn't remember, Dylan Burns organized that debate and promoted it like, oh, thank you, Zara. I didn't remember this. This is the Lauren Southern Lance debate, right? Like it was going to be a wrestling event, and it was a disaster, and she was doing mainstream Twitch content with Destiny after the fallout. Yeah, it made Lauren Southern relevant to Twitch. So even though you could say that Lance is not providing her with a platform since he's a smaller figure in content creation, he's providing her with a platform that's useful to her. He's making her more appealing and spreading her name across Twitch. This is something that I have to be careful with too, right? There are, people that I could have called out, people that I could have, gone on stream with to argue with, right? Who just by the virtue of going up against no comment chick would find a new audience that they didn't have before, just because of like my haters, right? So even somebody as small as me has to be careful of that, and definitely with Lance, that's a phenomenon as well. But yeah, I don't hate Lance. I don't class Lance as the same as Vosh or Xanderhal. I hope that I hope the best for Lance, right? She was hemorrhaging thousands of subs a month before her comeback tour. At the time, it was a pretty big news here. Well, yeah, it's definitely a subject that needs to be talked about. And that's probably why Lance did it. Because he thought it was I can't say the subject, but Shadamar referred to it earlier in the chat, right? The discoveries in Canada, the digging up of what had happened, right? Needed to, was big news and needed to be talked about, right? And it was something that was just going to get pushed back into the memory hole. So I don't fault Lance at all for wanting to bring attention to that. I just wish there would have been a way he could have done it without involving Lauren Southern. Would be a fair critique that some left debaters care more about scoring personal W's than building or persuading the team. Yeah, I mean, I think so, and especially when you're talking about this whole like sort of dragon slaying, right? I used to talk about this all the time, right? When you've got a chance to debate somebody like Lauren Southern, JF Garepe, some sussy right winger, right? These people are notorious, but they're notorious in a yesterday's news kind of way. But if you're Lance, if you're me, if you're Xanderhal, especially if you're somebody that's newer to content creation, you never got a chance to do a debate against Lauren Southern, and all you know is that she is the big bad. She's the creature of legend, right? And now that she's in a weakened state, you're kind of thinking, this is my chance to prove myself a hero. Go in there, slay the dragon, and show that I am a true lefty, goat, right? And you could see how that's got some elements of ego aggrandizement to it, right? And that's not what we're here to be doing. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. You could have an ego and still be an asset to the left, sure. But it can lead you in the wrong direction. And I think that's what happens here when you get this, fixation of I want to go up against the person that I heard about in legend being this big bad great replacement person. If I can go on there and embarrass her, I'm going to put myself on the map. It's just not worth it. Lance probably debated Lauren Southern for the same reason he debated Tim Pool. he has a lot of sympathy and empathy and thought he could convert at least one alt-righter. Well, he hasn't said as much yet, but you could be right, Metal. You could be right. Lance seems like a nice dude. He's just trying to be content-brained, etc. His personality gives him... gives way to him getting into discourses, discussions that aren't good for him, but I don't know him. Yeah, this is, yeah, so again, I don't hate Lance, no hate. I think I just disagree with the way that he goes about stuff, right? But I don't think that his heart's in the wrong place. The way that Xanderhal's, you could tell that Xanderhal's like definitely just trying to make himself relevant, definitely trying to make a name for himself. At least with Lance, you could say that he's trying to bring attention to an issue that Canada is largely ignoring. What was the thing that Lauren Southern made Sam say? Oh yeah, that's right. So Xanderhal wanted Lauren Southern to say trans rights. So Lauren Southern, like, I mean, she's got a, trans editor, so she's not one of these right wingers that's going to be, 100% hostile to trans people all the time. Still, though, even without that, there's a lot of harm you can do to trans people. But yeah, so he was like, say trans rights, Lauren. And she was like, okay, trans rights. She like made fun of it. She did like, she said trans rights in a silly voice. And then what was it that Polly's saying? Yeah, he said, I don't know if it's okay to be white or white rights or something, but it was some, she got him to say, essentially a dog whistle. So good job, Zan.
At least say that, Lauren Southern is spreading, conspiracy theories in this regard for her to...
Lance does rhyme with pants. Sorry, you didn't mean to say, he said white rights. Oh, it was white rights. Okay, I didn't want to get it wrong. Thank you for correcting me, Spectacular Snyderman and Shakespeare.
Deny the very use of these tools in the way that she's doing and ignoring the discovery of other parts. Also got to add that it was a child's rib bone.
He said white rights, of course. Oh no.
Eventually led to the initial ground penetrating radar discovery of those sites. Since that debate, by the way, and since I was fucking pretty heavily run through the gauntlet of all the debate bros on the internet, Canada has officially come out to recognize the genocide of Indigenous peoples, and that is an ongoing process. Something that I was saying. So yes, it turned out that is something that is now recognized by the country itself. And the second thing is that
white rights, I think everyone should have rights. Of course, Zan.
There's been the discovery of child-sized...
Like he was like 2 ticks away from saying like white lives. Yeah. Wow.
Skeletons, full child-sized skeletons in one of these sites. So yeah, it was not made up. It was not a myth. It was not a lie. And that's how the whole thing went down. My criticisms of Xanderhal and his debate with Lauren Southern were that when he brought her on, the initial beginning of it was almost like friendly and for the memes, talking about how I liked your book. There were some parts I had problems with. Let's talk about that. But she got to promote her book on that.
This I agree with, right? Now, again, far-right people like Lauren Southern, I would just say, like, that should be on your DNI list, right? I don't know. That's my take, right? I don't hate you if you disagree with me, right? Fine, whatever. But the way that I interact, right, is that people like Lauren Southern are just off the table. Like that, it's not even something that I'm going to consider. But if you do content with a right winger, one of the worst things that you can do is do that pre-debate BS session kind of thing, right? It sends the wrong message. And like, right, I don't think it's going to turn your chat into a bunch of mouth foaming like Nazis or anything like that. But what it does is it takes this person who, yeah, Lauren Southern had a big role to play in spreading the Great Replacement theory, for instance, right? It takes that stuff and it makes it a little bit like, yeah, well, I mean, she's, oh, Lord, are you spreading that Great Replacement again? Oh, you naughty girl. Are you writing F Islam across your face in lipstick? Oh, Lauren, right, it takes something that's legitimately bad and it turns it into like kawaii bad, right? You don't want to kawaiify like sussy bakas like Lauren Southern and JF Garepe or, any of those list of right-wingers. I've just got questions about demographics, right? This is buddy coming from Lance when he was just on Tim Drool being super friendly pre and post debate. Now, so we didn't watch the post debate. I'm being told, in fact, I heard from Lance himself, not through talking to him, but through watching him, right? We are not currently communicating, just so everybody knows the score. But I heard that Lance felt that he really kind of got his stride in the post debate, right? They had that long conversation. The main thing that Lance came on there to talk about was trans rights. He got kind of waylaid with a bunch of breaking news that, like, and I think that's, you know, that and the abortion discussion are some places where some really unfortunate clips got made. But he felt like that his argumentation against Tim Pool in the second half of that debate was better. So I do want to take a chance. I do want to take some time and look at that to just get, because I've criticized what he did with his debate against Tim Pool, right? I hope people understand that, you know, in the context that criticism in the context that it was given. I'm not coming at him bad faith like Xanderhal. I want him to do well. I didn't agree with I didn't think that going on Tim Pool was a good idea, but if I'm going to make those criticisms, then I have to watch the whole thing, right? And if there's a part that I was missing by only watching the first half, I want to watch the second half and get the full story. So, yeah, I never want to be in the position where I'm putting somebody down or putting somebody in a bad light without really giving them their due. Right, that was true for Illuminaughtii, and that's true for Lance as well. Cavernacle made a good video about Lauren Southern and the weird philosopher being wereaboos, spreading lies about, oh yeah, in South Africa. Wait, I'm trying to remember who those were. Was JF one of those people? It was better in the second half, says Spectacular Snyderman. I think Lance did badly during the trans discussion too, says Zara. Yeah, the trans discussion was effing terrible.
They eventually, you know, devolved, as Lauren Southern is one to do, into a whole bunch of fucking discussion and debate about a whole bunch of other topics than I'm sure they had originally planned. And then it ended up with that, like, you know, viral moment where she got him to say, it's okay to be white. And that was the debate. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, my opinion was that going on Tim Pool in the first place was a mistake. Lance does not seem to think that now. And I do want to eventually watch that second half just so I can say I've seen the whole thing and know exactly where I disagree with him and agree with him. But in general, right, for so many reasons, like, so everything that I said about Lauren Southern at least applies in part to Tim Pool, right? Another thing that applies to Tim Pool is the fact that in order to debate Tim Pool, you have got to go to his house. He does this on purpose. He will not let you zoom in. He will not let you Discord in or whereby or anything else, right? You're gonna have to come to his house. You're gonna have to, you know, stay in a hotel that he puts you up in. He kind of loads the deck so that you're not able to treat him as you honestly should be treating him if you're going to debate Tim Pool, right? Like I said, it's not cool to like joke around and be friendly with Lauren Southern before the debate. It's also not cool to do that with Tim Pool, but if you're Tim Pool's guest in his house, some of that stuff is kind of unavoidable. Not only that, but you're on there with Tim Pool, with four of Tim Pool's best friends, right? And they don't always dogpile you. They will recognize the fact that there's more of them there than you, and they'll usually take you on one-on-one. However, in the moment when Tim Pool is looking bad, they're there to pounce on you. They're there to dogpile you. And Tim Pool, if need be, he'll even pivot. That's his famous move, right? This is Tim Pool. Whenever he's looking bad, whenever he doesn't want to continue on a certain conversation, you'll see Tim Pool pivot. And it's a really easy thing for him because, you know, he's got like 6 or 7 things he wants to talk about. So he's always, yeah, his compound, exactly. Stefan Molyneux. Oh, it was Stefan Molyneux. Good video that proves all the propaganda that Lauren Southern spread after she got the debate brozo uppings was completely wrong. I learned I don't... What? Oh my god, yes, I know what you're talking about, Polly. Polly's talking about Tim. So the one thing that Lance like really is kind of touting now is the fact that, and you might have seen this on my Twitter, there was Tim Pool's been talking about like trans people's sexuality, and he doesn't understand what he's talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He sounds weird talking about this stuff. Supposedly, Lance is the one who set him off on that, right? He started talking about Jazz Jennings during the first half of the debate, and then apparently during the second half of the debate, he got into the, you know, our trap's gay discourse. Yeah, and he's just gotten more weirder and weirder since then. What's up, Quills? This is how we know Tim Pool doesn't get any love from the dolls. Yeah, unlike other right-wingers, right? A bad thing is Lance doesn't know either. That's true, yeah. Like, well, okay. On one hand, like, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of a cis creator, like, pushing back or like, you know, talking about, like, trans people's, like, sexuality. But on the other hand, yeah, Tim Pool was just... So instead of engaging in any way with Tim Pool's discussion, and his claim is that like trans people are not able to that trans people don't experience pleasure, right? And I feel like we've got some trans people in this like audience that could attest to the exact opposite, right? Myself included, right? Like I said, plastic makes me feel good. And I'm busting with love at all times. So yeah, like this is, but like, I mean, I don't know. What would I want Lance to do there, right? Because on one hand, letting Tim Pool hang out there and look like a weirdo, it's good. But on the other hand, if Lance wanted to pierce Tim's little bubble with some truth, with some reality, like, you know, the stuff that he's claiming about trans people not being able to feel pleasure is absolute BS. Is it still, yeah, is the R-Traps gay still the, not in so many words, right? That's not literally what Tim Pool said. But he did start talking about whether certain sex acts would be gay or, I don't know. He just, it's basically the same discourse. Make sure to get something with a flared base. Yo, the flared base is crucial, right? You don't want to get lost in the sauce. Oh my god. Did I have to say it like that? Probably. There's a huge issue in bringing up sexuality because he wanted to conflate gender identity and sexuality a la autogynephilia. Oh wait, I don't need a flared base? Polly's saying I might not need a flared base anymore. Okay. It's kind of what, so Moonlord's the, oh my god, I should have known it. I should have known it would be Moonlord. Lance, Dylan Burns, Zan, Vosh, Destiny, etc. might do debates and interact with fans and figures. But oh my god, I'm just in the middle of reading that. Wait, I can still get back to it. Metal, I'm gonna read your chat. I haven't been. Wait. They aren't media trained. Matt Bender is media trained, but he's more of a journalist than a debater. So kind of like dead naming, but about sexuality. I'm not sure what you, I'm not entirely sure what you mean there. Is the Serfs Times still run by two people? Yes, Lance and Dave, as far as I know. Yeah, Lance and Dave make up the Serfs. Lance is usually on screen, but Dave's contribution is massive. That's the reason that Matt Bender gave for debating alt-righters. I imagine that's how Lance views those debates. Zan isn't as nice as Matt or Lance, but isn't smart enough to debate alt-righters. Only 6 likes away from 60 likes. Hell yeah, YouTube chat. You're kicking some butt today. Twitch, you're kicking ass. YouTube chat, you're kicking ass for once. For once. I will not pick a favorite.
I was kind of flabbergasted by it. It didn't seem like it was something that he was going into as like an enemy or an opponent of hers. So even if he'd like, you know, done a debate poorly or something like that, there's still, you can tell the purpose
Did I speak too soon? YouTube, you can still make that up.
behind someone and why they're doing something like
You can still make that. You can make Buffy Geek feel like less of a silly goose by getting me to 60 likes.
that. And I'm not saying that he was simply
What I'm saying is we just need to retcon this, YouTube. Retcon
trying
it.
to do that to promote Lawrence Southern. That would be absurd. He certainly was.
Look, obviously Buffy just had a little typo. There's no reason that Buffy should feel like a silly goose. You could, yeah, let's make the goal 69. Let's hit 69. And then Buffy will feel like anything but a silly goose.
Trying to debate her for the majority of the middle of it. But yes, those were my complaints, and the same complaints I made at the time.
So comes a certain point where arguing with someone who uses junk science becomes a waste of time. People like Tim Pool and their audience need to be defeated, not converted.
In terms of like me going at Xanderhal, by the way.
Yeah, and there is something to be said for, like, when Republicans lose, when right-wingers lose, when reactionaries lose, when transphobes lose, it is by obsessing about trans people in a way that makes normies feel uncomfortable, right? That's the one good thing that I think that happened about this, is that Tim Pool posted some cringe that is just, it's just not normal. It's just not normal, and it's gonna scare the normies, right? It's gonna look weird. They aren't actually debating science even when they pretend that they are. True, yeah.
Like unfairly. I also add this to the tweet that is not appearing in the Reddits and all that kind of shit. Hold on right here. This is a video from a year ago that I did. Ben Burgess and Xanderhal shatter. Nuance Bro, an actual justice warrior on systemic racism debate review. Yes, that, guess what? When I did this, which has come out, review a debate of Xanderhal, and be very positive, charitable.
He seems to just be going for the low-hanging fruit and trigger baiting for the cons.
People say he did a good job, all that kind of shit. Yeah, I got the same kind of backlash from...
What do you think, chat? I'm starting to think that the Draco Malfoy version of Xanderhal was actually a better... What do you think, blonde or brunette? Which was a better look for Xanderhal?
Other people.
I'm sure he got a lot of crap for dyeing his hair blonde.
Other people's being like, why would you ever, like...
If only Ben Burgess wasn't a transphobe. I don't know that much about Ben Burgess, but I have seen some... Both are gross. He looks sickly now. The one where he wasn't streaming, that was your favorite.
Say that Xanderhal did a good idea. And
yeah. Ben Burgess, like, look, God. I don't know what to say. For some reason, I always feel sorry for Ben Burgess. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, but like the stuff that he says is legitimately, like, I mean, he posts some major cringe. He posts, he's, you know, like it's funny, right? Because like this is usually the kind of person that I light up. Ben Burgess is usually the kind of person that I light up because it's just so much post-left, like dirtbag, rehash 2016. I'm gonna LARP as Chapo crap that, you know, it's usually in my wheelhouse to go after people like that. But there's something about Ben Burgess that's just always been too pathetic for me to deliver much criticism towards.
I did a good job. And honestly, like a lot of this
Douglas Lane energy, you're right, Sarah. Yes.
Cancellation
yes.
By association shit. It fucking sucks because ultimately what I want to see.
He's banged on about gender ideology a few times, him and Douglas Lane. Yeah, Douglas Lane, I will go out. If Douglas Lane was more relevant, you would hear me talking about Douglas Lane a lot more. He did debate Matt Bender. Maybe we should go over that sometime. Lance was more prepared than Matt for this debate, his debate with Tim, but his personality prevents him from truly owning him and his gain. Lance owned them with facts and logic, but Tim's fans won't see it that way. That's probably true. Same with Zizek. Yes. God, Zizek.
Is leftists and leftist ideas win, whether they be in the form of debates or video essays or rallies or whatever it is. This is all internet culture war shit. And so when, yes, Xanderhal did good performing against Nuance Bro, I was upfront about that. I think I even said it near the end here. So this has been so far
Nuance,
as
bro.
horrifying as I'd imagine. But I credit
Anybody
to,
remember
to
Nuance,
Xanderhal,
bro?
who came into this very
Is he
heavily
still
researched.
kicking?
I'm enjoying his performance quite a bit, and I think Ben is crushing it for the opportunities that he gets to speak, because he's not letting them steamroll him on this. We'll finish it.
Clean up your room.
So what do you know? What do you know? Hideous Lemon is a fan of both you and Xanderhal. This is a major L for Xanderhal. But see, I'm not even trying to do right now, like, all right now, so if any of you were on the fence about Xanderhal, cancel him. Look at all the lies he just spread about me. Look at all the receipts I'm providing in the opposite direction.
All that Canadian talk hurts my freedom ear.
I brought the receipts, motherfucker. He's so done. This is the end. This is the end. No, that's not the point in all of this. You know, like I'm never going to come at Demon Mama or to come at Conyer for being friends with Xanderhal or Merrick or any of the people who are like really close.
Like, imagine being in Ben's position, like formerly tied directly to Michael Brooks, and then your friend, what happened to Michael Brooks, and you turn everything he would have stood for, and just throw all your eggs into the post-left talking points basket. That's, oh my god. Oh my god. Well, I don't ever want to get into a position where I'm taking Michael Brooks to task, being that he is no longer with us. But obviously, there's some things that I didn't agree with him on. And some of his like hobby horses, I feel like, have been exploited by really bad people like Douglas Lane and Ben Burgess. And I almost makes me wonder, I guess we'll never know.
Really good friends with Xanderhal because that's an absurd fucking standard, and it fucking is very defeatist on the left to frequently try doing that kind of shit. It just you become an endless circular firing squad, and who amongst us is fucking pure? You know, like who amongst us? I've said multiple times.
Wait,
I was a lifelong homophobe, and I say that as a fucking bisexual.
Chat,
but
I've never done anything wrong, canonically, yeah. Foxy 2 and Polly 3, like, right? We're pure. We're the purest of the pure. I've never done. NCC did nothing wrong ever to anyone for any reason at any time. I'm exaggerating, obviously. I'm not serious, obviously. But I will say that if the bar is like Xanderhal, Vosh, etc., yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about myself. Jamie Peck. Yes, Jamie Peck. Hell yeah. He's alluding to Jesus. Well, the only thing Slenderlol knows about me is that I'm a Tumblr addict or something. I can't tell if that's if you actually have a Tumblr or if he's just pulling that out of his man cave.
All that shit is coded so deeply into your fucking mind. We're all trying to deprogram this shit. We're all trying to unlearn all the stuff that we have just by virtue of growing up in society, watching movies, listening to fucking music, reading fucking books, all this shit, watching internet shows, people and podcasts, all that kind of stuff. It programs all of this shit into us, which is why the default setting.
He's very sure of it. What did he review of yours, Polly? Was it the Keffels debate? Is that what he did? I might have actually covered that. I'm surprised I don't remember it. He talked about Tumblr in his hit piece on you so many times. Wait, was this hit piece him reacting to the Polly Keffels debate? Because if I missed this sounds like some good this sounds like content that I need to review. Hey, listen, if they can do lore, then so can we, right? That was it? Okay. If I didn't go over that should be a premium streamium. And we've been needing to get that on for some time now. I owe you a massive premium streamium. Gold content from his Polly Keffels hit piece. If anybody can tell me like that I did review this, then I guess I won't repeat like my content, but I feel like we never went over. I feel like, Polly, we probably went over the TGT hit piece on you. I don't think we went over Xanderhal. I think I just wasn't aware of that, or so there was so much going on, and the TGT thing was so I'm sorry, I shouldn't call them TGT. What are they called? The Wholesome Degenerates. We're talking about, hey, speaking of wholesome degenerates, no, just kidding. Adadak, what's going on? No, the wholesome degenerates are what Xena and Poppy call themselves now, right? It's yeah, Polly's secret Tumblr. You have to subscribe, right? It's paywalled, right, Polly? It's a paywalled Tumblr. Little does he know I'm the #1 SJW Karen. That's right, and I'm your DJ hype SJW. Yes, that's right. When the Karens like drink their wine and dance, they need a good DJ, and that's where DJ hype SJW comes in and does rave.dj remixes of everything, right? You know, we are gonna take some city pop and mix it with a Ghostbusters song, and like it's you know, chef's kiss, right? I won't do the sound of the chef's kiss, right? Because that always annoys me. Does anybody else have that? Xena and Poppy? Does anybody else have that? The actual, you know, when people do chef's kiss, like, okay, and they do the sound, it squicks me. And obviously I don't judge you if you do that sound. It's just a thing. It's fine. I'm not judging you. I'm not here to judge you. Or am I? Wait, I'm not here to judge you. I gotta look down my glasses to do that, right? I'm definitely not here to judge you much. I like the way that comments are appearing on screen, including YouTube comments, right? That's right, Deemstars, your comment too. We're gonna have to fix a few things about this, but I like it too. This is unified chat. We have not had unified chat forever. In fact, I don't think we've ever really unified the chats. It's always been like 2 different chats. It's like the word moist. It's visceral. Okay, so I don't mind the word moist. The word moist, this is gonna probably piss some people off, right? But I find the word moist refreshing. Dragon Princess, meow, chef's kiss. Yes, exactly. Exactamundo. Wait, it's exactamundo is like, is that an Italian word? I think it is. But yeah, I can't take it. But moist, I'm okay with. I'm okay saying moist because every time I think of moist, I'm not thinking of moist like the back rooms, right? I'm not thinking of moldy and gross and that kind of moist. I'm thinking of moist like rare NCCL. Unliking moist. Is that my L? See, I told you I was full of L's. Like, look, I've eaten more L's than anyone. If I'm being honest, all right. I have eaten. Hey, L, what's up? Oh my God, now we're calling out a chatter. Jamie left to do her own stuff. Nomiki tried to cash in with a run for New York State Senate. Mostly raised money for her podcast. But yeah, like, so Polly's not a fan of me saying moist. I'll probably stop saying it now because I know for some people it's very different. But when I think of that word, I think of like a lush rainforest. And, you know, I'm probably gonna get bit by something though. I probably shouldn't be hanging out in the rainforest, right? In concept, it's beautiful. It's wonderful. But in actuality, that's where all the poison stuff hangs out. Yeah. And like me plus poison stuff is just not a good combination. I stopped saying it, Polly. Now I'm just talking about the tropical rainforest, okay? Which probably is more dangerous than the back rooms, if I'm being real. The back rooms and all its mold and all that grossness and the carpet that is slightly wet carpet is probably less dangerous than whatever is on the floor of the tropical rainforest. I remember getting a Twitter DM from Nomiki about that. Never hearing from her again. Wow.
For a lot of people, especially people on the right, it's very easy for them to slide into justifications of bigotry. It's really easy for them to suddenly, oh, what, apparently, according to this random chart that Elon Musk is showing, black people commit more crimes against white people. Well, I have been conditioned my entire life from propaganda, from watching fucking shows like Cops that frequently portray black people as being inherently violent or, fucking going to commit crimes or whatever the fucking thing it is. So, as you say that and you show me these scary fucking misconstrued graphs and data, suddenly I'm going to be like,
moist apologist L?
Someone should say it, you know, maybe we should. The same thing for me. It was a lot easier for me because I can hide, you know, being queer to not.
What would my version of the moist meter be? What is like the NCC moist meter, right? Like I need one. I'm asking for a friend, right? I'm asking for a post-ironic friend that she might be meeting very soon. Oh my god, I've given away too much already, haven't I? I need to at least make the channel first, don't I? Yeah, I do. But just saying, chat, you might have a Hatsune Miku wrote the Communist Manifesto video on the way. The backroom sounds like a mall that is just about to be shut down, only has JCPenney, it's only a JCPenney's outlet. Uncleaned 80s shag carpet. The spice level, yeah, I like that. The spice level, sure, we'll go with that. Wait, ointment? The word ointment? Oh, okay, I could see how people would be squicked by ointment. You like the word ointment, though. Okay, so you're not saying you're squicked by it. You're saying it's good. Yeah, I kind of like... You know what else is a good word? Emollient. Right? Wait, is that... Am I saying it right? Shakespeare. Am I saying the right word? Like, there's an ungent, and then there's, like, an emollient? Is that what it's called? Or am I thinking of the clause that is why Donald Trump shouldn't have people staying at his hotel while he's president? That's the emoluments clause. Okay, so emollient. Is emollient the word that I'm looking for? It's an adjective, and it means something that just like kind of gives you moisture and gives you life. I think I'm talking about the right thing. Maybe.
Not fucking validate that part of myself to either suppress it or deny it.
Weasels can affect ground moisture.
Or just say that, oh, you're just mildly confused. Because for the most part, 9 times out of 10, I'm usually attracted to women. But the 1 time out of 10 that I'm attracted to the man more, I would just be like, oh,
emollient. Yes, I'm right. It's a word. It's a real word. Yes.
Felonious is the word you were looking for. Felonious. Oh, thank you. Felonious. Yeah. I know you're not doing this for drama, but the shit
Why
makes
does
you feel
felonious make me think of it has something to do with like oral? Felonious is like having the quality of felony, right? That's what felonious actually means, like felonious assault or something like that. But whenever I hear that word, it makes me think of like another word with an F that starts with an F and ends with a latio. Anyway.
Because it's 2 creators I'm a fan of and have bigger support. Look, I was doing this all to clear the air, because it is completely made up that I am friends with and associate with Bad Bunny. It is completely made up that I have never called out
Felonious emollient. That's just beautiful for me. Felonious emollient. Oh my god, I could just like... I could do Horatio Alger?
Illuminati when it came to that legal eagle drama. As for the current drama that's happened with Illuminati, once again, you're putting I am placed in this awkward position where there's going to be more responses in other forms, and it's not my drama, so I'm not the one that should be releasing the tapes or releasing
Felonious, monocle, gelato, and fellatio are different things. Okay.
the dirt or all that kind of stuff. But as soon as Illuminati made it clear that what she had done was
so the streamer formerly known as Bad Bunny, right, different from the rapper Bad Bunny, different person, right, is now known as Kira Chats. So when people are saying Bad Bunny, they mean Kira Chats.
Wrong towards legal eagle. I reiterated that online before she even released that video, by the way. Before she released her response video, I took to the internets to be like, I sincerely apologize to you, legal eagle. It was wrong of both Illuminati to accuse you of that.
Latio. Why is no one talking about the latio?
And for me to think that you were doing something shady. Yeah, and that's all there is to that. For the Thought Slime thing, I have openly said Thought Slime should not have called Xanderhal or said that Xanderhal was running a sex cult. Outside of that, I do not.
Like I said, just look at Xanderhal and ask yourself if this person is running a sex cult, right? That should be enough. And that being said, Thought Slime's mistake was to use the wrong word, to exaggerate, right? It's not that Xanderhal was doing nothing wrong. There was a very inappropriate NSFW Discord that probably has some issues when it comes to conflict of interest with a streamer having or being associated with a Discord like that, right? That was the issue, right? And it could have all been left in the past 3 years ago, except that Xanderhal will not let it go. I've never seen Thought Slime bring this up. I've never seen even like bringing up the harassment, right? That's happened because of it, right? I don't see Thought Slime bringing it back up. I only see people on the other side of the fence bringing that back up constantly. Thought Slime is being unfairly targeted and harassed by the Vosh Clout Network or the Vosh Clown Network. Maybe. I don't know. Zan is pretty cute in his Pokemon. It's not a Pokemon onesie. It's a Shadow from Sonic, right? Wait, does he have a Pokemon onesie? Maybe there's more than one onesie. Maybe Chad Alpha knows more about the Zan lore than I do.
Have involvement in that drama either. It's like all these things where it's like you're a bad person because of this other person. You're a bad person because of, well, this other person you associated with. I would have preferred to just watch a video by Xanderhal that was ripping into the parts of the debate that he thought I did poorly. I would have seen if there were things that I agreed with. There were things that I agreed with that people who were ripping into.
Well, Lance, just so you know, I don't think that you're a bad person because of the any of the people that you that you're associated with, right? I don't think you're a bad person.
Debate who were saying that I performed poorly, that I fully accepted, and that's why I made corrections, or just an admonition, if you will, of things that I should have done better when I really.
Speaking of slander, the Polly hates femboys thing, they have a headcanon for all the people they hate. Yeah, Polly hates, and for me it's that I have files. I've got files on everyone. I haven't done any content with the files that I supposedly have, right? But I've got files on anyone and everyone. I'm just waiting for the right moment to drop the receipts on everyone, apparently. No, it's a Shadow onesie. I don't know about any video game characters. Oh, from each other. Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, it does look like a Pokemon. Like, somehow I feel like Sonic and Pokemon could, like, exist in the same universe, right? Like, somehow, like, Sonic and Pikachu, if they were, like, one character. I feel like that could be a thing, Chad. Am I right? It comes with a Latin word to suck in general, but English word felonious from Felonia is the 12th century, which comes from felon. Okay, so it's the same root word as felon. Yeah, I've got binders full of not just women, but everyone. Yeah, all genders. All 72 billion of them, okay? Only sexy, well, I mean, I throw out most of the, like, the problem is, okay, so here, look, you've heard of it, the illustrious dossier, the clan ops, as it were. I might as well just get it out, right? And show you what we're talking about. You know, it's been said that I've got folders on everyone. Here they are. And as you can tell, there's not that much room in here, right? There's not really that much room in here, right? These things get overfilled, and it makes the Velcro go bad, and I don't want that, right? So yeah, during, you know, I have to kind of throw out the files on anybody who's not sexy. So if you're not sexy and you know who you are, you know who the fuck you are out there, right? If you feel called out by this, you're right to be called out. You are being called out, right? If you're not sexy, your file's been thrown away. You can stop worrying, right? I don't retain anything that's not from, you know, sexy people. Oh my god, I dropped the I don't retain anything at all that is not from sexy people, right? So, you know, you could just stop worrying right now. I'm a little bit cold though, chat. Do you ever get cold and you need a nice blanket to cover up in? There we go. There we go. Yeah, I got cold. I just got a little cold. I had to grab something to...
It's the second part of the Tim Pool debate on YouTube's. So if you want to see that, go to youtube.com/theserfstv, and that's the first, like, I think 6 or 7 minutes of the video is me calling myself out for things I could have done better. But overwhelmingly, no, I'm very proud of how the Tim Pool debate went down. I'm very proud to see so many clips going extremely viral, and so many people dunking on the fucking Beanie, Freedom Tunes, all those motherfuckers with, like, call-outs. I think they are serving a great purpose. I think they are spreading a message that makes them look ridiculous, that makes them look fucking obsessed with strangers' genitals, because that's what it really is, you know?
Sombrero got a tier 3 subscription.
Thank you, Jimmy Sombrero. Holy shit, tier 3, I really appreciate that. So that's
Yo.
really
Jimmy Sombrero, anytime you want to come in here and drop a tier 3 sub on me, you are welcome. Like, that's an awesome name. It kind of reminds me of my friend Jimmy Salami 100 from the Haas community, right? Somebody that said that all leftists look like weirdos, right? But you know, if anybody's going to be able to identify a weirdo, it's going to be Jimmy Salami 100. That's who is going to be able to tell you that, right?
really nice. I got one guy on my YouTube who's made 5
Jimmy,
Illuminati
yeah.
videos. Well, yeah, because Illuminati videos
Wait,
right now.
are you talking about Jimmy Sombrero or Jimmy Salami 100? Sounds like Jimmy Doral. Yeah,
absolute currency in either
it would be. He doesn't even try that hard to like disguise them.
direction, no matter what
I feel like I talked to a Jimmy Doral
you're
once.
making about it. And yes, I've taken my Illuminati video down off the YouTubes. This situation obviously is still playing out.
The YouTubes,
I don't want to
okay.
continuously involve myself in drama that I didn't have a part in, and then take smoke also from other people.
It's gonna be next stream is gonna be Lance versus the Click. Lance versus Wonderstruck.
Repeatedly, whether it be fucking Bad Bunny, Thought Slime, Sophie from Mars. I don't even understand where that one comes from. Again, it's like this collection of people who are fucking in that crew. Yeah, okay. Because I don't openly condemn Sophie. I don't even know why Sophie from Mars is hated by that section of the internet. But to be honest with you, I don't really want to know. It's old. Like, a lot of this shit happened like 3 years ago. And again, never fucking involved me. That's one of the big things. And no, I did not make up that statement that you had looked up Blair White's dead name off screen. Because again, the receipts speak for themselves. That's you in your own words admitting that you did that. There was a lot of yikesy things that I could have gone after Xanderhal for over the course of his career, and bring up videos and receipts of that. And I'm also, you will notice right now, not doing that. I have a lot of things that I could play right now. I was very, very fucking upset with the way Xanderhal
oh, that's right. What did Sophie from Mars said that Haas was a waste of a himbo?
Corvidae in their debate.
And like,
when I thought Corvidae was
all I got to say about that, right? Because this would be a really easy place for me to dunk on Sophie from Mars. However, I just have no reason to do so. I have nothing against. I literally have nothing against Sophie from Mars. So yeah. But yeah, that being said, like, taste is a very subjective thing, especially when it comes to himbos.
Doing everything to possibly be good faith and be patient and be like, hey, by the way, you know, you shouldn't use the R slur. Please stop using the R slur. It's like, it's deeply offensive and ableist. Stop using it as an insult. Stop using the term gay as an insult. You know, stop bringing up genital preferences. And
okay, so I've been hearing this more and more, right? First, it was that they brought back the R slur, and now it's just a commonplace thing. Like, Polly, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But Twitch poll, like, the R slur is just a general purpose insult, right? It's totally okay. They say it all the time. Jenny Salami 100 is way better, true, right? But right, can you back me up on this, Polly? Or Shakespeare, or anybody who's watched that content recently? I know that Chud Logic likes to call people the R slur. I know that Xanderhal likes to call people the R slur. I know that Vosh likes to call people the R slur. I'm thinking it's a general, yeah, it's a virtue signal for them at this point. Basically, it's gone from a vice signal to a virtue signal. It's common enough, right? So, like, right, there's that, right? And that's bad enough. But what I've been hearing lately is that, like, gay, that's so gay. What, like I've been hearing gay make its return as an insult. It's actually, yeah, vice signaling. Yeah, good point. If you don't say it, then you're soy. That's right. You're soy or you're gay, right? Listen, yeah, is this 1997 again? Right? Here's my thing, okay? If they're gonna use gay as a general, like, put down, I'm gonna start just using it as a general, like a positive adjective, right? Like, if I say something is gay, it's because I really like it. It's because I'm really feeling it, and I really enjoy it, and I really resonate with it. That's gay. That is gay as fuck, right? And I just want more. Yeah, gay is so good. Yeah, like, right? If something's gay, I will fuck with it.
Things like that, because those things serve the right when it comes to the culture war against trans people. Like, there was, and that debate is still up there, by the way. that was more of what started making me be like, I dislike the way Xanderhal is acting right now, because
I get gay hard.
this is someone
yeah.
who seems in very good faith, is trying their best to try and, again, explain why a lot of these things can be problematic or offensive. It's not like, you know, a one-to-one call out. Like everything on the internet, by the way, just because it's one creator
I like getting a little gay in me.
producing something and
Gay means happy, exactly.
another creator responding, it doesn't have to be.
I'm just so sick of it. I'm so sick of them getting to move the language wherever they want to move it, right? I'm done with it, okay? I'm done with it. And while, like, reclaiming the R slur is probably a bridge to yikes for me, it's probably, like, right, it just wouldn't be understood correctly, right? I do like the idea of reclaiming gay.
A 24-hour drama cycle. Like
gay is the new
people can make
gay,
videos
exactly.
about other people where they critique,
Dare to dream.
for example, their takes, or they critique the things they say, or they critique the way they compose themselves, and that is not necessarily like, and that's why this person is canceled. This person is forever transphobe. This person is forever racist. Forever. There's no changes. No one can improve. And then the people who get those critiques on the other end see them exclusively as attacks, and so then they're going to make their own video right away where it's like, well, this person is actually the real racist. They're an extreme racist. Did you not see how they're being racist to this person? So who's the real racist now? And then both sides, both camps are going to do that thing.
Oh, we might have missed it. We make TwitchCon gay again. We should do that, right? I might have missed it, right? But there was something that I wanted to, like, okay, so listen. Lance and I used to be friends, okay? You know, Lance helped me get my start. There's a, you know, I have, you know, I've been on Lance's stream before. He's been on mine, right? So, you know, obviously we're not anymore. Obviously he went his way and I went my way, and those are very different ways. We've taken different ways. That's okay. That's okay. That's fine, right? He trusted different people than I trusted. That it is what it is, okay? It is what it is. He talks about that he watched some content of people, you know, having issues, having good faith criticism for his for his debate with Tim Pool. It's entirely possible that my video was one of those videos, right? So when he says, like, what he says next, which is like, you know, if you're gonna call basically if you're gonna call a debate bozo streamer out, you're gonna expect them to make a video on you too, right? And then he says, you know, like, some people, their whole channel is like criticizing other leftists. I don't know whether to feel called out by that or not. Probably not. Like, look, if I don't know something is a call out on me, it's generally safer to assume that it isn't. Because even if it is, well, okay, fine, you subtweeted. You know, nobody knows what you're talking about. Nobody's going to make that connection. Nobody's going to hear Lance saying that and be like, oh, no comment, chick. Oh, catching some strays there, right? So it doesn't really bother me. You know, I don't have to worry about it, right? But I do think about that. And we talked about that earlier. We talked about that whole dead wood effect of the fact that these streamers have taken up all the sunlight, and they're actively suppressing people that have objectively better takes than them, of people that are more directly connected to leftism, specifically to intersectional leftism, of people that don't have like this weird alt-right past to deal with, this weird, all this stuff to unpack, where they're constantly, you know, hitting the, you know, the people they're supposed to be defending with friendly fire, right? There needs to be some room for us. There needs to be some space for us, right? We are dangerous to the debate brozos, and they will not let us get that sunlight. That is why they're getting called out, right? They don't necessarily make a video attacking random small streamer chick, right? But they make a video attacking intersectional leftism, and yeah, I do take that, not personally, but it feels like I need to push back against that. I don't want this crap. I don't want this reactionary crap sitting out there representing the left, right? So I will call it out. I will continue to call it out. That being said, it's not by choice. It's not what I'd rather be doing, right? It is what I need to do to get to what I want to do, right? But it's not in my long-term plan. I feel like my content needs to go above and beyond calling out people that are supposed to be on my own side. But as long as we've got this much of a reactionary infiltration into the left, I gotta say something, right? So, like, not that I think that Lance watches my content, but if you do, Lance, understand that I am not gonna push back too vigorously on what you say here, because I kind of agree with you, right? But just like you, I've got my reasons.
By the way, just because it's one creator producing something and another creator responding, it doesn't have to be a 24-hour drama cycle. Like, people can make videos about other people that critique, for example, their takes, or they critique the things they say, or they critique the way they compose themselves.
But do you see what happens when you critique people in this Bosch cult network, right? Even if you're not speaking their names, even if you're not, you're just referring to a type of streamer, they will find it, they will take offense at it, and they will cancel you. They will, associate your name with all kinds of stuff. They will make up all kinds of stuff that you're doing. They'll call Polly like anti-femboy. They'll call no comment chick, I don't know, like some kind of like the I don't know what the files lady, right? They will figure out a way to try to limit your influence, right? So in other words, it's not only that you can't call them out, you can't call out what they're doing. And that's a fundamental contradiction that has to be faced. That's not an avoidable thing that I could just go around them, I could just ignore them. No. When I've got people calling themselves leftists, and their rhetoric is saying, like, black people should be more open to people commandeering their hashtags, right? I gotta say something. I wouldn't be doing, right by the communities that I'm fighting for if I didn't. So, yeah, it's...
And that is not necessarily like, and that's why this person is canceled. This person is forever transphobe. This person is forever racist. Forever. There's no changes. No one can improve. And then the people who get those critiques on the other end see them exclusively as attacks, and so then they're going to make their own video right away where it's like, well, this person is actually the real racist. They're an extreme racist. Did you not see how they're being racist to this person? So who's the real racist now? And then both sides, both camps are going to do that thing online where they all start filling the replies of everybody. On one end, like, if you are producing content about another streamer, especially if you're a video like a video essayist, because I am both. I'm a video essayist and I also do live streams. As a video essayist, if you're going to make a direct video about someone, you have to understand that that person in that community, even if it's in the best of faith, is most likely going to see it as an attack, and then there's going to be a response in the form of it. I don't like that that's the way this shit always goes down, but that's one of the risks you take when you make that. So once that happens and the video comes out and all of a sudden that community and those people are going after you, you have to understand that that was what was going to take place. And now...
But what we're dealing with, Lance, and I don't know, I'm not sure if he understands this, right? Is me saying something like Dylan Burns has let his platform harm trans people. Not that I think that he wants to do it. I think he doesn't want to do that. I think he doesn't realize he's doing that, right? So I gotta say something. And then, his response to that is to make up lies about me. Like, because that's what you're talking about. You're not just talking about, like, they're going to do a video back at you and find something that you did that was hypocritical, or find a take of yours that like is kind of reactionary. No, they don't do that. They don't care if my takes are reactionary, and they couldn't find one because, it just doesn't exist. They make up lies, right? One side is like saying, I feel like the rhetoric of so-and-so could be better. The other side is saying, so-and-so is an abuse enabler or some garbage like that, right?
There's going to be this whole fucking parasocial, everyone hitting up each other's replies, weird wars. And that's why I wanted to put a fucking, an end to this one, because these are lies about me. They are not true. Again, that's why I wanted to come here, provide receipts, show all of you that, these are like unfactual statements being made. And honestly, what does it serve? Like, I get that I make hot trash for content on the YouTubes. I get that. I do. I make hot trash for content on YouTube. I upload a lot of fucking right-wingers, ghouls, drama surrounding them. The when they have bad days, it's the Schadenfreude.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a difference between calling out somebody's takes, which I do a lot, and I feel like if I don't do it, especially with content creators that I've worked with and I gave endorsements to in the past, I had Dylan Burns on my panels. I was on Dylan Burns's panels, like, right to my chat, to people who follow me. Like, I essentially gave,
it was
like,
so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I gave my approval of Dylan Burns when Dylan Burns starts doing stuff like bringing Rob Noor on his platform and letting him go off unchecked with a bunch of gish galloping nonsense tropes about trans people, right? I'm literally in a position where if I don't say something, I am enabling the harm that's being done, right? There's a difference between that, between a good faith call out on somebody that wants to, call themselves an ally and just maybe isn't quite doing it, and making up lies about somebody and poisoning, their assassinating their character, right? That's the difference, Lance. And I would really, it would mean a lot to me if you got that, right? Because if there's any criticism that I have of you, any honest criticism, is that you see drama and you say, ooh, understandable, right? We don't like drama. It's not nice, especially if it's two people that are friends of yours. You don't want to, if you can get out of dealing with that anyway, I can see how appealing that is, right? But at the same time, notice the difference between drama. Notice the difference between disagreement about opinions and somebody being dogpiled and character assassinated. And like, you've got a big platform, like, don't be afraid to use it for the right thing going forward, okay?
Of it all, no question about that. But like, there are some other people, and this is not Xanderhal, by the way, there's other people who I notice the entirety of their channels is hyper-focused on going after progressives, leftists. Like, there's not a lot of variation. It's almost always frequently and exclusively, this is the problem with the left. Here's the problem with the left. Here's the problem with the leftists I don't like. Here's the problem with the leftists I hate. Here's the problem with the left. Like, if you do one or two of those videos, fine. That makes sense. People are going to have opinions. You're going to make it into content. When you've got like,
so one or two videos like that is my limit.
5 or 6.
I think I might 5 or 6. Oh, I think I might have a few more than 5 or 6.
And it's just repeatedly over and over and over. And especially if you're attacking a specific creator, wondering why that creator hates you, doesn't like you, or makes fucking response videos where they try to like break apart your argument. That's probably
the cup is very shiny kitty of destruction.
Why? I got no problem with opposing views.
Okay, so there it is.
Fashy.
And like I said, I mean, I don't know. Did he mean me? Not necessarily, right? But I do take that criticism seriously, in as much as, like, I would rather not be doing as much content on reactionary leftists as I am. However, as long as reactionary leftists occupy this spot, the spot that they do on the left, and they actively prevent, movement in a more positive intersectional direction, what choice am I left with, right?
Anyways, that's all there is to it, everyone.
It reminds you of Gilmore Girls.
To this,
is there void coffee in Gilmore Girls?
It goes up until it's like, yeah, it's almost half the video until he starts playing clips. Plays a lot of the Heem clips, by the way. I don't know what went wrong with Heem, and I'm not saying that just because he disagrees with me. I'm saying that because he was taking clips of me and posting them as huge gotchas, and it's just so weird. Like, one of them is about how when I was asked, hey, Lance, what's a woman? I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to give you a really quick answer right now. An adult human female. That's the thing that Matt Walsh says all the time. Now, unless you invalidate the fact that a female can be trans, which they can, then that's not a gotcha. For him to post that, and a whole bunch of other people, the libs mostly, to be like, Lance, you just invalidated the entirety of the fucking trans experience. Like, this weirdo who barely fucking participates in online politics anymore, dropping in out of nowhere to fucking release multiple fucking videos on me, getting tons of pushback from the trans community, and then saying that it was because they like me. It's like, oh, all these people are fans of Lance. Oh, look at this, all of these parasocial relationships that Lance has. That's not my vibe.
Heme is Canadian derogatory.
I'm not the dude who sends people to attack other people to defend me, or puts them on blast and be like, now everyone go, teach them a lesson, make sure they learn how they wronged me. No one must wrong me. People were calling you out because it's very yikesy for you not to realize that, hey, yes, trans women can be adult human females. Like, go on Wikipedia, it's included in there. Look at woke GPT. ChatGPT had a fucking flawless answer to that in seconds. Hold on. Question to ChatGPT. Are trans women females? Yes, trans women are individuals who are assigned male at birth but identify and live as women. While they may have been assigned a male gender at birth, a male gender at birth based on physical characteristics, their gender identity is female. Trans women often undergo social, medical, or legal transitions to align their outward appearance and legal documentation with their gender identity. It is important to respect and acknowledge a person's self-identified gender and use appropriate pronouns and terminology referring to them. Yeah. ChatGPT.
So if you don't know who Lance is talking about, that is Heme, aka Dr. Hemed Out, I think is what he used to go by, former friend of the VOD. Obviously, speaking of people that I've gone in different directions, then yeah, Heme is a major person that to the point where I think the videos where I analyzed some of his debate content, I've taken down because I don't want to be associated with him and the direction that he's gone in. Like Lance is saying, Heme has kind of not been doing content, but popped back up, I guess, to criticize Lance and sort of found an audience in that. What happened to Heme? If you want to know, Dr. Hogged Out, yeah. If you want to know what happened to Heme, what happened to Dylan? What happened to half of these lefty Twitch streamers, right? They got in with people like Aristocracy, people who are not just right wing, but super reactionary and actively promote racism on their streams. You know, people who a lot of lefties have gotten way too close to. What happened to them is that they trusted their friends, and their friends turned out to be the very people who were trying to turn the platform reactionary. And they succeeded. They undermined the left through people like Heme. That's what happened, Lance. And I don't want to say exactly that you're a part of it, but myself and a lot of people would have appreciated more pushback on those people, you know, when it was when we were under dog piles from them, right? You declared yourself neutral in those cases, right? And I think I don't think it's in line with what you believe or who you are or what you represent. So, you know, what happened to Heme? The same thing that happened to a lot of people, right? Nobody spoke out. Nobody spoke up. Nobody stood up. I was there alone, okay? I was there alone. And I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one, right? And it would have been nice to have some help from some people that apparently valued their neutrality more than doing the right thing. Anyway, didn't Heme actively try to set up Professor Flowers? Correct, yeah. Who is Heme? Nobody anymore, just an old Twitch streamer that doesn't really stream anymore. And, you know, just, I guess, posted on Twitter, post that caught some fire because of people that don't like Lance, and Lance is just kind of wondering where this came from, and I'm trying to explain. Like, if you don't take these people on when they're attacking No Comment Chick, if you don't take these people on when they're attacking Poly People, don't be surprised when they're attacking Lance, right? Don't be surprised. Don't act surprised. That's all. Again, no hate.
Do you enjoy the serfs but prefer
No
not
hate.
to have to use your eyeballs?
Oh my god, I mean, that's relatable. Chat, I've got to pee so freaking bad, okay? I'm gonna put on...
You did homework.
I did.
I'm gonna put on Leftist Mafia here. I'm gonna watch the whole thing. But there's some really interesting stuff. And, you know, a lot of people are wondering what Lance's opinion, what the rest of the Leftist Mafia, what's going on with Illuminati. They give us a little information on that. So I'm going to put this on and let you watch this. While it's going on, I am going to take a much needed pee, and I will be right back.
Elon Musk spreads another lie.
Oh,
Ben
yeah.
Shapiro. Ben Shapiro doesn't like women in swimsuits. Elon Musk gets questioned on his dumb tweets by CNBC. Ron DeSantis legalizing kidnapping of trans kids. Racist Marjorie Taylor Greene in her fight with Jamal Bowman. There you go. There's a few things that we may be talking about this week, and there's also Dianne Feinstein and that whole thing. There's a lot.
Oh God, yeah.
Let's start with the we talked about the Ben Shapiro one on the majority report earlier, so it's a fun one. So let's start with that, so we can start off on a good, happy, funny note. Yeah, and then we'll go down the
I was wondering as well. I saw this clip. I was wondering if there's more to it because I assume, and so I'll set it up because there is it's based on, I guess, what sparked it. Is let me bring this up. Is the new cover of Sports Illustrated?
Yes,
Martha Stewart.
Well, there's multiple.
Fabulous at 81.
Here it is. So Martha Stewart. There you go. 81 years old.
She looks incredible.
Looks amazing.
Yeah.
So
that's what a few months in jail will do to you.
Really hardens you up. So Ben Shapiro is in this clip. He doesn't. I don't think he mentions her.
Tell me he has something to say about this.
But
he's got something to say.
But
it might not be what you expect because it's just so like
really funny.
It's so
really
weird.
Funny.
Okay,
you're gonna love this.
Let me turn the volume. Make sure the volume on my end is going to be loud enough here.
It's also Sports Illustrated. So Sports Illustrated, years ago, I used to be, like, for years and years and years, I was a Sports Illustrated devotee. I think that I got my Sports Illustrated subscription when I was like 13, 14 years old, and I had it for probably 20 years.
Yeah, but wait.
It was like my kind of Saturday afternoon enjoyment was reading the sports articles in Sports Illustrated, obviously.
Oh, sure.
I had 5 people in America who actually called up Sports Illustrated and said, "Don't send me the swimsuit edition. I would instead prefer to receive like a regular extra."
Oh my God.
Can we just wait? Just gotta digest that part first. Just like,
yeah. Well, I think that's the
13 years old, really into sports.
The lady doth protest too much. I mean, he makes sure to mention that he loved his Saturday afternoons reading the sports articles, making sure to say that. And then he's got to follow it up with, "Oh, you know that swimsuit issue? I called them up and told them, send me more articles instead."
No sports, please. Just sports. I mean, just sports for me. No pretty women.
And you know the real sports fans, they love talking about all the sports articles they read. Not basketball, not football, not the specific sport. Just, I love reading sports.
I love sport. Go sports. It's so disingenuous. It's like, it reminds me of him buying a plank of wood from Home Depot. Like he's standing outside with the plank of wood. Like it's so performative. Like,
what, you've never done that, David? You've never validated your masculinity by buying wood at the Home
and then
Depot?
putting it in a small plastic bag and carrying it outside. Yep. No, I haven't done that.
You can do that with Sports Illustrated. Okay, but the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition was obviously tailored at dudes, right? I mean, it was obviously beautiful women in body paint. And it was pretending to be sports, right? That's what it was. I had ideological objections to it because, again, I'm not big into the objectification of women. I'm actually not a huge fan of women in bathing suits pandering for the male.
It's almost over. Like, there's probably more to this, but I haven't seen the rest of this clip. But yeah, this is basically the extent of it. I'm just amazed that, like, not amazed, but why is he pretending to care so much about this when he didn't even care about the swimsuit issues? So, like, he's bothered by Martha Stewart apparently being on the cover, but he was never even into them. Like, it's just, again, it's just for clicks. This is what this is about. It's so clownish. There's 3 seconds here. I'm not even sure what's worth.
Okay, so I'm actually not a huge fan of that because, again, I'm a religious conservative. It is all...
There you go. That's the extent of it.
Even if he did, like, if he literally called them and was like, "Excuse me, can you please stop sending me the swimsuit issues?" Why would you admit that?
He did not do that shit.
I actually looked it up.
Sermon. He said, let's be honest, it was marketed towards dudes pretending to be sports. Okay, so you know, like, you just told me you had a subscription for 20 years, bro.
I actually looked it up, and apparently you could do that. You could opt out of the swimsuit edition if you were subscribed. With
Are you for real?
Yeah.
Yes.
But the funny thing is, I mean, his whole thing, this
I
whole
love this for
premise
him.
of him saying how he didn't look at it is obviously, and we don't have it obviously, but I'm going to assume, and I don't think it's a wild assumption, is his way of criticizing Martha Stewart being on the cover because that magazine should be for men to look at, like, you know, hot
not him,
20-year-old.
though. Yeah.
But
Not
listen,
me.
pull that Martha Stewart cover back up because she's looking good.
She is. Why am I?
Mike, what's your opinion?
Thoughts, Mike?
Right, that's what I said. I said.
Thoughts, Mike? What are your thoughts on this, Mike?
That's exactly what I said. I said,
I didn't know you
Dave,
could do
give me a
that.
second. I said, Dave, give me a second with Martha Stewart and Mike Figueredo, and I'll get a tissue.
I'm dying.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
my
it looked
God.
great. Yeah, I don't like. It's who even honestly buys magazines anymore. Like, I don't want to be rude to anyone that works on a magazine. That it was a great industry once, but like it's not. This is not something that is all that culturally important anymore. It seems very, very bizarre to me to be so obsessed with like magazines and what they're doing.
If you didn't see the second part of that, he goes off about a Sports Illustrated cover that has a trans model, a trans woman on the cover, and does almost like, you know, beat for beat the same thing, where it's, you know, still him being like, you know, this is supposed to be for men. Who does this appeal to? Blah blah blah. And like, if you see the cover photo, it's like the pretzels that these people are twisting themselves into to try and
the Kim
continuously.
Petras one.
Yeah, like to sit there and
I
be
saw
like,
Tim Pool
yeah.
talk about that one.
I gotta tell you, she's looking good on that cover too.
She looks
And
incredible.
To answer
Looks
Tim
gorgeous.
Pool's question, does being into that make you gay? If it does, man, I'm the biggest homo now there.
I don't know what y'all are talking about anymore, and Bender concerns me, but I know that
Here, let me show you.
my
I'll find it.
train of thought went, you know, when you ever something make you think of something unrelated, but y'all showed Martha Stewart, and then I processed Martha Stewart as being old as fuck on this cover, and then I was like, oh, I'm gonna die one day, and then I was like, and then like suddenly I was there, and then I was having a full crisis.
Oh my God.
Introspection.
Like, oh my God.
That's what happens when you smoke so much weed before the show. That's the paranoia setting in. This is the other one. Like, what's the problem here?
Yeah, she looks amazing.
I was about to say this is relevant to my interests, but then you'll think that I'm talking about the Sports Illustrated. No, I was talking about what Olaimi was just saying.
Good. She looks great.
Looks fantastic.
Bender concerns me. He didn't have a clue.
Tim Pool had the audacity to post this photo and talk about how like this appeals to like homosexuals who want to be fooled by neo vaginas and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's this? What did I just come in on? Is that? Let me guess. Is the model on Sports Illustrated is trans, and right wingers are having a interesting time coping? Is that what's going on? Wait, what I'm wondering about though is this like, okay, so if I put the red juice in here, it doesn't come off as like void liquid. I got it right. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about right there. It's relevant to my interest. Kim is hot, and she has songs I like quite a bit. God. Well, that's what I get for not putting on my headphones when I go to take a pee. I usually do, but I needed to go so bad. 4 covers, 2 old people. A trans lady. I don't know what's wrong with the 4th. Right wingers are like, men aren't into this. Oh my God. I didn't even see this part.
No.
Did you say neo vagina?
Mike,
You know what you said? Neo vagina.
If he didn't, he should have said that.
Neo
That's hilarious.
vaginas
No, he said neo vaginas. He said
excellent
no,
marketing.
for real.
That's
Trans people
actually.
take that.
I love neo vaginas, if I'm being honest.
Nuts. That's way better than regular pussy. I know for sure.
I actually saw a conservative trans woman arguing with him because she preferred him using the neo vagina term over the other horrible things he calls
insulting terms that he uses. Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's actually the preferable term for the conservative trans
neo
woman.
vagina goes hard.
Oh my.
It honestly does. I just love that he like coined this term and he doesn't realize how based and amazing it sounds. Like it just makes it sound cool. Like
I don't know if he coined it. I want to be.
Oh,
by the way,
okay.
our guest is here, so should I add him in?
Yeah, let's bring him in. Hey.
Check. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. How's it going, man?
Hey, what's up, y'all? How are you?
Yeah,
How are you guys?
Doing well.
Awesome.
Folks, if you don't know,
is it a medical term? Yeah, I didn't know that was the official. Okay, so it's an official term. I've heard the term before. I just didn't realize it was like Oh my God, Nicky Robinson! I did not realize he said stuff like that. Wow. Wait, so this is Ben Shapiro and who else? God, like here I'm pulling a Hassan here. I'm totally pulling a Hassan. There's no difference at this point. Hassan like leaves to go to the bathroom or get food or something, and he comes back and is like, "What did I miss?" And chat's like, "Roll it back, roll it back." Super femme vag scientifically speaking. It just means new vagina, not a big deal. Yeah, I didn't realize that was the medical term. It's what Tim Pool said. Okay. Well, like anything sounds bad in a transphobe's mouth. You know what I mean? It could be the nicest neo vagina out there, and it would still sound bad coming out of Tim Pool's mouth. I don't remember the whole Mafia mentioning Blair. Oh, you missed a chunk of it. Yeah. So, like, here's the deal. Right? This is their guest this week. This is Zaid. And, you know, are they trying out new people? Maybe. Are they gonna bring Blair back? I guess it depends on how all the drama shakes out, right? Things are kind of in flux right now, and like they're as like they're trying to figure it out, right? Understand they're kind of in a tough spot here as far as the whole Illuminati thing goes. Let's talk about her very briefly at the very end of the VOD after the rest log off. They log off and then they get questions about Blair, and they start to answer those questions, and not everybody's in the same place as far as that goes, but they're not afraid to talk about it, right? They are, you know, they're sort of telling you where they're at, and since they hadn't, at least to my knowledge, they hadn't talked about the situation prior to now, and a lot of people were wondering, like, you know, will Blair be a member of the leftist mafia going forward? It still feels like that's up in the air. Doesn't Zaid talk about Palestine since it was Nakba Day last week? Or am I confused? I actually haven't seen, I only caught the end of this, right? So that's why I kind of saw what they said about the Illuminati situation. I thought it might be good to sort of you know, talk about where they're at as far as all that goes. Oh, nice, you're done with the errands. There were 4 different covers, which is normal. 2 older ladies, one is Martha Stewart, one is a okay, 4 different covers to Sports Illustrated. I get it. Okay, so they had okay, so they're gonna have I'm anticipating the right wing is gonna have all kinds of criticisms for this. They literally had Martha Stewart. Wait, in a swimsuit? Or wait, is it the swimsuit edition? One is a trans lady. Okay. So they've done this before, right? Where they've had multiple covers. I don't know the most about Sports Illustrated or there's a tradition. The swimsuit issue is a tradition that they have had since time immemorial, and in recent years as they've tried to maybe be a little bit like, not, I won't say like more inclusive, but less like disinclusive. They've had pushback from the likes of Jordan Peterson.
This is Zed Tabani of Freestyle the News. If you haven't heard of
Zed, is how it's pronounced. I was pronouncing it right.
you will very soon, because his content is absolutely fucking amazing.
Oh man, thank you. I appreciate that, dude. I did that shit for like 2 years with 0 people watching, and then all of a sudden people like it. So it's kind of crazy to me.
It's so good. I wanted to watch one of your videos. I have the link here. I'll actually share that because if you don't know, basically what Zed does is what we do, except he turns the news into music, and it's not just really like some quick put together. Like, it's a fucking banger. Like, every time I watch this video, it's stuck in my head every single week. So let me cue it up.
Wait, quick, freestyle being on Leftist Mafia right now. Go, do it.
Don't let them do that to you. Do not make them make you shook and jive. Don't let these white men make you shook and jive.
I charge for that now, bro.
Oh, let me pause it. Hang on. 1 sec. Okay, let me share.
Solidarity with the writer's strike.
Okay, so wait, maybe this will make more sense now. They had guests when all 6 of them were present, but yeah, Blair's been taking some time offline. It seems whether she'll come back hasn't been publicly decided. That was my takeaway. Tavert.
There right now. I got it.
Nice.
Okay.
And by the way, all this
show is actually covered by the News Guild.
They've been doing very diverse covers of the swimsuit edition for the past 5 years, using women of color, larger women, older women, basically people who don't fit traditional beauty standards, to normalize the fact that all women are beautiful and their differences are beautiful.
So you're free to.
Oh, I'm good. It's by the News Guild. That's perfect.
Okay, I might have to give it to David.
I want me to add it? I can add it. There
yes. Oh, there we go. There we go.
For the longest time I saw you on Twitter, I was like, Matt Binder. I'm like, goddamn, that motherfucker sounds smart. Matt Binder.
You can call me anything if that's the following thing you're going to say after my name. Yeah.
All right, folks. So this is the latest video from Zed. Hopefully that works.
The news. 33-year-old man with an AR-style rifle. The images of people running for their lives. Violence in
Okay, wait. Now this is
America. The numbers are simply staggering.
America snuff film.
Okay. So this is like, I was worried that this was going to be like copyrighted music, but this is Zed's thing, right? This is Zed's music.
Stick around, you can probably make the playbill. Everybody get apart, you can lay still. Everybody get famous when they get killed. They don't give a fuck.
Wait, you just saw a shooting star like in real life?
Fire you a machine gun, everybody duck. Follow the procedures. We got more bullets and services you can stream from. Ban a couple track shows in the name of Jesus. Whoa. Switch on my platform, Tucker on Twitter. Fox had him canceled. You think it's big, I think it's handled. Go ask O'Reilly and Kelly for samples. What's one more asshole to put on my mantle? Tim and the Serfs, look at this graph though. 3 versus 1.
Yo.
With the ambush, fuck up your angles. Who the fuck called y'all bright? Hollywood looking here, then all out strike. Fran been telling me it's a different fight. You support that line, but like SAG's alright. What the fuck that mean? Feeling kind of fake like an old ass king. Monarchy, most of you didn't want that thing. Looking like a birthday kid at the BJ's when the restaurant sing. Yeah. Whoa. Okay, mask off. Red coats turn to bad cops. Evidence turn to psyops. Platform.
I've never seen Zed's content before, but like, I'm super impressed.
Turn to dog shit. Mr. Beast turn to deaf kids. Backlash where his staff live. Who the fuck greenlit this shit? Fuck up a brand. So out of touch, I thought it was Diane. More conspiracies than Taylor Swift fans. Crispy like, now we all know all the stakes. What a great fucking plan. 2016 call. Watch him crash like that car trying to speed off. Getting shit like you friends with Selena. Twitter got a new CEO, Elon. Yeah. Pakistan riots as soon as they cuff Khan. I just bought a Hyundai, it's basically just gone. Rihanna got a
Okay, I'm subscribing.
name on a newborn while the cuss finally cut up a George. What's up, bro?
What? Some people are saying they want Saeed to be a new full-time member of Leftist Mafia, and I can see why.
People to remember how they feel watching these images of the United States Capitol being taken over.
I mean, it's their choice to make. We don't know what's going on with Blair. We don't know what's going on, you know, with the Leftist Mafia for sure, right? And you know, they're all working together. They gotta talk this out. They gotta negotiate this. But I'm feeling like Zed is like one of them. I don't know. It's just personal feelings.
I try to do beat switches every so often.
Tonight, CNN gave former President Donald Trump a live town hall forum, and he once again claimed the election was rigged.
Mic check, let's go. Yeah, the most useless motherfuckers got a lot of opinions. They've been making predictions. I've been fucking keeping my distance. I've been watching the polling since it was hitting the second term looking Midland. But then again, I was switching on Tears of the Kingdom. And look at me now. Fuck with my guardians, the money up. De Niro having kids in his 70s like a chaplain run.
I didn't know that.
Hot less the neighbor here, you can grab the gun. Playing tag with shots in America and they call it fun. Fucking with my music, no computer replace me. You gotta embrace me like you snuck in my room and my feet looking tasty. This bitch looking pasty, man, crank up the AC. I'm hot as fuck. Why every pundit looks like a baby who needs some shave cream? False a couple weeks off. Titles be expiring. The border close to free fall. Peloton bikes are getting recalled. Now where you gonna put your laundry when your Alex's eyes eventually see gone? Sees every moment like I'm Lonnie Walker. George finished writing his musical. Les Miserables. Fuck out of here. I'm honest like a million to one. I'm here to keep the shit together unlike some 41. Ooh.
Too soon.
Oh, what?
Soon.
I didn't know they were still together. What the?
In too deep.
I vaguely remember. Wait, I'm trying to remember this. What did they sing?
I guess so.
Bro, I'm glad you guys like that, man. Means a lot, dude.
God,
It's so good.
That goes crazy.
That was awesome.
That was good.
That was awesome.
I didn't even know they were still. Are they still making music?
Thank you, man. I appreciate that, guys.
Can you please tell? How do you even begin to like? Where do you even start? Because you're covering a lot of news, and you're turning it
Zed Tabani
to a song. You're right. Like the process has got to be like incredible. And you
it's like pop punk.
do one video per week.
But like, what are their hits? I'm trying to. I know I've heard their songs.
Yeah, we're talking about
gaming music. Okay, I can see that.
Probably because like so this week I tested out doing. I'm probably gonna do it to like my Patreon to kind of thing or whatever. But like I did one on the Activision.
He's a self-identified salaried rapper. Wait, what does he? He works for somebody. Interesting. Wait. So wait. Yeah. What's the deal again? He's got like a job that pays him a salary. Or something. That's why he's a salaried rapper. In Too Deep. Wait, is that one that in too deep? Cause I got no sleep. Instead of going under. Is that one? Young Saeed was a major gamer. Obviously, he could probably kick my ass in Minecraft. Is what you're saying, right? If I PvP Zed, I'll probably get destroyed. Especially if there's crystals involved, since I have never fought with crystals. End crystals. He was working for Philip DeFranco for a while. Now he has his own channel. So what's the salaried part about? Yeah, he said something about working for Apple.
Like them doing the Overwatch.
Is that the one? Yeah, that's the one. Okay.
Thing. I did one-on-one story.
Instead of going, that's a good song.
I'm gonna try to do maybe one on a daily story or two soon. But no, pretty much the process is this is like. I start on Saturday pretty much, and I just start like kind of listing like news articles that I see, and I kind of arrange it by like headline news article, entertainment, politics, world, and then weird and random shit. And so, because the thing,
his first major public hit was Super Street Fighter for Evo 2K10 Finals.
The whole conceit of the piece is like it's got to feel like the week you just had.
Yeah, because that's the thing. I remember at the end of the stream they were talking about his numbers, and even though he's new to the Leftist Mafia, he's a pretty big channel, right?
And if it's too much politics,
like he's been around for,
or too much entertainment, people will tune out. But if it's like a little bit of everything, you're like, oh god, wow, this so much happened, right? Mm-hmm. So
I need to hack that secret, right? Because I do want to branch out in terms of my entertainment. I'm just never sure what's gonna send people away and what's gonna bring people in, right? I do feel like my future is more on the line of the traditional bread tube combination of pop culture with politics. You know, just like talking about life, talking about stuff, talking about the moment of history that we occupy, right? And trying to connect it, yeah, even to theory, right? That's what the video that I'm working on right now is going to be about.
Like every so often, I have to like kind of go through and like see, okay, under the entertainment section, this
NCC
was relevant,
raps,
I have to
yeah.
pull from that. But what I started doing is I have a headline section where it's like the
I feel like as bad as my gaming is, my rapping would be even worse.
Stories of the week kind of go in that section, and it's like, you know, I mean, like for this week, sorry, I'm gonna grab my phone and I'll tell you what I have listed for this week. For this week, for headlines, the first one was like Jamie Foxx and being like called dead, but then he was actually alive. Travis Scott is mad at Timothée Chalamet for dating Kylie Jenner, but then also other stuff like the Supreme Court siding with Section 230, Feinstein being frailer than ever, but being unwilling to give up like her.
I should do reacts to XXL ciphers this year. I mean, oh god, I'm so scared of music. Look, it hasn't even Anthony Fantano had trouble with this. Right? Like in terms of getting copyright claimed, YouTube is just vicious. TikTok, you can get away with it, right? Somewhat, as long as it's like under a certain amount of seconds.
Receipt, MGT, introducing articles of impeachment. So like I'll start collecting stuff on Saturday. Sunday or Monday, I will kind of have an idea of where the week's kind of going.
I want to do it if there's a way. Like I don't know though. Is my commentary on rap gonna be, you know, very meaningful? I don't know
what it kind of feels like already. And then I'll pick a beat, like, and the decision is I'll pick usually 2 beats because Tuesday the whole week may change.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to kind of get a vibe of, okay, this is going to be the
that is so relatable
overall kind of feeling for this
that is
week.
So relatable.
And I'll start writing like a couple lines, and then on Tuesday I'll have more of a clearer picture, and I'll just write a ton. I'll write like 16 to 32 bars.
I'm gonna talk about my vibes.
Wednesday, I'll write like the bulk of it, the behemoth of it, and then Thursday I'll finish it off. After I'm done with this, I have to record it, do my filming of everything, and then mix it, record it, do the filming of everything, do the editing of my part, and then I send it off to my editor, and he adds in like the graphics and everything like that. But then I give him assets of what to do with the graphics. Then tomorrow we'll be editing most of it, and then it'll be ready for Sunday by the end of the day.
That's incredible, because it's not just that you are providing people with a genuinely informative video, but the beat, the music.
Chat. Did you see? See what we got? Now look. I'm gonna cover this tonight. Oh my god. Yeah, we got time. We can cover this. We can cover this all, right? Yeah. Because like what I don't want to do is like do another thumbnail with Xanderhal, right? That is it. I've had 2 thumbnails with Xanderhal. I'm done for a while. I don't really want to talk about Xanderhal some more, but yes, he did make another video responding to Lance's response. I wonder what is he even gonna say? He got caught just being entirely wrong. NCC video about theory. Yeah. Well, I mean, like about theory and about a lot of things, like how, you know, theory connects to real life. And...
The rhymes are fucking catchy and good.
Dude,
so it's so astonishing to be able to do all of that. I love it. I'm a huge fan.
Because I feel like if I tell you I'm gonna make a video about theory, like nobody's gonna watch. Because that's like saying I have cooked some kale and some broccoli, and I want you to try it. I got my kale and broccoli. I don't have any Velveeta. I don't have any sauce. I don't have any flavoring. I just want this really good kale and really good broccoli. And some people will want that. Some people will be like, oh yeah, I like kale. I like broccoli, right? But most people, you can't get a crowd with kale and broccoli. You gotta mix it in with some other stuff, and you also gotta make it meaningful for people, right? You gotta make it connect, and that's what I feel like I can do as a video essayist. Just streamed Kale and Broccoli. Heck yeah, Kale and Broccoli. Heck yeah.
Dude, that it means a ton, dude. And I'm a fan of yours. I knew about the Serfs quite a bit. Like Lance, I didn't tell you, but Lance interviewed me earlier this week. But
I'm gonna grab.
we have
Speaking
a
of
mutual Mega
food,
Ran, who I've worked with a lot, and he was telling me nice things about you, Lance.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So
tell him he's fucking based awesome, and
of course we're doing a show. We're doing a show together on Saturday. That's kind of like the thing. We're doing a live show on Saturday, for like my subscribers or whatever. But yeah, I went to school for, I mean, I've been rapping like a long time, and I went to school for, you know, I was the second person in history to get into Berklee College of Music for rap. And like,
That's very dope. That's very dope.
That's incredible.
That's dope.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Yeah. So like I had that, and then I'd done a bunch of stuff for video games and stuff. And like for a while, like I was known for as like the rapper for like Street Fighter and like video games and shit like that. And it took a while because I have a very close. I mean, I'm brown, man. Like I grew up in Irvine, and like I dealt with like post 9/11 shit like my whole life, and it's been just a huge part of my life. And I didn't know how to. I would put politics in my music, but it was hard to kind of bridge that gap. And I started doing this a couple years ago, and I needed weekly content because I'm like, you know, I can talk about the news and what's going on because it's relevant. Best rappers of all time had stuff that felt like it was so fresh and so there. So why the fuck don't I do that? It's like a good way to like kind of improve my songwriting and everything like that. And that was when I had a 9-to-5 job, and it was really, really hard. And then I did one of these. I took a break for a year, and then I was like, you know, let me try it on TikTok. I know TikTok really well. I've worked for a bunch of companies doing TikToks. Why not? And I did it, and it blew up. And then Philip DeFranco saw it and tried it out on his channel, and it worked. And that's been my full-time job since,
oh my god, here we go. Here we go.
So,
that's so cool. Yeah, it's weird because I was watching you. I saw basically I'm pretty sure every single one of your videos. And then on one week in particular, I see an Ole tweet in the news. And I'm like, you guys, Ole made it into Freestyle the News. So that's how, like, oh my God.
I didn't know about that until this week when Lance sent me your video because he was in it. And I was like, what is this? And Lance was like, watch it. He was like, you've been in it too. And I'm like, find me the video about myself, Lance. That's what
bro, Lance told me he reacted to it. And I was just like, oh, like, that's awesome, man. I can't wait to watch the VOD. It's like, well, I'll find it for you. I'm like, great, because that was what I was going to skip to. Because I need to see that little
exactly.
I need that validation.
Exactly.
It's a needle in a haystack.
I'm an artist, bro. Like I need that all the time.
100%.
Yeah, I feel like I need to do like a Void Coffee oh no. I feel like I need to do like a image of myself with the Void Coffee. I don't know. Like, is this how you do it? You just like usually hold it. Okay, wait. No, it needs to be more. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We need some promo.
Sure.
Promo.
No, but
pictures.
definitely, like I'm number one. Thank you for that tweet because it was great to write about it. But number two, yeah, man. Like I feel like a big thing about the way I told Lance this as well, like when I was on the show, like a big thing about the way I approach it is like I was a huge like Daily Show fan growing up.
Mm-hmm.
And a big part of the way they approached that was like the absurdity of the news cycle. And I think that's still there sometimes, but like we've switched from like a 24-hour news cycle to like Twitter and everything like that. And I think there's just plenty more of the clown show to go around. Obviously I'm like left leaning and then a more left perspective. That's why I'm here. But like, I just think that like, yeah, I just think the entirety of man, I try to approach it like that and give people like, make people have a fun time whenever they see it. Cause you know, music was like my catharsis for a while when I was dealing with like post 9/11 shit. And it's good to have something where you're just like, oh man, this week fucking sucked. And then you hear something and you're like, oh man, I'm not crazy. Like, living in this insanity. I'm not like normal people understand this is insane, right? This is insane, right? And so I like to try to make sure that comes across and people don't feel like so. not to be too hokey, but feel so alone.
No, I think that's why it works so well, because what you're doing is essentially political commentary, right? Where, as you said, it's cathartic because you kind of have these reactions that you build into your songs, whether it's like in the bars or even like the ad-libbing, where it's like, okay, you get that perspective. Like you're trying to be objective and present the news, but also you're not afraid to insert your opinion. And that kind of like helps really build it up where it's like, oh, yes, thank you. This is fucking crazy. Thank you for vocalizing that in the song. And again, it's just like, even if there wasn't the substance there, like the music itself is so good, but to add the substance to it, that's what I think just puts it over the top. So that's why I've been watching since day one. And I told Zed when we were talking a couple of weeks ago, I'm like, we've got to bring you on the Leftist Mafia before you're too big.
Oh man, I hope I get there.
Smart.
I hope I get there, man. I'm trying real hard. All of this is really new to me, so I'm like really like I'm very flattered to be invited on here and to be amongst y'all and to talk some shit on people. So it's very, very flattering to do all that. And I'm glad you like the music too. Like I think the big thing is like trying to make it so that it is, I mean, like, like a banger. I want it to be like really hype and really enjoyable every week, but I also don't want it to be like the same. Like, it's got to have different energies. It's got to have like sometimes delve into different genres and stuff like that. Like, and be a little bit more fluid so people don't get bored and you can have something to listen to all the time. Like, there's ones that I don't know, man. Like I'm trying to make it as fluid as possible, so it's not like expiring like the next week, if that makes sense, you know. And then every so often, and then hopefully at the end of the year or even midway through the year, you can go back and be like, man, what the fuck happened this year? Oh shit, here's my New Year's playlist. So that's the hope.
And then do like a remix at the end of the year of the entire year and just mix them all together.
Oh yeah, I'm getting ready for that. That's gonna be that's gonna be hard. Yeah. I think it's harder to do. That's what I was telling like it's harder to do like at the end of the week than it is to do like.
So I totally didn't mean to like. I wasn't gonna linger on this. I'm just like I'm too interested in Zed as a person and his approach to content to like. Right, mainly because it's similar to what I'm searching for myself, what I'm trying to do myself, right? In terms of, I've got these two competing necessities, right? I've got the algorithm. I want people to actually see my stuff. I want people to watch me. I need people to watch me, right? I can't go on without that, right? I want to add something to my world that makes it better, right? That's a tall order, right? These are both tall orders in different ways, right? But I gotta take these two often competing impulses and make them gel. And that's what I'm searching for. That's what I'm looking for, right? You'll notice that even when I'm covering drama content, it's never just like drama, well, Xanderhal's an asshole, or like Vosh is a super meanie butt or something like that. I try to stick to the issues. I try to talk about the issues. And I try to use the failures of, frankly, reactionary leftist content creators as a platform for hopefully, better views, better takes of myself, right? That's, kind of how this works. But, in general, there is always going to be a combination of the stuff that you know that you like, which I'm offering up front, right? And the stuff that you don't know that you need to like, which I'm offering kind of like as a little bit of a Trojan horse there, right? And that that's essentially that's the tightrope that you walk as a leftist content creator
during the day. Because like if I do it like one on a day, I'm like, okay, well, I know what happened and I know how significant it is and I know how I feel, so I can just run through this shit and I can talk about it. I can spend more time on.
Speaking of which, how many likes do we have on YouTube right now? How are we doing? Are we getting to 69? Because at the very least we hit 69. That number is very significant, very near and dear to me, very close to my heart, right? I wanted to get a little taste for what Zaid's about, and it's just made me want to check out his content even more. Let's see, do we link him here? No, we just linked Matt's Patreon. But I also wanted to... Voice was deep from hummus? Really? Oh my god. Okay. That's embarrassing. It's so important to all of us. Yeah, we got to get to 69. 69 is huge. Thank you. It's me, Natalie Marie. That is Zed's YouTube. If you want to check him out and go follow him, Natalie Marie in YouTube chat just linked you, and I could probably bounce this to YouTube chat as well.
To Matt Bender, people, come on now.
Yeah, I'm literally less than 100 subscribers away from 30,000. Can we get
Come
me
on,
to the
folks.
round, beautiful 30,000 number tonight?
YouTube.com/Matt Bender.
Yeah,
you can do it.
right.
Easy. Subscribe
Let's
immediately.
Let's do it.
Yeah, he got 30K.
I got there's some debates I did this week. One with Doug Lane about the Twitter files, which was crazy, and then an even crazier one with Bad
Wait, he was
Empanada.
defending the Twitter files?
Yes, he's a
Who's-
big Taibbi guy now.
Doug Lane.
Doug
I don't-
Lane, formerly
I
of
feel like I haven't seen him.
Doug Lane is shooting for a guest spot on The Rising. That's my analysis.
Since,
Zero
like,
Books.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't
Oh,
watched his
Zero
stuff for a
Books.
couple years.
Oh, okay.
So that's
Formerly of Zero Books. He's not there anymore. I
Okay.
suspect probably because his politics, but he's not
Yo, he actually got fired from Zero Books. That's wild.
there anymore.
okay. It's okay.
Hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, Bender's debates were wild, and we watched the Bad Empanada debate, like, which was kind of strange because I felt like there was a point that Bad Empanada had to make, but it's like, you know, I don't know if it warranted the kind of vitriol that got spewed. And it just like the chat hates his guts now. Like Matt's chat hates Bad Empanada's guts. And I feel like it didn't need to be like that, but I mean, I don't know. That is the content. Like I've never seen, correct me if I'm wrong, chat. Has anybody ever seen Bad Empanada go do a debate with somebody and be like, well, we don't completely disagree. I mean, that one thing that you said, I didn't like how you said it, but overall, like, there's a lot of agreement here, and I don't hate your gut. Like, it never comes out, it never ends up that way, right? The closest thing to that, honestly, ironically enough, was Keffels. Bad Empanada seemed to be going on Keffels, and granted, I guess they're old friends or something, which is sus in and of itself, if I'm being real. But went on Keffels, like, you know, expecting maybe a less adversarial conversation. That's the only time I've ever seen that. Every other time I've seen Bad Empanada debate somebody, it is maybe Destiny. Maybe Destiny is, wow, that's super weird. The people that I've seen him go less than hard on are like Keffels and Destiny. Isn't that strange? I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one who finds that strange, right? But yeah, and basically because Destiny was willing to listen to him. Destiny was lacking a lot of knowledge and basically was trying to tap Bad Empanada for a better understanding of decolonization. I think they talked about Professor Flowers a little bit. I feel like Zan is always a disingenuous a-hole. Oh, you mean Bad Empanada is always a disingenuous a-hole? He had a point, right? But okay, I don't think that point should have been that hard to grant for Bender. I don't understand, like, because here's what happened, right? Bender was talking about the shotter in Texas, the one that ended up being a Tim Pool fan, and the one that ended up having those far-right tattoos on him. And you know, the conversation was like, well, there was right-wingers that were saying, well, if the dude is Mexican, then how could he be a white supremacist, right? And you know, obviously, this is exposing a blind spot. Like, this is exposing a gap in the knowledge that most Americans have in terms of how like white supremacy works, and you know, there's a lot of ignorance that's on display in this conversation. Matt's go-to frame of reference was to talk about Argentina, or sorry, let me put it the way that Matt put it, was to talk about South America, right? And Bad Empanada comes out and I'll be like, oh, come on. You're from the United States of America. How could you possibly say, like, look at Argentina, right? The United States has got a ton of, you know, white supremacy and, you know, pro-Fuhrer like mentality in it. You don't need to go to Argentina. You're just basing this off of Evita. He started talking about Evita. Now, Matt hasn't seen Evita. I haven't seen Evita. But Bad Empanada is convinced that the whole connection between Argentina and you know, the exodus of German government officials into, you know, after World War II is like, you know, is forming like this kind of stereotype. And granted, there were people from Argentina in Matt's mentions that were pissed off about that. Bad Empanada is trying to kind of explain that on one level, but on another level, he just kind of wants to fight. And I don't think that like that point should have been that hard to grant, right? That like there is a stereotype frame of reference. That's really all that Matt needed to say, but instead it turned it into this whole knockout, drag-out like thing. And like I said, the feeling I got from Bad Empanada was that nothing that Matt said was gonna assuage Bad Empanada in this case. Bad Empanada was coming for the smoke, but not so much Matt's smoke. He wanted a fight with the Majority Report. And I mean, I guess he got it because they talked about it on MR last time Matt was on, and now Sam knows about Bad Empanada. And Bad Empanada had such a slippery slope BS argument. God, it was disgusting. He's the epitome of bad faith bullshittery. Yeah, I mean, he definitely wasn't making any friends that day. Anyway, I didn't think it needed to be the kind of fight that it turned out to be. Why go to a whole other continent to yeah, exactly. Right. And so Bad Empanada is like, you're talking about Argentina. And Matt's like, no. I could be talking about Brazil. Look at Bolsonaro, right? And to be fair, like there is like the Argentina is in the American consciousness. I don't know that it's from Evita. Maybe it is. Maybe, you know, Bad Empanada is talking about like, you know, sort of the origins. I've never seen Evita. But I've still have gotten the reference that like, yeah, where did all the Nazis go? They went to Argentina. The fact is a lot of them actually went to the United States of America. A lot of them went to a lot of different countries, and like singling out Argentina for this sort of stereotype is wrong. And you know, like it might have been better to explain, you know, to talk about like, I mean, you could have easily gone at this from a colorism, I actually don't know if that's the right word in terms of the cultures that we're talking about here. But essentially, like, you know, Mexico is also a settler colonialist country, right? And it's got its own, you know, issues of racism, right? You didn't need to go to South America for a frame of reference, but to be fair to Matt, he's playing to the audience, and the audience maybe like he thought that was the easiest thing for them to grasp. I mean, I think there probably would have been different ways of going about it. Regardless of that fact, I don't think that Matt exactly deserved what he got from Bad Empanada. So my takeaway from the debate was to learn more about Argentina. Nice.
I want to ask if he's getting paid. Like, I don't understand how people who are otherwise intelligent fall down that dumb
Okay.
shit.
So wait, Perón has had ties to the Nazis. It's been used to smear Perón for years. And Bad Empanada's bigger point was that he thought that the center left in countries like Argentina was hurt, and their electoral viability was reduced by what Chad Alpha's talking about, the connection to Perón and the connection between Perón and the far right. I know there are South American memes about how Argentina is the whitest country in South America. A lot of Germans and Italian immigrants moved there at the same time as continental European immigrants moved to the USA.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like he's like a legit guy and he's
Yeah.
smart, but
That's bizarre to me.
It's propaganda, man. It gets everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, was he talking
All right,
about
first your
Empanada? Yeah, because Matt was trying to find common ground with Empanada the whole time.
super chat here. They're working today. Look at this. Thoughts on Alberta Premier breach of Conflict of Interest Act by interfering with the ongoing trial of a COVID convoy protester by calling him and the Ministry of Justice and the Attorney General to discuss his case. So this is a very
I have a lot to say about this. No.
Yeah. Mike, you
yeah, and they're donating Canadian dollars, not American.
First. So the only, I mean, I'm on and off with Canadian politics. I don't follow a lot of what happens in Alberta. I did listen to
to talk about these things. I don't think Blair would hear this and think we're being unfair just talking about it. And I guess we'll figure things out. To talk about these things.
Say like I can't remember the name of the guy. He did a response video that basically kind of like that I wasn't privy to.
I obviously was not there.
But it was more than like the legal.
Just so.
So yeah, as you can see,
for as like a
platform.
A fill-in for like just like this like fake American that he thought I was that I wasn't. Like he just tried to like portray me as something, as like a made-up person in his mind. It was very weird.
Weirdos. Here's also for you.
It's for me too.
Yeah.
Zayed.
Matt was talking about Douglas Lane when he said he was a good guy. Oh my God. Oh God. Look, I gotta admit, many years ago, I remember watching Zero Books videos and enjoying them. Right? But yeah, Douglas Lane has gone like more and more, has done more and more of this reactionary leftist thing. Right? And I'm talking about reactionary leftism that would make Vosh, like, that Vosh wouldn't touch, right? Like, just really, really weird stuff.
You did, well, that was for him, actually.
This is about Empanada here.
That's too bad, but it's from Crispy said, you did it for years without anyone watching, and that's just proof that it's not what you can do, it's who you can do it with. Oh, it's too bad he's not here to hear that. Okay. We'll get it.
Yeah.
Yes, we will. Lee says, so are you going to address Blair's behavior?
Saying that Argentina as a Nazi country is manufacturing consent for an American neoliberal puppet government instead of supporting Peronists. Okay. The thing that confused me, though, was that Americans largely... So we're talking about Argentinian politics here, right? Because like that was what confused me, is that the connection between the United States perception of Argentina and the viability of center-left candidates in Argentina, like the parties that have a connection to Perón that he's saying are tagged as being like Nazi supporting, even though they are the furthest viable left candidates that you could have, right? That essentially this perception of Argentina, via Perón as being as having connection to the far right is stifling a further left government from being elected. Right? That was the part that I was confused about, because Americans are famously ignorant even of the history of the United States of America, let alone the history of Argentina, let alone understanding, like most people don't know who Perón is, right? So if you're saying that Americans have like a concept of Argentina being far right due to Perón, we don't. We have a concept of Argentina being far right due to just like hearing stories about like Nazis moving there, right? And that probably is an unfair like stereotype about Argentina. I can understand how Argentinian people would be upset about that. I just don't really see how frankly the ignorance of people in the US ties into Argentinian politics. BE had a good video essay. Well, I mean, I guess we should give it a look. Then.
Behavior.
Oh my God, I saw that all night in the chat. I didn't want to bring, I don't want to talk about that shit when we have a guest here.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you know,
we had
we're transparent, and
Can you imagine dropping Zed right into like the Illuminati discourse?
so I guess we'll
Yeah.
mention it really fast right now. I still have not looked into it.
Okay, well there you go. I watched a few videos. I watched Blair's video. I watched a couple responses. So look, let's be clear here.
It's bad.
I don't know. Well, I don't know her apart from this show. Just so we're all under that understanding. I don't think it looks good for her. She's been gone for a couple weeks, so we're gonna have to see what the hell goes on with the rest of this. But yeah, I don't think it looks good.
Yeah,
that's my impression from what I've seen.
Can I also? I just want to say real quick. There was a lot of people who were like mad that we haven't addressed it. Blair kind of exists on a different side of the internet. So like I watched her response video a couple of weeks ago and I don't know any of the people involved. So like this takes time for us to educate ourselves. We're not familiar with the people here. We've known Blair for like 6 months and she's a lovely person, but we haven't like talked about this privately. So like we're not necessarily privy to all this. Like when I watched her response video initially.
So just so you know, this is what I've got coming up. That's right, Xanderhal responded. Serfs TV attempts to Xanderhal. Xanderhal! Sorry. Slander the Xander. Xander's getting slandered. Xander's clapping back, I guess. That's what we're gonna look at next. Okay, so just so you know, I wanna see what they have to say about Blair and you know, the future of Leftist Mafia, which may have, you know, a lot of people are saying they want Zed. They want Zed on Leftist Mafia. So if there does need to be a replacement, that is a distinct possibility, right? But we're not even sure about that. So I wanted to like, you know, hear them out. It's not just like Matt and Dave and Mike that have opinions on this. Olaimi comes back on. Lance comes back on. Like, nobody here is really afraid to talk about this, right? So the whole perception that they're, you know, keeping tight-lipped about that, no, they're going to address this all.
That was the first time learning that it was more than like the legal eagle stuff, because I thought that the whole drama like started and ended with.
So Chat Alpha, that's exactly my take. I think that the tweet was ignorant and maybe even appealing to an audience which is largely ignorant. Right, using what Bender thinks is the easiest to reach for common frame of reference, which unfortunately is a stereotype about Argentina in order to be like, come on, you understand this, right? When you really didn't need to go outside of North America to understand this, right? It's not. In fact, anybody that I'll go a little further. If you really understand and take intersectional leftism seriously, like. Phenomenon like this, the shotter being a white supremacist from Mexico is not something that should be out of the realm of possibility for you. Obviously, right wingers are gonna like point and laugh at this and call it ridiculous, and they'll do anything that they can to not have, you know, any sort of blame placed on racism for that. They're essentially defending racism, you know, without saying so. But for intersectional leftists, like, this shouldn't be that hard to get.
The legal eagle stuff, which I thought that she handled poorly, but I thought it was great that she like addressed it and apologized. I didn't know that there was like that opened the floodgates to all these other things. And so she responded to all of these folks, and then they responded as well. And I watched like a summary video that somebody did, and these seem like they're pretty fair. And I think that she needs to address it again, because a lot of this is very bad. It's not a good look.
We are up to 43 likes on YouTube. Look, we've got 22 minutes until the top of the hour, right? Top of the hour. And if you want to get out of that top of the hour ad break, remember, it is a Amazon Prime integration with Twitch that will get you a free sub. It is $5 that will buy you a sub, or it is being an awesome chatter and actually chatting and getting noticed and having people see that, yes, indeed, this person does not have a little persona icon next to their name. They're going to be subject to the ad break unless I, the generous person giving gift subs, pull them out of that, right? Those are the ways that you take care of that. But in the meantime, YouTube, we need to get that number up. I want to see it hit 69. I want to see it hit 69 eventually. So let's get it to 50 by the top of this next hour, if we can.
And I'm not.
Remember, I love you the same regardless of whether we hit our goals or not. I do have to adjust my, content accordingly, but, it's never, like take it. And I don't want anybody to think that they should donate money that they themselves cannot afford to donate in order to make these goals, right? You take care of yourself, you take care of those around you first. And
I'm not really sure how we haven't talked about this privately, so we'll have to figure it out. But like, we're trying to educate ourselves, people. We don't know everyone involved, but it does look really bad, if I'm being honest.
There are very confused people in the chat, and I am one of those very confused people. Can you give me a quick summary of what?
I mean, the basic. I mean, essentially, people that she worked with, she mistreated. There was one person who she again, this is from what I have seen. I obviously was not there, but kind of controlled their life, like every aspect of their life.
So yeah, this is we're talking about Illuminati here, and obviously David is talking about Wonderstruck.
Life, and it was kind of hard for them to, I don't know, like get out of that in a way. The thing is that there's so many layers to it that it's hard for me to like. I watched was it like 40 minutes altogether on this shit? Or actually, no, including her video, probably like an hour. And it's not like so. Generally, like
deep as hell.
Yeah, generally, I care more about like what people output in terms of what they present. Like there was an allegation of a plagiary. She addressed that, and that's not true. So there are things that weren't true that were claims.
Okay, so now, like, I mean, she pushed back. So the initial accusation of plagiarism was against Legal Eagle, right? That's not controversial. Blair did the mea culpa and apologized for that, right? There was a secondary allegation that maybe Blair is the one doing some plagiarism. And now while she pushed back on that, if you were buying Blair's pushback on the charge of her doing plagiarism, I don't think you were looking very carefully. She showed one line that was a quote from somebody in a court case, right? Where she put it up on the screen, the quote, right? And you could have maybe reasonably discerned that, like, this is not Blair's original content. This is not something that Blair's making up. This is something that Blair's quoting. She was clear about that, right? The rest of it was really close to line from a documentary, a very old documentary. And it looks like, she watched the documentary and basically almost line for line lifted a big portion of it, right? That was not answered. That was not pushed back on. That still looks bad for Blair. But again, it's not the worst thing in the world. I think she should just like apologize for it, right? And say also, like, I mean, this isn't necessarily Blair that did it. It could have been, somebody that was doing research for her that wrote the script. But regardless, there does need to be an apology for that, right? Because what I think is this, right? Illuminati is doing content, video essay content, right? These are usually things that take a really long time to make. Blair is making 3 of these things a week, right? And as there's so much breadth to what Blair is doing, there's not like a lot of depth to it. There's not a lot of understanding. A lot of it is just like, get the facts, put them into a script, read the script, right? There's a little too much of a content factory assembly line going on, I think, in Blair's production now. It's up to her, right? As far as if she wants to make that, like, if she's like, this is how I want to do content, fine, this is how you want to do content. If you don't like it, you can, like, not watch it, right? Or I can not watch it, right? It's it's whatever. But at the same time, when you end up taking line for line somebody else's work and representing it as your own, even if it's by accident, at the very least, you got to apologize and learn from that. And I would say what you need to do is you need to think about how you can produce your content in a way where you're not going to do that. Like, assuming that was by accident, right? assuming that that happened and it was bad, then, you know, maybe, okay, so people are talking about some other things that Blair has gotten wrong in her long career as a video essayist, that her facts aren't even right all the time. Just look at the facts she did on PETA. I haven't watched that video yet, Taco Cat. I mean, she's been accused of worker exploitation. Now, that's the more concerning thing, right? That's the Wonder. I keep on calling him Wonder of You. Wonder of You is a stand-in JoJo Part 8. Sorry, for some reason I always want to call Wonderstruck Guy. Is that what he's going by now? Wonderstruck Guy. I always want to call him Wonder of You, but he's not. He's Wonderstruck. This is his name. Yeah, JoJo, exactly. That got Twitch to wake up. Wake up, Twitch. What's up? What's up, Guyish? See, I don't know if when chat's quiet like this, I don't know what you're thinking. I don't even know what you're thinking. But yeah, there are some more, you know, serious, like, you know, things in here, some allegations that are not entirely clear. And we didn't get a good explanation, really, for what was going on with Wonderstruck, right? I don't understand why you would put somebody in a position where they rely on you as their employer, given especially the fact that Illuminati's done content specifically talking about the phenomenon of company towns. I don't know why you would set up a situation where one of your employees relies on you for transportation, for housing, for all these things. Like, right, that's just a bad situation, you know, to be in. You want to be in a position where, you know, your employees have the ability to you know, to do what they need for themselves rather than being completely reliant on you. But yeah, it's complicated, and I don't exactly want to, you know, make assumptions based on things that I don't know. That being said, there's just been too much of a, like, the way that the content farms, and that's what I'll call them, the commentary community is what I'm talking about, but like, they're content farms, let's be real, right? The way that they are going over and over and over Illuminati is gross, and it makes me wonder if this would be happening were this like a male creator that we're talking about, right? But you know, you can see some issues for sure with Blair. So I sympathize for these people in not wanting to join a dog pile when they don't have all the facts, and also in, you know, not wanting to you know, like on the other side, not wanting to necessarily support Blair when not all the facts are in. I think her script said that it was coming from that documentary. When I looked at the Google Doc, it seems like she was talking about it. So I think plagiarism is a stretch. Well, okay, so it's like, at the very least, it's the kind of unintentional plagiarism, right? Which is still plagiarism, right? If I gather a bunch of research and I write a paper based on that research and I summarize some, like a paragraph of somebody else's, right? It doesn't matter that, like, it was just because I was sloppy about keeping notes. I've still kind of, you know, taken that person's work, and I'm going to have some serious academic consequences. Now, that being said, this isn't school, and we don't have to be, you know, like, you know, strict in that sort of a way. There is a path for people to say, hey, I'm sorry, I unintentionally took that from somebody else, and for that to be like, okay, cool. You know, apologize for it. Like, that can be, that might be all that it takes, right? The Illuminati seems too confusing to follow. Oh, the Illuminati drama, you mean? Script coming from when I looked at the Google Doc, it was more like she didn't make it clear enough. I agree that she didn't make it clear enough. But defending, like, that's not really what she said in her video, right? She said that, like, this really this really wasn't, you know, a problem, right? That this, like, I cited what I needed to cite, and you know, if there was more, yeah, like, she blamed it on the necessities of a video essayist, right? In that you can't have a bunch of like footnotes on screen, and that's true. That's true. You will lose an audience with that, right? And that's the line that she's walking. That's the tightrope that she's sort of walking as a video essayist between trying to keep the audience engaged and still trying to, both be informative, be truthful, but represent, the things that are true, and not represent things as her own ideas or her own takes on them when they're actually coming from somebody else. And in this case, there was too much that was like directly like sentence after sentence of like, here's what the person in the documentary said. Here's what they said. So I'm going to say that this is, that Blair's process of creating content probably got too quick and dirty for her to responsibly know when she is maybe taking something that and presenting it in a way that makes it look like she's representing it as her own idea, even if that wasn't her intent. No angels on any side. I think they're all at fault to a degree. Seems like a common story of a bunch of dreamy-eyed, naive youths. No way Illuminati is alone in error. That's the thing. Even if you accept her response to the controversy, still brought the flaws in her format, into light, and they aren't really an issue morally and do ruin the appeal of her videos. I would have liked to see more of reflection on her content process, right? Since that was the original controversy, rather than wading into this back and forth with people from her past, I don't know. It's in some ways I can relate. To the position that she's in there. And I know enough to know that I'm not going to be able to really adjudicate, who's a liar and who's telling the truth and who's at fault and all this kind of stuff. It is entirely possible to have a situation that degenerates into absolute shit. And have it be that there wasn't really a person that was being horrible. Like, that's a possibility. Also, you can have a situation, where somebody's, playing the victim in order to get clout. You can have a situation where, a larger content creator who's more established with more money maybe exploits somebody in a combination of like, you should have known that you were doing this, and you maybe didn't know, but like, right. So I'm a little bit more reticent to weigh in on the whole sad milk thing, right? And especially given that some of the receipts that we're relying on are not the way in the format that I'd like to see, right? When you show me Discord, screenshots of somebody, I need to see that scroll up and down to know that it's not doctored. And I also need to see you hover over the name to know that, like, yeah, this is that person. This is the person in question. Because I have seen that kind of stuff faked before, and I don't want to fall for it again. Yeah, no, totally understandable, Gayesh. It's obviously a leftist show because leftist is in the title, and Blair is one of the six house. I think Blair has some reflecting to do at the very least. Yeah, and I think that the second half of that video maybe didn't do her any favors. It sucks though, because I understand it, right? And I've been in a position before where I want to clap back at people with essentially no platform that I think are being bad faith in accusations against me, but I don't know for sure that those people don't believe those accusations. I don't know for sure that those people aren't being manipulated in some way, right? and I do know that it's an unequal playing field, you know, when I enter that dialogue with people, and I do know that some of those people, you know, in addition to maybe being manipulated by, you know, more sus people than themselves, some of those people might not be okay. So I have had to bite my tongue about issues that I think reflected, like, you know, things that were absolute lies about me. But because I didn't know where the people telling those lies were coming from, I didn't know if they knew that they were lying. I had to hold back. I had to bite my tongue, and I'm so glad I did. I am so glad that I did. Right? Even assuming that, you know, the people in question were bad faith, knew that they were lying, were just vindictive, and it's probably the most likely case. I'm still feeding into that clout game, you know, assuming that's what it is, right? And worst case scenario, I'm attacking people that think that they're telling the truth, that actually believe these things, and they're not saying these things about me maliciously. They're saying these things about me because they've been deceived, right? And now I'm a person with a platform, like, attacking people without platforms, right? I understand how frustrating that must be for Blair, but I really wish that she had concentrated more on the criticisms of her content creation, since that is the major issue. This other stuff is just, I mean, until there's something a little bit more substantial than, you know, Discord screenshots that don't have the proper, you know, verification to them, it's a little bit of a he said, she said. Is everyone defending her side 1000%? Wait. Oh no, on Leftist Mafia, not at this point, Dave, right? So Lance did do a video that was pretty, you know, pretty much on Illuminati's side. That granted that the Legal Eagle thing was wrong, but then everything else defended her on. Lance has since taken down that video, because in light of what else has come out, Lance is just like, you know, doesn't want to weigh in on this stuff. It's understandable. And as far as the Leftist Mafia, there are some criticisms here for Blair. I think David has said that it doesn't look good for Blair, and the rest of them are a little bit, like, more agnostic about this whole thing. Her source for her PETA video was an astroturfing campaign paid for by the meat industry. Oh my god. I didn't know that.
But essentially, there's like 4 people who worked with her who aren't even friends, those 4 people, and it's 4 versus 1. So
yeah,
it's just
So it's like
That's not enough. That's not enough. Like, I know that we want a simple answer. I know that we want a simple way of adjudicating this stuff. And, like, there is a little bit of Occam's razor that says, like, are 4 people lying, or is 1 person lying? 1 person lying is a lot easier, you know, to conceive of than 4 people lying. However, it's not without coordination. And these people do know each other. I don't know where he's getting this, right? I know it's hard to wade into these rabbit holes, and that's kind of why I've stayed so agnostic, despite the fact that I do have feelings about the kind of situation that Wonderstruck was put in. I have sympathy towards Wonderstruck over being put in that situation, and you know, that I think that even if Blair didn't mean to, like, having a situation where you're relying on the same person for your housing, your transportation, your paycheck, like, that is not good. That is, and you know, I believe Wonder, when he says that he was in an unsustainable psychological situation in this house, right? The one thing that kind of struck me was that he's being given all these things, and some people will take that and say, well, you're ungrateful. Like, how could you say these bad things about this person that, like, took out a giant car loan for you? Well, he didn't exactly ask for the car loan to be taken out for him. She's giving you a place to stay for free. The arrangement was actually that Wonder would stay for a certain amount of time and afterwards would become Blair's tenant would pay rent to Blair for the place that she was moving into, right? And the feeling that I get is that Wonder wanted more than anything to be pulling his weight, to feel like he's contributing as equally as he can. Obviously, he's in a bad situation, you know, compared to them financially. He's not as independent. He's not as secure in his finances. But it sounds like, you know, his attempts to, you know, contribute and help out, and even, you know, something like as simple as like cleaning the house, which probably like, you know, was refused. And given that, and given the atmosphere at the house, which, you know, sounds like it was just, you know, it's understandable that he couldn't really stay there, right? So yeah, I mean, her hating PETA was her big thing. She made several PETA videos. I think if there were some lies on Blair, there's a lot of evidence that I can't ignore. Black Phillip, thank you for re-upping your membership. Meow. Noknesera and Rolly Lucky, thank you for re-upping your memberships as well. Not only hating on PETA, but spreading misinformation on PETA.
Employee mistreatment or something like that is the main thrust of it.
It's like there's a multitude of things. Like a lot of it is interpersonal. Like it seems like there's spats about, oh well, this person is sloppy in their living space. Like I don't care about that. But there's
I don't care, yeah.
There's certain things that like are.
Yeah, and that's the one criticism I have of the Sad Milk people, right? Was that kind of exposition of Blair's like supposed living situation. Like it was showing pictures of a messy room and then following it up with, she's a monster. I mean, now look, I get that having like roommates that don't clean up after themselves or living in a space, you know, like might be really hard for people, but like you gotta, like you can't be doing a moral judgment on somebody over their like cleanliness or lack thereof. Even if somebody like, right, the I'm a messy bitch, says Morgan the Fae. Yeah. I mean, like, I try to stay clean. I sometimes get overwhelmed with things, but yeah, like, I don't want stuff to degenerate past a certain point. But, like, that's the least of my concerns, right? You know, if she was an exploitative boss, I care about that, right? If she was lying about people to set them up and to poison their reputation, I care about that, right? These things are important. Blair's, like, you know, living space being messy. I guess the more of the concern would be like the common space, right? Seen a lot of people online doing that too. Yeah, and like, you know, the phrase hoarder was brought up, right? Well, if Blair's a hoarder, like, I mean, I think most of us have seen enough, like, see, like, you know, if you like, nobody wants to be a hoarder. Nobody's doing a hoarder because they're just an asshole. Right? It's like a compulsive behavior that people do because they can't help it. Only issue with PETA is that they're not radical enough.
Bigger than what I initially thought, that I wasn't privy to. So it's a very complex, multi-dimensional drama, and I'm just learning about it, people. So you've got to give me time, okay? I
haven't internalized most of the points. I know there was what she publicized, like someone's mental health issues without them, like obviously allowing her to do that. So it's a lot of personal drama, but it's personal.
So yeah, I'm like that's something that I'm open to, like, you know, yeah, like, you know, talking about Wonder's. I mean, I didn't really look at this aspect of it. Was there a compelling reason to need to talk about, to share Wonder's, you know, feelings about self-harm? Like that's more of something to be concerned about rather than the messy room.
Drama that doesn't look good, but
and yeah, Jules is pointing out that Blair's claim was that room was like an extra room that was used for unboxing and storage, right? Not a living space.
Again, we have to talk to everybody else. So this is not like this is.
We shouldn't like
something that
Right.
that we have
And
really
these
addressed.
are allegations, though, right? Or what are we? Has
I mean, there's allegations, and like she
There's
made
allegations and evidence. I mean,
there's that's what I was gonna say. Like, I can't remember the name of the guy. He did a response video that basically kind of like he brought receipts to things that she alleged in her video.
So we're talking about the click here,
and like based on his perspective, it looks like she misrepresented him. So there's so like it's a lot. Okay, it's overwhelming. And I'm trying to.
I think she's gonna have to address this again if she's gonna be able to get over this. Like this is there's a lot there.
Yeah, the click. That's what I was referring to. Yeah.
All right. No, I'm glad we talked this through right now, because there are a lot of people who've been asking in our chat for weeks now, and I think, we do that. We owe it to our audience to talk about these things. I don't think Blair would hear this and think we're being unfair just talking about it. And I guess we'll figure things out.
Yeah, and let me just say as well, I feel really bad for the mods, because some of the mods were like, hey, they want to know if you want to address this. And I've been telling the mods, like, I am trying to figure out like what's happening, because I thought that it was just like over, but it's not. So please don't like lambast the mods for us not addressing it or whatever, because the mods are trying their best.
I just assumed.
I gotta admit though that I didn't watch the PETA video, so I don't really know the lay of the land as far as that controversy. Not super familiar with the situation myself, but I've heard nothing bothers me as much. From what I've heard, nothing bothers me as much as the plagiarism. The whole story could be told entirely differently, which makes me suspicious. If you can do that, then we are hearing spin, not facts. Yeah, and that's what makes me nervous about like weighing in with like a solid, like I don't want to adjudicate this situation, because I don't feel like I am in a position to really, have not only all the facts but the context, which is crucial of all the facts of the Illuminati situation. That being said, like I said, I wish that the first video had concentrated on the content questions, right? Which should be the more important questions, right? This controversy started about content. The only personal stuff that got interjected was the stuff that got interjected on Twitter. And you got to understand that when you start making content on that sort of stuff, you're opening the door for others to make content back, and it is going to be a messy, spinny kind of situation. I've seen other people cover the problems with PETA before, so even Blair's sources were poor. It doesn't mean they're free from criticism.
Because of, she's a pretty big YouTuber who's not like a straight up politics YouTuber, and there's a whole like world of like power social relationships and drama when it comes to those YouTubers. I just assumed there was some sort of YouTuber drama, and that type of stuff I have zero.
Yeah,
less than zero interest in.
Yep.
You don't want to say one person is right or one person is wrong, unless you're talking about content creators.
That's why I don't watch any of these videos. That's why.
I mean, like, look, I could adjudicate a question that is about like intersectionality or is about, like leftist praxis, but in terms of like this person's in the right, this person's in the wrong thing, those aren't, I don't know. What's up, River Rune? When it's for non-marginalized people ganging up on a marginalized person, we should be extra suspicious. Even here, we see a bunch of guys talking about this, or maybe, this is it's above. I guess it's like all I'll say is that like this is above my pay grade.
Didn't get into any of this stuff until like this past week, because I just saw comment after comment, like, oh my god, fine, I'll like look at this boring ass shit.
It's like it got so big that we couldn't really.
I don't know what the right answer is, but the answer that's worked for me is to not get involved in back and forths between myself and people who don't have like a platform to argue back from.
like ignore it, because it's like, for me, I automatically dismiss it because I don't even follow drama that goes on in our circles a lot of the time. But like, I have to learn about people.
But yeah, if you're just joining us, this is the Leftist Mafia. This is kind of the after show, right? They're answering questions from chat, and one of the questions was about Illuminaughtii. Illuminaughtii has not been on the panel in a few weeks, and people are wondering what's going on, and so they're answering kind of where they're at, and the answer seems to be, so far, they're not sure. There's some things that they're seeing that are concerning, but that they're kind of waiting, and like at the very least, right? Like, as far as the really nasty accusations that, if true, are just like horrible about Blair, I think you gotta give her, like, I mean, I would like to hear from her if any of those screenshots were not her, right? Because if she says, that was me, then that's pretty bad. But I haven't heard her say one way or the other. And, I haven't seen anything that was the level of proof. Like, you need to go a little bit further when it comes to gathering receipts from Discord. You need to recognize that Discord is like a dark and dirty place, and that a lot of fake, receipts can have and will be generated from Discord. And as a result, if you're presenting something that is real, verify it. Scroll that, record that scrolling video where you show that the text isn't doctored. Hover over the name so that we see the full Discord number, right? Just there's a little bit of extra effort that I feel like, if you want to show receipts from that kind of source that could be otherwise easily faked, you gotta go through. It doesn't mean that if you don't do that you're lying, right? But it also limits the strength of any conclusion that we can make about what you show us. Gotta weigh the good day a content creator does anything against anything bad that they've done, then decide if you're willing to accept the apology for the bad. The YouTube channel Satanic, and that's spelled like the food seitan. Which, if you don't know, seitan is a glutinous meat replacement that soaks up whatever it's cooked in, and can pretty well. Now, if you're not sensitive to gluten, it can be pretty well emulate a lot of different meat products, right? Wait, no, that am I right about that? Yeah, that's seitan. I always get it mixed up with tempeh. Tempeh is different, but yeah, seitan is a wheat gluten product. But Satanic Panic put out a video about how many YouTubers make videos full of misinformation about PETA. It focuses on Blair, and it's great. Satanic Panic is awesome. Satanic Panic, yeah, that's right. Satanic with a SEI. Tanic. I love Satanic Panic. I mean, if I could eat gluten, I'd be all about that Satan. I'd be worshiping Satan.
I've never heard about. That's true. That's true. To be fair,
and there's just there's so much bad face shit that has been thrown at people over the. It's easy to just be like, all right, whatever.
Right.
But because I'm not in that world, it's hard to even know how big something really is, because I don't have any context. I don't follow anybody in that world. It's completely foreign to me. So it's just
people were throwing names out there like The Click, Bad Milk. Like, I'm supposed to know what any of that means.
Yeah,
yeah. I don't know these people.
I don't know this.
Bad Milk. But it's sad milk. But anyway. Personally, I felt the criticism of her formula were enough to get me to unsubscribe from her main. But the rest of the drama, I'm gonna just wait until the information becomes more clear.
I don't know.
I've never heard of Sad Milk until this whole drama started, and I've got to say that's like the worst. Like, I thought Humanist Report was a bad name for a podcast. Sad Milk is by far the worst name ever, and I heard it, and I'm like, oh my god, I hate all these people for that name. Blair too. No, I'm just kidding.
Like, I saw recently someone
Ole's in the same boat as us. Okay,
yeah, the exact same boat. Don't put this on Ole.
I don't think, except for Lance, I don't think any of us really were familiar with Illuminati's channel, her work generally until.
See, so that got me to comment. I was actually in this part of the chat.
She came on Leftist Mafia.
Yeah, no, I had no idea.
If you go back to the very first episode, the election stream, kind of like episode 0 of Leftist Mafia, we were meeting Blair for the first time, and
I wasn't even on when Blair was on. I missed her completely.
No, you were.
You
were. She was still there.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
First time on the first episode of this. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, because she was there for the whole stream. I'm pretty sure. But like, she's been nothing but pleasant to us. So I mean, there's going to be that bias there, right? Because it's like, I've known her and she's been nothing but lovely to me. So it's like, is this just more drama and noise online, or is it something bigger? And yeah, it's a lot, people, and we're trying. So please give us like,
we're doing our best here.
Yeah. Also, people could change, and
yes, absolutely.
Like
this is
whatever
stuff
decision
that happened apparently like years ago, at least a couple of years ago. So actually, well, one's like more recent, so maybe not, but. It's hard. Again, I feel bad even saying too much without her addressing the new stuff.
That's the thing, yeah.
Like that's so it's hard to even know.
Yeah.
Here's a good question for me and you, Mike. How far into Zelda Tears of the Kingdom are you all? Is it better than you thought it would be?
Oh my god.
So how many hours have you played? Like, no spoilers here.
I'm actually hurt that you wouldn't ask me this question as well. What an assumption.
Are you playing it?
Wow. No.
You didn't. We talked about this last week. You didn't say shit.
So I have all but 2 of the towers unlocked for the overworld map.
Where do you find this time?
Okay, so they're talking about Tears of the Kingdom. Anybody else out there played that? I still don't have a Switch. I still do not have a Switch. I was kind of waiting for the prices to come down, but like, I feel like they only went up. I feel like Switches were cheaper like 2 or 3 years ago, and I should have gotten one then, maybe. Yeah, money. Oh, that's right, because you got to buy the game too. God. And yeah, those games are like $70 or something. It's a fun game. I only know CAD.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't really played the main story a lot. Like, as soon as I got my glider,
exploring a lot.
I've literally just been exploring, and so like I haven't even done the main game yet. I just got
the dungeons.
No, not a single one.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just like, I'll go here, and then I'll get sidetracked. Go there. I just got the final ability for the arm. I don't want to spoil it.
No, don't spoil it because I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't. I'm just getting started. It's
sorry.
fucking
So Canadian dollars. I'm sorry. When you said CAD, I was thinking you were talking about another game. Okay, 400 Canadian dollars for the original model. I think it's 250 for the light. Yeah. So what's the deal with the light? Does the light not like work on? Like, wait. Would I be able to play the light on stream through like a capture card? I don't know, chat. I don't really have the money for this kind of stuff. I'm actually in the process of doing a lot of things. Actually, I just bought a bike, which didn't spend too much money on it. But still, bikes are not cheap.
It's honestly life-changing.
Just getting started, you unlock the whole map. I'm loving it. I maybe like I probably got maybe like 10 hours into it so far, maybe 15 hours. But I got it like all the way to the end of a dungeon, and then I can't beat the boss because I'm way too weak. I think this is one that you're supposed to get further in. So
that is so relatable.
Dipped out of there, but you can always like transport back and go and fight the boss. So I'm in some other dungeon now.
Downloads only, and you can't put it in your TV. I mean, as long as I can put it on my computer screen, I'm fine. But yeah, still, it's like only $100 off, right? Sailing the 7 seas is always an option. Wait, is that like? Are you talking about the $7 Switch deal?
On the other side of the map, but it has.
Oh yeah, is anybody smooching that like button over on YouTube? Have we got anybody smooching that like button? And I should also remind you that we have not 1, but 2 ad breaks. One of them is coming up here, the bottom of the hour ad break and the top of the hour ad break. Those things are annoying. They ruin your immersion. Whatever I'm saying, whatever you're hearing on here, you get sucked out of and you get sort of taken away. You get put in this like it's almost like going to the shadow realm or something, right? It's not great. So if you want to get out of going to that shadow realm, you can hook up your Twitch Prime if you have one to Amazon Prime to Twitch, and thereby get a free sub. You can give it to anyone you want, including me, and that will get you out of both of those ad breaks at the bottom and the top of the hour. Saving that, there is the ability to pay for your own Twitch sub if it's not too much of a cost to you. I say it's only $5, but sometimes $5 is a lot of money. If you're in that situation, don't worry. Hang out. We want you here anyway. Just be awesome and contribute to chat, and very likely somebody at some point will see you and take pity upon your soul getting sucked out of the chat every 30 minutes and get you out of that situation. Also on YouTube, what I want from you is to hit that like button, and I'm gonna check on it right now. 45. We are at 45. We're trying to go for 69, right? That is 14. We need to. Are there 14 people in my YouTube chat right now who can just hit like and get us to 69 right away? I don't know if that's possible. I said I wanted to hit 50 by the top of the hour. It is now into the next hour, close to the bottom of the next hour, and we're still not quite there. But if you have thumbs to give, it means a lot to me, right? My thumb isn't all that strong, especially my left thumb. This is not my dominant hand. Your thumb may not be all that strong either, but if we put our thumbs together and everybody's thumbing that button together, then we can make a lot of difference, and we can pull the stream out of the shadows and into the prominence that it deserves. So if you want to make that happen, it can be as simple as hitting that like button to let YouTube know that you're enjoying the stream, and it needs to send more people into here.
I think I forgot how much Breath of the Wild grabbed me, so this one grabbed me just as much.
It's always morally okay to pirate games. Irene doesn't understand your criminal. That's right, I don't understand criminal speech at all. Thumbing to you got to thumb together. Put our thumbs together.
Actually, more so because of all the amazing new mechanics in it, and it's such a fantastic game.
And I'll just say this might be a hot take, but I think it's better than Elden Ring, just in terms of how big the map is. You can't, like, you can set like an objective, but you're going to get sidetracked and then sidetracked 10 more times. There's just so much to do. It's overwhelming, but it's so much fun.
For me, it's like a friendlier Elden Ring, because Elden Ring like kicks your ass.
Yeah,
this game can kick your ass too, but it's because of its presentation. It doesn't feel as daunting as Elden Ring did to me. But
that's fair.
It's so damn good.
Only
Lee
40
is really
subs,
on this shit.
by the way, only 40 subs away from 30,000. Let's do this
Oh,
tonight
come
on the
on.
stream. Let's do this. Come on.
Lee, I'm coping hard.
YouTube.com/Matt
I'm coping hard.
Wait, let's compare. Only 4 subs away from 50 subs. We're almost there. We're almost there. Actually, like it's more like wait, no, did I say the wrong number? Yeah, get to 50 and then 60. We were looking to get to 69. So what is that? That's like oh crap. That's quite a few thumbs away. We're like 20 thumbs away. But you can get me there, chat.
Hardly.
Through the power of your thumbs.
What if this whole thing is like one person just commenting under different names? Like, talk about Blair, talk about Blair.
I think that's the same person.
This is AOC's alt.
That's some deep lore. That's some deep lore right there.
This is the same person.
Yeah.
Same person.
This is for you, Bender.
Let's see.
Bender.
Robbie Barclay with a super chat. Commission Tim Pool takedown from Zayed. Half joke. Like a full rap? Well, he fit Tim Pool
that'd be
in that
cool.
one. He fit Tim Pool in that one.
Definitely. Tim Pool's a good target for anybody. Oh my god. Okay.
Lee.
Some people just like live for drama. That's like all they come here just for drama. Forget about
I gotta say, if they would have kept sending us money for not answering it,
Olay came back.
You know what, Lee? We need to talk. Olay's back. Hey.
Yes, hi.
Hey, we got one for you. Here.
Yeah, there's a super chat literally for you.
I know. I see my name.
There you go.
Yeah, I see
Your silence
that.
on
And
Blair
I'm like,
is suspicious, Olay.
and I don't understand why. I was like, I'm not sure where I shined a bat signal in the sky and said, should a white woman I be loosely associated with be in trouble? I must make a public service announcement. Unclear to me why. Listen, let me just be as as clear and transparent as humanly possible. First of all, I've met Blair on this show. I've tried to make it very clear to everybody. I met everybody on the show. Cool. I exist in an entirely different internet plane from everybody on this show. I don't know who y'all are talking about every week.
You didn't know who Ben Shapiro was and stuff.
No, if you do recall in the first episode, I asked Blair who the triangle even is. That being said, listen, I don't know, and this is just listen. I'm gonna be as fair and as
frustrating. They make alt account jokes to make fun of concerned fans, but they won't comment on. Well, I don't know about proven alt account, right? That was the bit that I said that. There was another level of proof that I'd like to see with stuff like Discord receipts, just because I've seen those things faked before. And there is a way to add a little bit more verification to Discord screenshots that you're showing by scrolling up and down, taking a video of that. I mean, you've seen this before, videos where they're scrolling up and down. It kind of shows you that it's not doctored. And then also hovering over the person's name to confirm this is indeed, because no, they're changing this, right? Just and probably in response to all the questionable, unknowable, receipts from Discord that just don't have any verification, because anybody can make an account, put any avatar, including one that they've downloaded from somebody else, and put any name and pretend to be you, pretend to be me. We don't want to buy into that reflexively, right? But at the same time, we don't want to disbelieve somebody just because they don't come with that full level of veracity and verification, right? It's easy to. It's entirely, possible, right? So you kind of just got to be agnostic about this on some level. But yeah, I get to what you're saying, River Rune. If what they're doing is making fun of the Doobie Schmertz, account and all of that, that's pretty bad. I didn't think that's what they were doing. I thought Matt just made that joke independently. And that's because Matt's the one that made the joke about the alt accounts, right? Matt's the one that I feel like hasn't watched through the click video. I feel like David has. I'm not sure about Mike, and I'm not sure about Olaimi, but I don't think Matt has watched through much of the content.
As humanly possible. I don't know those people involved. I don't know. I don't know any of those people. I don't know any of them. I have no. I'm a lawyer with a million different jobs. I do a lot of different important stuff. You're not going to convince me that I need to run down a trail of drama that's happening. Nope, I won't. I shan't be convinced.
It wouldn't have to be Oz, right? Oz was getting screenshots from somebody else, and that's the person, the redacted person, one of the redacted people. That was the other thing too, is you kind of, even if you have to have somebody in there redacted, which is understandable, you want to be real careful to disambiguate which, I thought that most of the stuff. I think I'm not sure if redacted was one person or if redacted was multiple people. But yeah, it's entirely possible that Oz is not lying, but got past, screenshots that were. The third party is the one that we don't really know about. Also, the other thing about Oz that's really makes it hard to go by, as a trusted narrator for this is the fact that Oz was, in his own words, doing Blair's dirty work, right? So on one side you got Oz saying I did bad stuff, and then on the other side Oz saying I did bad stuff for her. It was her that had me doing that stuff. And really what it is that Oz was on Blair's side at one point, and now is on the side of other people. It doesn't mean that Oz is a bad person, because actually, out of all this, Oz was, Oz's Twitter post kind of struck some, kind of resonated. I really felt for Oz, right, in reading, the whole story from Oz's perspective. However, it's just the kind of situation like where if you're saying like I was dishonest then, but I'm being honest now, it kind of puts you in a place where, you know, we can't take you as a credible source, right? And that doesn't mean that you're a dirty Weasley little liar or anything like that. It's just that, like, you know, it's complicated. It's really complicated. But my heart goes out to like all these people, honestly. Mike and Dave, there's new stuff out since the last time. They have meant both clicks and wondrous responses. Yeah, Mike and Dave, I feel okay. Yeah, I know Dave seems to have watched a lot of this stuff. I guess you're saying Mike did too. I don't get the feeling that Matt did. Did he say Blair asked him to do it? From what I understand, he said he did it for her, and that. Well, wait, what are we talking about exactly? Like, so like, you know, like the claim that Oz made that I remember was that Oz was in some way, like, you know, acting as like Blair's enforcer, Blair's go-between, yeah, et cetera, but you know, towing the line for Blair through the whole thing. And then, you know, I don't know. I'm not saying, like, please understand this, right? Like, I doubt Oz Media is watching this, but if he were to be watching this, I would want him to understand that I am not accusing him of being dishonest, but because of the nature of the claims, it makes it hard to go by just like his word. He reads in the story as very much somebody who is like on one side until he isn't, right? Matt was sent the videos. Oh, Matt Bender was sent the videos. Okay. But yeah, like I don't
but I've seen Blair's video. I'm aware that there is a lot of drama and controversy. I have talked to Blair. My understanding is, listen, we can't speak on Blair's situation. We can't, even like however Blair chooses to pursue that. I know that there are a lot of different moving parts and there are a lot of information that isn't aware that are known to the public or whatever about the situation, but I don't know. And I can't say, and I've always said this as a defense attorney, I don't know shit. Even when I'm representing people, I don't know. The judge don't know. The prosecutor doesn't know. No one fucking knows. I wasn't there. I don't know anybody. I cannot speak. And I do not want to be in the position where I start and I jump down just because it feels convenient, because the internet is now, if the whole tides are against Blair or whatever, I now just jump in because it feels easiest for me to be like, fuck Blair, yeah, fuck, I'm good, right? I'm good. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that. I don't have that relationship with Blair. Blair has never done anything to me or whatever. From my understanding, I know a lot of things. Like I don't know. I don't know. I know Blair is pursuing and no one, right? I know she has her own story. I know there's parts that, and I've said this to her, and I've said this before, I think Blair is at a disadvantage by being a triangle. And I literally mean that, all jokes aside. Like, I really think because people...
When you say Blair has a pattern of this, River Darun, do you mean in terms of what the clique has talked about? Like, or are you talking about like older, like, oh my God, I'm trying to remember the name of this. Happy World, what is it? Like something world, Cruel World, Happy World or something? No, what is it? What are they called? There are previous, like, you know, blow-ups involving an Illuminati, right? That is it Cruel World, Happy World? I can't remember, but I'm not sure, like, when you say pattern, if it's something that I'm aware of or if it's something that I'm not aware of.
They don't know her. She's just a triangle they are connected to online. They like her and they like her content. But if once, you know, the kind of unmasking, it feels like all these people who say they know her, they say they know her and they're all saying this bad stuff, then it feels like, oh, well, this is what they know about her is true. And anything she presents about herself or any response now just seems like it's being told.
You think that the alt sounds like Blair. Look, I mean, I, you know, don't have any proof that it's not. Like, right? It could be. And I'm just trying not to like jump to conclusions based on Discord records, at least until you hear like Blair, like, right? So because at this point, like, to my knowledge, Blair hasn't denied the any of that stuff, the paying $200 or anything that followed, right? This was what the Click accused, or sorry, the Click and Oz are accusing Blair of doing, based on a unnamed source that sent Oz these records, is that Blair supposedly paid this person $200 to dig up dirt on the Click, and then a bunch of other stuff. But Cruel World Happy Mind, thank you, it's Cruel World Happy Mind. Yeah, so people always mention the Cruel World Happy Mind drama. That's the one I'm not aware of. Wait, if we could call her, Blair? This is like a UK cracker, like oh wait, I can't say that word. I'll get in trouble with Twitch for saying that word.
To defend herself. I feel like she's in a rough place. I don't know. I can't speak to any of that. I don't want to be a part of. I don't want to start a tribe, because like, I'm a firm believer if they come for you in the morning, they'll come for me at night. Like I do not want to start a thing where when the internet tides are against you and they have the pitchforks, we start that. Because if we start that,
So I think that Alemi's talking about the content creator sphere, right? And this is true. They don't really care who they're crushing as long as they're crushing those views. And that's a scary thing. That's something to be worried about. Now I'm talking about the content, mainly the commentary community, but in a way, it's like all of YouTube. That like when there is a drama that captures people's attention, like Creepshow Art or whatever, the temptation is for anyone and everyone to do a video on it, and it does make for a situation that could end up as a dog pile, and there's no guarantee that the person that's being piled on is really the person that's at fault. I don't think that the YouTube commentary sphere really cares. Like I said, they don't care who they're crushing, as long as they're crushing those views. But so I sort of understand what Alemi's saying there. That being said, there's a tendency, especially of bigger content creators, to circle the wagon out of like mutual self-interest, and I think that sometimes that actually serves to like deny any sort of justice or fair hearing to the people that have been potentially wronged by someone like that, or that lets them slide by on doing harm to the communities they're pretending to defend, right? So I'm like of two minds about this, but I think what Blair is talking about is like, if they being the commentary community come for you in the morning, they're going to come for me at night. That's entirely possible. Yeah.
Saying, or I do not want to set the tone that we are obligated to make public service announcements and jump on tribes against anybody that's on the thing, because that's a fucked up place to be in. Who needs that? Where in saying I have made it clear I'm high as fuck and this show every single week. That is obviously the position of
exactly, Morgan. Drama farms like certain debate streamers who will remain nameless.
Somebody who would like to be unserious. I have never said that I want to consider myself a member of parliament, or I have to speak up on any controversies that are part of things. Also, I'm a defense attorney, y'all, not a prosecutor. Stop putting these obligations on me. I do not believe in it. I don't do this in real life, let alone online. So keep me out of it. That's my position. If Blair is wrong for something, Blair will speak up for her own fucking self. Y'all will find that out. Blair will have her own situation. We cannot be held responsible for Blair's thing. I know everybody is doing their best. Lance has tried to be like he's being a friend, he's being a co-host. We're all doing our.
So Lance has gotten mentioned. What do you want to bet, chat? What do you want to bet that Lance jumps in?
Show it. It's not that we don't hear y'all. It's not that we don't know y'all are upset and all these different things, but who the fuck knows how it goes? Because it's so easily. There have been many times in life where everybody jumps on the tides of something. There are a bunch of men jumping down on a woman with a big platform, and then if it should it turn out, should the tides turn, we learn a bunch of other stuff, and it end up being where she's not the bad guy. Then we look like the fucked up ass people that all jumped to fucking kick her in the neck. So I don't know, but I don't know the allegations. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not a person. I'm not gonna die on nobody's hill. Don't fucking know. I wasn't there. I don't know these people. All I know is I do a show with Blair. She's nice to me. I've been nice to her. Everybody keep my name out your mouth and let me do my nice little content. Please be nice to Lance. Get off Lance's ass. He's trying to be a good friend and be a good person. And I want to remind you why y'all are blowing down on Lance being a dickhead this week. Lance was the person that convened this wonderful assembly of people y'all enjoy talking to every Thursday. So put some fucking respect on Lance, the Serf's name, God damn it.
Why is Lance getting
I've been giving my man's grief because they jumped in because when this first happened, Lance, tried to be, Lance is a sweetheart, tried to be a good friend, and he streamed because he streamed Blair's first video that put out.
Oh, okay.
Now people think there's an implied contract that he must cover every hit piece on who he knows, or else he is morally bankrupt. Please. Because
so I didn't cover this basically because I sort of empathize with the predicament that Lance is in here. But yeah, Lance did a stream going over Blair's video, and as far as I could tell, the stream chat was on board with him. The stream chat, like, I didn't see anybody, like, I don't know, maybe they banned people who, I don't know what, I can't say for certain. But the Twitch stream seemed to be okay with what Lance was saying. The YouTube comments, however, on that video were not, right? The YouTube comments were very unforgiving to Lance, and they called Lance out pretty hard. And I think that's probably part of the reason that video is down now. And Lance's, explanation is that this has become a shit show and he just doesn't want to be part of it. It's understandable. But yeah, there was like a big discrepancy between Lance's Twitch community and I guess the people that watch him on YouTube. So it's not something that I've observed before, but I guess it's real. Lance's channel was respectfully telling him to take down his defense. Oh, Lance's Twitch channel. Okay, so River, you may hang out there more than me then. I just when he was going over it, because like if you understand, Lance made his video covering Blair's response basically a day, or either the day of or the day before the Clicks video came out. And so in light of what the Click has added to the conversation, yeah, Lance's video is going to be untenable. YouTube is notoriously anti-Amber Heard too. I didn't get a chance to say this earlier, but some of the people say that Lance and Zan should debate each other. Oh, wow. I don't know how that would go, but at least Zan isn't Tim Pool. I mean, would they debate about, like, Lance's debate? Is that what they're asking? Or do they want to debate? Well, we're going to get to see Zan again, like, right? So just in case you thought you were done with Xanderhal for the day, no, you're not. Because you unlocked that extra portion of the stream earlier by hitting the 10 sub goal. And therefore, that means that I got to do some extra content for you. Now, we've got a lot of things we can cover, but I think the thing that's most relevant today is going to be Zan's 24-minute video responding to Lance's 45-minute video. I meant YouTube channel. Lance has repeatedly said his YouTube chat is the spot. Wait, he has a YouTube chat, or do you mean YouTube, like, commenters? Do you really watch Lance on YouTube? Does Lance ever stream on YouTube? I've never seen him do that.
Well, y'all wouldn't respect it if Lance were the type of person that was friends with this woman, and the minute four other white men jumped on her, he jumped on her fucking back. Y'all wouldn't find that good too, especially if there's other information behind the scenes that we might know that might make us seem like dickheads too. We have a lot of different things that we're competing with, so stop putting these obligations on people. Y'all have enough people. There are literally millions between all the hit.
The Twitch chat was very defensive of Blair. They decided she could not have done anything wrong. From what I saw before, it was taken down. The top comments were like, dude, H-Bomb pointed out the obvious plagiarism. How is that an L for him?
Pieces on Blair.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Of views. That
I forgot he said rare H-Bomb L.
Y'all have a whole lot of
YouTube chat. Okay, YouTube live chat. Okay, so they actually do I didn't realize they streamed on YouTube.
People y'all could talk shit about Blair with. Why do y'all need us to join you? There's a lot of shit to talk about. Do we need to be that kind of podcast? Follow those people who are talking shit. They're committed.
Yeah, be nice to Lance.
Thank you. Leave
God,
Lance
this is and it's people like this is again like I'm gonna restate what I said. This is so complex. Like you can't. It's not like hey, look at this tweet from Blair, and I can't just make a judgment on that. This is like so deep.
Yeah, this isn't about like what she presents, right? Like that's always my concern is like what are you putting out into the world? Like this, what's happened behind the scenes is very hard for us to properly judge because we aren't there. Like this is personal issues that's happening there, so it's tougher than like someone putting out some garbage online to spread. Like that's a different thing.
Yeah, it's hard to like. There's a lot of moving pieces, so like I'm trying to be fair and objective, but I need time to like learn about these people and educate myself because there's a lot of people involved. There's feelings that are hurt, and I don't want to like just jump in for the sake of jumping in and end up like making more problems, causing more pain, because like we're talking about like mental health issues, suicidality, like these are very serious things, and I don't think that I should jump in with an ignorant, hasty opinion. So like I don't want to talk if I'm not fully informed, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I did not realize, like when Ole just mentioned if you want to get your fill here, there's a bunch of videos. I thought this was like literally 3 videos that were weeks old.
I get why fans want Leftist Mafia to comment on Blair ASAP, but sometimes it's best not to comment so fans fast on the situation. Well, I mean, like, despite the fact that they are commenting on the situation, they are at least being cautious not to add to the dog pile and not to jump to conclusions, right? But I guess at some point they have to let their fans know that they're not dodging the question either. So I think this is kind of what that is, right? To show that they're aware of what's happening and that they are, gonna act accordingly with the information as it comes out. Look at what happened to the Try Guys and Ned. Try Guys were legally bound even though they tried to be transparent with fans as possible. Meanwhile, Ned took advantage of that and tried to legally bound by like a NDA? Is that right? The reason people keep bringing up Twitter BS is because Legal Eagle's editor had asked her what plugin, out of nowhere she shared the email and accused them of plagiarism, and H-Bomb clapped back with, "You mean plagiarism like this?" That's how it started. Yeah, that is how it started. Their comment is no comment. Exactly. Wow. I mean, somewhat. Like, it's not entirely no comment. Oh my god, I'm sitting here like trying to play Minecraft. I'm not even doing it.
I didn't know it was this big. Yeah, 300,000 views on a video uploaded just yesterday called "Illuminati Exposed." What the hell? Like, are you kidding me?
There's like countless videos now.
They're on her ass like white on rice, okay? When I say to you, they're on Blair's motherfucking ass. They're on her ass.
Holy shit.
They're on her fucking ass.
I do think you're right that because she's a triangle, it's easier. Like it feels like there's no victim, right?
Yeah.
Like you're just like,
That's
it's
what
really
I
easy
honestly
to
think
jump
it
in
is.
on it.
There are certain things, like honestly, I really like, this has really been illuminating to me on like the different things, like the cost benefit and analysis of how you create your brand. Because I've said this before, I've always wondered when we first started the show, what the danger is in that and being hidden behind the thing. And it works conveniently when they like you, but there's a certain level of what it saves you, the distance it allows for you.
Lance came back.
Ned is the richest person. So here comes Lance. Ned is the richest person of the 4 and has had the largest sharehold on the Try Guys company. The Try Guys had to hire an HR rep and lawyers from an outside source since their company's HR rep was Ned. Yeah, wait, are we at 69 likes yet? Oh my god. Like, that would be awesome if we were, but like, I'm guessing we're 47. We're still like 20 away. We're 22 away.
Is Lance here? Lance, did he go? Is he here?
We need those 69 likes, chat. It's very important.
Reconvene.
69 likes on YouTube.
First question: how long has the after party been going down for? I feel
like
like now this feels like fucking high school.
We gotta do super chats. That's why we're here.
We do this every week. I feel so.
Yeah, actually, every week we go quick. Lance and Ole left. Let's talk all the shit about Lance and Ole we possibly can.
No, it's actually
Can you believe there's silence on Blair? Oh my god.
text each other like we're watching. Lance is like, "Did you know there was an after party?" I'm like, "Yeah." Lance is like, "What the fuck?"
Is there anyone I do this?
Let's go.
David, can you play the intro? Let's go another 2 hours. Let's do
Oh
this.
my god. Kill me now.
All right. Just kidding.
Oh my god.
Jackass.
I forgot I could do that.
I was like, "Oh, I gotta go in." I was like, "If they making statements, damn, I gotta make a fucking statement."
God damn. We're holding a whole ass fucking press conference after the show. God damn, I'm tired.
I saw the thumbnail. I was like, please.
Oh my god.
I just want to say, I reiterate most of the points that everyone said. Sorry.
Yeah, say your piece, Lance, because you're getting attacked. This makes me sad.
You're getting thrown out. I agree with almost everything that everyone has said already. The exact same thing. I've obviously been in this awkward position where, yes, I've spoken to Blair.
Thank you for the like,
behind
Morgan.
the scenes,
Meow.
in between these dramas, and it's not my drama. Just like Mike was saying, I didn't know half of these names when it first started coming out, and so if someone else is like, yeah, I'm going to release a statement for this is what I'm going to say about it. It's not my place to comment on, right? In between it. It's like, it's been an incredibly shitty position to be in because something will happen. Blair will be like, yeah, I'm going to make a statement. Blair makes a statement. And then more videos come out right afterwards. And then everyone's like, oh, Lance, how can you stand behind the response videos now after the response? But I think it's the same thing as everyone else has been saying on the Leftist Mafia so far. Once the full story has been told and everything comes out,
I will back Lance Senpai up here, right? In that people underestimate how hard it is to be responsive to drama, especially drama that involves you, in the timetable that people would like, right? Because when people start paying attention to these things, they kind of dwell in them, they live in them, they watch video after video after video after video, and in their mind a lot of time has transpired. Yeah, you've been watching, the Clicks video, Wonders video, all the Turkey Tom's video, all the videos that are out there, maybe you watched No Comment Chicks video, right? So you feel like it's been a really long time, but in the meantime, life is going on for content creators. They've got things to do, and they want to do things right, especially a response on something like this could be potentially determining the fate of your career, and more importantly, you want to do the right thing by all those involved, right? So people need to have a little bit more understanding for how much turnaround time there might be in between a drama happening and somebody like Lance, who's not even directly involved, right? But is kind of a friend of somebody who is directly involved to respond. I saw the earlier tweets, Blair's video and this stream. I don't agree with the way people have been going after Blair. That's my whole thing. Right, I said that there's a lot of stuff I can't adjudicate. A lot of stuff sounds like it was a horrible situation. I believe, people when they say that they suffered because of this, right? And but as far as adjudicating, was somebody here horrible? Does somebody deserve, does somebody need to, be accountable for this? I can't really tell you that, but what I can tell you is regardless of how accountable Blair might be, she does not deserve the wrath of the commentary community that's coming down on her right now. Right, that stuff, and those people aren't interested in accountability, right? They just want blood, right? When you're talking about somebody like Augie RFC, Augie was not coming after Blair because Augie is worried about poor Wonder, right? Augie hates Blair's guts. I guess they used to be friends, and it's time for revenge.
But if it turns out that Blair has been abusive or abusive to people, like obviously people on this panel are going to call it out, of course, like absolutely.
You know, the lawyer in me just is always concerned about precedent, right? And like what we put out there, right? Because like women, it was like, oh, we owe it to our fans to be. I was like, oh, don't put that fucking in writing. Like I was second last, like Jesus Christ, because I just like wonder, like, listen. I feel like I don't know why that's implicitly the understanding in like our internet town squares, and I want to push back on that because I don't know where like in starting a podcast to me or being on a podcast that means I'm now obligated to like do some extra layer of condemnation publicly in some way. Let me be clear. I'm a person, I don't mince words. Y'all know me. Like everything I gotta say, I push back. Lance knows I will send him a whole 5-minute audio note telling him why I fundamentally disagree, why I think this, why I think that. I could do whatever. Like I've talked.
I get the small ones apparently.
Yeah.
Land is getting like 15-minute voice messages from me.
No, dead ass. And I'm like, there are ways, you know, you can speak about things and address things. I'm all about like accountability and how you help people if they're called up. But honestly, she's being fucking jumped on and being curb stomped by the entire fucking internet. What more does she like? I don't see what I need to make any publicly disparaging comments about her or make any denouncement. What does that do? Where did you get the impression? And what in making a YouTube talking shit did where in being a joke leftist mafia did we come up with some obligation to like jump into and wade into like these large
Shark00 just announced he'll be uploading a video addressing some of the accusations against him by some people. Not sure how I feel about that. I think I know the situation. So are we talking about the video, the debate with Endless from a year ago? I know, interestingly, their friendship is in that span of time is another thing that proves she's a hypocrite about the R word against the clique later. Wait, so she said, oh, the friendship between Augie and Blair? And this is over the secondary controversy that got brought up because she had another controversy. It just makes me think of other times this happened, blatant hate campaign against Lindsay Ellis. Lacrimosa leche, tears of milk. As many people as Shark has blocked, do you think anyone will see the video? Yeah, oh God. I've sort of kept up on, I think I'm familiar with what's going on. Actually, you know, that was another piece of content, and we can't watch this today because like, got too much already. I might have to be doing more streams. Just as I say I want to do like less streams and work on more videos, I get another reason to need to do a stream because I did see actually a Vosh debate where the subject of Shark 300 came up, and you know there were tweets of Sharks that I'm like shocked at how horrible they were, right? They're I mean, like, I don't know what the explanation for these tweets was, right? I can't imagine an explanation for these tweets. And now I have had, you know, my differences with Shark. The main one that comes to mind is the video that he made on me way back that was just completely full of discredited sources, right? And then the situation with Bad Empanada where I saw him just like blatantly lie, just blatantly make up stuff. And granted, like I know that Bad Empanada can be hard to get along with, but that doesn't give you the right to just make up like lies. And when the lies are about things as seriously as you know, SH and SA. Yeah, I think there was a lie about SA, right? That's not a funny joke. That stops being a funny joke. So, yeah, I mean, like, but I generally regarded Shark as one of the less pernicious of the debate sphere. And what I read that Shark tweeted just kind of reverses that. It was stuff that was hard for Vosh to explain, and that says a lot. One of my Twitch friends mentioned during the beginning of the whole thing, she doesn't usually talk about politics. Sometimes the conversation got onto Vosh. Somehow the conversation got onto Vosh. I found out they're a Vosh and Xanderhal stan. It put a bad taste in my mouth. That's understandable. He's absolutely terrible. Yeah, and I guess I didn't realize, like, and like, granted, I'm saying this as somebody that's got reason to dislike Shark, okay? Like, personal reason to dislike Shark. I was trying not to fall into that because we're talking about an old ass drama. I don't want to be dredging stuff up from the past. I don't want to look petty. I want to focus more on the future than I do on the past. But yeah, the stuff that was in that tweet was just like, I don't get it, Shark. I don't get it.
Discourses that are happening. Blair is having dynamics that I can't even relate to. These people have salaries. Blair's a corporation. Blair's a business. I didn't even know about this. I don't fucking know nothing about this money. None of my shit is even monetized. I can't even. Who am I to make any statements or to be a part of any of this stuff? And I think that is a dangerous game to get into. I think that's what makes things such a headache on our side of the aisle, right? Is like we can't. Like the whole point of wanting to do the show and make a comfortable world is where we could talk and we could have these different like quadrants of the internet come in, not for us to then act as some other quasi council where we jump into what each other's internet town square is mad about and we say, hey, light up the fucking pitchforks, we're not real if we don't fucking kill us, bitch.
Ole. I saw that photo.
Yeah, this isn't even old. He's said bad shit recently. Yeah, you're right. I didn't in my desire to not believe the worst about somebody that I had every like reason to think badly of, I probably missed like how bad some of the stuff that Shark was saying was. The other thing that I'm not telling, I probably mentioned this before. It's not like I'm holding this as a secret, right? But Shark and I used to be friends. When we first started content creation, right? I had him on to talk, I think at least a couple of times, and really enjoyed him as a person. There was always a degree to which I massively disagreed with a lot of what he said, but I thought well of him, and I was kind of surprised when he jumped on the attack NCC train.
Of you canoodling with Hassan at the big YouTube celebrity boxing matches. Don't play it off like you're some little YouTuber. You got some secret shit going on we don't know about. Hell, I never see what Blair looks like. For all I know, you're fucking Illuminati.
Your channel's called Illuminati.
And people jump on me even for that Hassan picture. I'm like, there's a distance between us.
Did they really though?
Yes, they
Oh my god, thank you,
Oh
Sarah.
my god.
Yes, they did. I was like, my nigga.
Morgan the Fae, you just got a gift sub, courtesy of Zara Xerox. Thank you. The Clout Network isn't known for their creative rhetoric. True. Some weird stuff about Empanada. True. Sometimes that like stuff to criticize, but people just call him a tanky and make stuff up. Yeah, and like that's the problem. Like you really see the character of the Clout Network when you see how they act towards somebody who they've been able to turn into an acceptable target, right? Like Bad Empanada. And what they do is just kind of make up lies about him. Like, right, there's a lie that Shark forwarded, made by everyone's favorite apartheid anime girl, that Bad Empanada had left Australia to escape charges for a very serious, for SA. And that you can't just like, that's not a funny joke to fucking meme about somebody committing a crime. If it's true, then show the receipts. If not, then stop being a ghoul about it, right?
I didn't even talk to him like for real. I hailed and I went home. I went back to my room to catch Love is Blind. I'm not even
a lot of the Vosh Clout Network jumped on this accusation, and I As far as I can tell, there's not actually any proof for it.
I was like, where? I was like, how? They were like, oh, I'm so disappointed in you. Every time you show up on my timeline is a red flag. I was like, how the fuck does me being even adjacent near this person come to, like, where did I make some endorsement that I espouse and agree with everything they must have done to piss you off? I'm like, I don't even know these niggas. I don't know what they be doing on the internet to make you mad. I wasn't there.
Oh, you took a picture with Hassan? Well, did you know about this and this and that he said this?
I'm like, oh my god. Oh my
Jesus
god. I'm
Christ.
not a creator. I don't even know none of these.
It's exhausting. It really is. And can we just address the people in the chat who are roasting me because they say that I look like a medical services worker with this shirt? Okay, I won't wear it again. All right.
I would never have thought that. That looks nice to me.
It actually is pretty accurate. I do look like a medical services worker.
What does a medical service worker look like? What?
You know, like somebody that works at like Zoom Care.
Thing. I don't know.
Oh, no. Internet, stop being internet. What are you doing?
They're actually, it's kind of on point, but like, okay, I see it. Okay, I'm a medical services worker.
I don't see it.
It's not a bad thing.
Here's the next super chat. I miss Blair. I hope she returns in spite of the
duality of the internet.
She really completed this group.
If they were a Cosmere Dragon, they would take a fucking heated javelin and send it to your house.
Get them instead of us.
This is for Bender. Love the vibes of your chat, Matt.
Yep, thank you, Jordan. I mean, everyone knows I got the best chat in the business. Everybody knows that the Bender YouTube live stream chat is the chat to be in.
I don't know about that.
I agree.
That's my favorite.
I agree.
80s Star Trek.
People in Bender's chat can't believe a bunch of outlandish stuff about BE and can't focus on any actual criticism. It's cringe. Yeah. Sometimes you have friends and you don't want to be mean to them if they're really parasocially attached to some of these content creators, but when they ask you why you don't like them, it's like, where do I begin? The question is more like, why do you like them? Do you have any advice for when people are like, why do you hate Vosh Xanderhal? I mean, for me, it's not about hate, and it's not like a personal thing. It's that they got some reactionary stuff to unpack. And does that mean you can't be a leftist? No. But occupying such a prominent place on the left that you end up like silencing anybody who disagrees with you. Yeah, I think the biggest thing that people that are fans of Vosh don't seem to realize is that he doesn't just sit there, and do his thing. And they're of the opinion that Vosh is sitting there doing his thing, and why can't the rest of us just leave him alone? If you don't agree with him, don't watch his content, whatever, right? And they don't realize that that is not actually what happens. So many people get attacked just for disagreeing with Vosh. And when you sort of grant that space to reactionary... Jesus, okay, that's not good. That's very close to me. He's smelling me, Biden. Joseph Robinette Biden. Joseph Robinette Biden. Joseph Robinette Biden. Yeah, like, what people don't seem to realize is that it's not just that you're not getting, like, real intersectional leftism from Vosh. It's that the real intersectional leftists out there are getting attacked by him and his community. And so even though maybe you would rather not see, like, or let alone participate in leftist infighting, you're not the side that started the fight. And if they really want to see who shot first, right? Just take them back to that Vosh stream on Thought Slime, right? After Vosh got blocked by Thought Slime on Twitter, Vosh is pretty mask off about what he actually feels about trans people. And we are considered by him ungrateful and getting in the way of him doing his big boy, edgy boy messiah work, right? He wants to save us, but we're just too stupid for our own good, is the feeling that you'll get from that. And honestly, if they defend that, if they see Vosh, you know, go off on trans people, and they're okay with that, I don't know what you can say to them, right? I wish I'd clipped that answer to my question. Very cogent and reasonable argument, which I'm sure they would entirely ignore. Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're fighting an uphill battle against parasociality. And the cult-like social environment that stream creates, right? Dark Brandon's sniffing, exactly, right? He wants to know if I've got any ice cream. He's acting as a thought leader, teaching people who want to be leftist how to be reactionary and calling it leftism. He's causing harm to the marginalized folks in with his platform. Yeah.
Sure, Mike.
I think Mike's chat is the underdog here. I think he has the best chat.
My chat is very nice. They're wonderful. They're wonderful. At least to me.
Chat, though, are gems.
They are very sweet.
Very wholesome. They're very wholesome, so I can see that reflected in your chatters as well.
Tony, you think CNN will come back from the bottom after shooting themselves in the foot from the town hall debacle? CNN's all cable news is going downhill.
I mean,
and
really,
with the Chris Licht up at the top at CNN, it sounds like he enjoyed the town hall. So I don't.
Oh my God, Black Phillip remembers when I rated Bad Empanada and he called. Wait, really? Did he call me an albinoid snow roach who should crawl back into her cave in Saxony? Well, I mean, like, that's more not confirmed, but worth keeping in mind, right? Is there anyone else under Vush Network that isn't spiteful besides Lance? Vosh, Demon Mama Keffels, Dylan Shark did something that was either bad or complicit. You know, like, Lance is the example that jumps to my mind. However, there are people that I just don't know. Like Conyer. Conyer's Vosh's roommate. And, I mean, so obviously pretty close to Vosh, I guess. But I feel bad about making any criticisms of somebody whose content I've literally never watched. I don't know anything about Conyer. So I can't really speak to Conyer. I'm trying to think who else is in the fold. Yeah, Merrick is definitely more than just problematic. God, I'm trying to think of who else is in the White Leaf Network. Conyer seems really mellow and nice. I can't imagine him being Bush's roommate. Yeah, I mean, like, I've never seen anything bad from Conyer, but I just honestly haven't seen much from Conyer at all. So I definitely don't want to say anything bad about people whose content that I'm not familiar with. But that's the only person that I can think of that might be more on the, you know, okay side of things other than Lance. A ton of them have me blocked. Yeah, that's the thing, is that, like, sometimes like, I have met content creators who they come here and they want to make friends. And it's understandable that they do, because content creation is very lonely, especially streaming. As much as it's cool, you have a chat here, you're constantly talking to people, dealing with people, you know, talking to other content creators, etc. Like, there's a certain, like, level of alienation that just comes with being a streamer. And so I think for that reason, people make friendships and they want to stick with those people. They don't want to think bad things about their friends. And some good people become friends with not great people. And I think that when you have a situation where, you know, somebody that seems like they don't belong, like in, you know, something like the Vosh Clout Network ends up there anyway, it's through that, like, kind of social, almost like a social model of content creation, where I've always tried to sort of focus on an ideological model, if that makes sense. Because at the end of the day, although I'm a human being and I like people and I you know, empathize with people very easily, I don't want to get pulled along with the prevailing winds. I don't want to be on somebody's side in a situation just because they're nice to me. And I don't think that's a terribly common way of looking at things, unfortunately. Conyers videos do show up in my YouTube feeds at times. I don't know who they are, but they seem chill compared to Vosh. Shark is laid back, but he's throwing women of color under the bus, and that wasn't cool. Yeah. Seen Conyer have good takes on trans people, and it felt weird to... Yeah, true. But the other thing that I try to do is really, like, not alienate anybody that I don't think is a lost cause. Because there are, you know, people that are in that clout network doing harm. Like, you know, like I said, if somebody sees that Vosh video of the post Thought Slime Twitter debacle, right? And they're still okay with him after it, I don't know what to say. I don't know what you can do for that person. Like, I don't know if that person is savable, right? But some people just don't know. And like, they're, like, in fact, here's what's really annoying. I've noticed that the memes that community comes up with are, like, designed to protect Vosh from accountability, right? So whenever Vosh starts trending, you'll have people talk about the horse discourse. You know what I'm saying? And it'll be Vosh fans. And they will be joking and memeing about, you know, the horse stuff. And, like, you know, the feeling you get is that a lot of these people think that Vosh made some off-color jokes about, like, you know, horses. And that's not where that the meme actually comes from. Something that Vosh said to somebody in a Discord that he was abusing. Right? Somebody that didn't want to express very clearly that they were uncomfortable with the sexual nature of the conversation Vosh was having with them. And Vosh's answer to that was to bring up horses in the most inappropriate context you could possibly imagine, right? So that's not a joke. That's a horrible thing that somebody had to live through. And has never, you know, there's never been any accountability for that because it was Vosh and there were too many people, right? This is what I posted after White Nervosa made her weird accusations against me. White Nervosa was one of the people that was covering that up. White Nervosa was one of those people, you know, on Vosh's side when he was attacking this person that he'd victimized, right? White Nervosa is the last person in the world that anybody should be trusting on anything, right? So when she makes an accusation against me, forgive me if I don't fall all over myself to, like, take it seriously, because she's not a serious person. She's a seriously bad person, right? She's shown that. She's shown her true colors, and yet somehow there's no accountability. And somehow all these things become memes and jokes. And it's like, Vosh is not canceled because he made a joke about a horse's eggplant. Vosh is canceled or he's not A, not canceled, and B, that he didn't make a joke about it. He made an inappropriate reference to it to somebody who was trying to get him to stop talking about like sex because they were uncomfortable with the way that he was coming onto them, just, you know, despite them not having interest in expressing that, right? So when you're making that joke, Vosh community, understand that to those of us who know what that's actually about, that's horrible. That sounds horrible, right? And I want to assume the best about you, and that you just think it's a joke. You think that it's literally, oh no, this is like a meme or something. No, it's unfortunately not a meme. They're trying to joke away legit SH. Yep. And that's a tactic they've taken with like everything. The person was underage. No. Okay, so the person that had a Discord conversation with an underage person was Chud Logic, right? Not Vosh. This person that Vosh talked to was of age, but the key fact with them is that they didn't want to have a conversation about sex. They were uncomfortable. They tried to move the topic away from that, and Vosh kept on returning. Oh, you know, like he was insistent about it, right? He would not take no for an answer in that regard, right? Now, the Chud Logic thing, I need to say, is one in which he asked the person if they were of age, and the person did not immediately say yes, but eventually did say yes, right? So if you ask the debate network people, or if you ask Chud Logic's community, it was that, well, that person lied to Chud. What was Chud supposed to do? Here's what Chud was supposed to do, right? When you ask a person if they're of age and they can't give you an immediate answer, right? Because if you ask me that question right now, no comment, chick, are you of age? Especially if, like, you know, I'm talking to somebody in Discord and it's like, you know, getting, you know, right? If you ask me, am I of age? I don't have a problem saying that yes. I'm not gonna be like, ooh, well, right? And that's what this person did. This person was evasive, right? I think that it's easy to say that a normal person, I'm not gonna hold it. It's not, the problem with Chud is not that he's not normal. Most people seeing what was typed in there would have made the assumption that there's a reasonable chance that that person was not of age. However, Chud Logic claims that he took the person at their word, and yes, they did indeed eventually claim to be of age, right? So take that as you may, right? I'm not going to tell you what to think about that. I don't pretend that it's any, you know, that it's a straightforward answer, but it's not a clean bill of health as far as Chud Logic being a good person. That's what it's not, right? Now, there are definitely people who have taken that and made claims based on it that I don't think are entirely supported by that, right? But yeah, sorry, I'm not trying to talk about Chud Logic here. It just, I think, didn't it come? Oh yeah, it came up in the Cuffles video. That's right, it came up in the Cuffles video. How many inward controversies did he have, and how many years has he defended the use of the word? Yeah. White Nervosa told Irish Laddie to change his name. Have you ever watched the Destiny and Vosh discuss? Yeah. I've seen it. I haven't watched it on stream. I guess if we wanted to do that, it would have to be like a YouTube only kind of segment. Responsible people have clear conversations about age. Yeah. Sorry, excuse me. I'm like burping from the bubbles. But yeah, the thing about it is like, if you feel like something's up, if you feel like something's funny, if you're getting a response from somebody other than an immediate yes when you ask them the question, are you of age? You should be concerned. You should be concerned. So, you know, I'm not going to make any broader conclusions than that on the Chud Logic situation, other than to say, like, it's not as straightforward as Chud's community is making it out to be.
Don't expect things to get any better at seeing that. So definitely not. This is for Bender.
It's Renee. You call Marjorie Taylor Greene He-Man. Just call Marjorie Taylor Greene He-Man having fall off. I don't even know what that means.
I don't either, but sounds funny.
But does anybody get that? Is that like a CrossFit reference?
But I don't get it. It just conjured an image of her in my mind of like her in a He-Man like uniform.
This is also yours, Bender.
All right, narrator with a $12.34 super chat. I like that. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Wow.
Incompetence is populist branding of white supremacy. I almost read that as YouTube supremacy. Never bring up the incompetence and talk about it because it does nothing except to say it's not as dangerous as it is. This is probably in relation to the Marjorie Taylor Greene discussion we're having. Yes.
Marjorie Karen Greene.
Doc says 3 things. Any idea when Blair is returning? I haven't heard you guys mention. We talked about. I know of her issues. Thanks for Jesse last week. You need to watch Steve Shiv's parody video about how to shower.
You know how I know
Steve Shives, right?
7:30.
Deep down in y'all's soul, and I know our audience, and I love y'all. I love y'all audience. I love you all so deeply, and y'all know deep in y'all souls that y'all are a little self-righteous and y'all love drama. You know how I know? Because Blair barely fucking talks on this show. If you did in the last 20-something episodes, Blair's talked collectively 10 minutes.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
right.
Yeah.
Suddenly y'all acting like
powers the internet. Yeah.
Y'all are like, Jesus, I have not heard. My week is serving. Like y'all are so full of shit. Y'all are full
Someone
of
should-
shit. Blair,
Someone
hold
should
on.
create-
Blair, y'all didn't ask. Blair missed this show. First of all, Blair was gone for like mad episodes.
Probably like half the episodes she's been gone.
Right, y'all barely had no Blair. Now y'all over here like, oh my back. Make a statement. Make a statement. Ridiculous.
Oh my god.
Well, I saw one comment that was like, sorry, go ahead, Matt.
I would say someone should get
Joe
the data
Biden.
from all the episodes and create a bar graph of how long each of us has spoken on the show. Without a doubt,
I think y'all
Blair's
would
in the
find
bottom, the very bottom. I'm gonna guess that it's
for
me
sure.
and Ole fighting for #1 up top.
Way been there.
I talk
I
less than
will
a lot
school-
of you.
school numbers.
I talk a lot.
Oh my
less
God,
in
that's
time
the
than a lot of you.
dude. That's Joseph Biden right there. We gotta get away from Joseph Biden.
A bit that's the razzle dazzle.
Oh, he's
that's
running.
all it
He's
is.
coming.
Like, I'm telling you the
Oh, no.
numbers though. That motherfucker Bender got a
Oh,
monologue on him.
I was gonna say you win the monologue awards. Yeah, soliloquies. You were the soliloquy master.
No.
You just
And
get
Matt,
Me?
your mic
no.
again,
Here he
Matt.
comes.
I fixed
Here
it.
he
I fixed
comes.
it.
Okay,
It should be
okay.
fine.
Oh no, here he comes.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right.
Shit.
I'm
Biden,
the
Biden.
Shakespeare of the group. I
Run,
guess.
run,
I'm
run, run.
Or
No.
not
Yeah,
to be.
I feel like we all
Biden.
have our moments where they're like, there's bursts of us talking, and then we kind of like fade into the
No.
background. Like I kind of feel like we all do that to an extent.
This is why I don't want to fight Biden. That was Joe Biden. He Biden blasted me away. Dark Brandon strikes again. I know, right? God.
Hey David, start off by saying I love you
couldn't
guys
even
and
tell
everything
where
y'all
it
do. I
was.
was wondering
I thought
if
I
you'd be interested in
knew-
streaming to another platform in addition to what you have so far. Part 1. The answer is no. I'll see
I gotta
part
get
2
that
at some
stuff,
point. I
though.
don't see it yet. Oh, here's no.
I
Yeah,
absolutely
no,
need
this
to
is
get
it.
that stuff. Okay.
This one's for Bender.
Narrator with a super chat. It lends to the myth that only the dumb
I got
and the
snapped.
poor are actually racist. Is this also in relation to Marjorie Taylor Greene? I think so. Yeah, it's rough because we read these super chats
Yeah,
after a 2-hour
afterwards.
show.
It's really
always
tough
add
to
try
figure
to add
out.
everybody
Yeah.
who leaves super chats for any of us. Always
some
try to add just
context
a
in
little
there.
bit of
Yep.
context about
It
what
helps.
you're talking about, knowing
The
that
thing
by the
is
time
that
we get to the super chat,
They
we
charge
have no
they
idea.
charge by the word. That's
The
why they
only
don't.
thing that I'm a little bit worried about now is I haven't seen any super chats in YouTube. Now I don't know if that means that there just haven't been any super chats today, or if it's not showing it in my new window, right? I changed the way that chat works around a little bit. Oh wait, actually I haven't adjusted that to show. Here, let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. We got unified chat today, and we're just gonna post it, put it right there. You can put it right there. Okay, so that's unified chat. And I don't know. It's you know, it's not perfect. I'm just hoping that one of those imperfections isn't that it doesn't show me super chats, because I need to see those. I like to read those. It's very important. If you go out of your way to pay me money to make a super chat, I need to be reading and responding to your super chat. So I never know. No, YouTube has so many bugs. Well, it's not even YouTube's bugs. It's also my streaming software. Illuminati drama was so bad that Ole and Lance had to come back for super chats. That's what happened. Yeah.
That's why a lot of the super chats. Yeah. So if you go over a certain amount of words, you have to pay more. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think that's about the end of it. Now we do have one other thing to check out, right? And that's this guy. He's back. That's right. Xander the Commander. He's got a response to Lance's receipts. I don't know what he could say. What could he say? Testing super chat. Okay, so yep, there we go. Super chat. Okay, so it says that, and then it shows that you super chatted 696. Testing super chat. Oh my god, thank you, Taco Cat. Okay, well at least that gives me like the like at least I know I'm not missing them, because that's the last thing I want to do is ignore people's super chats just because my software is not doing what the software is supposed to do. But it looks like my software is okay. If you can, though, if you're on YouTube chat and you haven't liked the stream yet, we're going for 69 likes today, right? I would love to hit 69 likes. That would make me so eternally grateful, so eternally happy to have those 69 likes. It also helps more people see the stream. So even after the stream is over, right, more people will see the stream if there's if there's more likes, right? So the higher you can drive that number, the better. I'm trying to avoid Joseph Robinette Biden, who is down here sniffing around, looking for somebody to Biden blast after he's eaten his 2-quart tub of ice cream. Oh my god, Xander, I gotta unmute you.
So all the way back in 2019, early 2019, is when I started making lefty content. And one of the very first videos that I made in the sort of lefty sphere was a video where basically what I'd done is I interviewed some prominent female content creators in the lefty sphere, prominent in my relative view back then, and I asked them specifically what experiences they'd had in online gaming, whether it be Overwatch, World of Warcraft, etc., etc., etc. I asked them a variety of questions, and I wanted to see what commonalities there were, and I did a whole video that's still up now about women's experiences in online gaming and gaming culture, which, you know, you can imagine my take was exactly what you would assume it was. It was about the shit that women deal with. And one of the first larger channel, I believe, to share my content, knowingly and intentionally, and it was that particular video, if I recall correctly, was a channel by the name of the Serfs TV, headed by the person who is relevant in today's discussion, Lance. I don't know his last name. I don't really care to know his last name. I don't know if it's public, but, you know, Lance. We'll call him Lance.
Lance
anyway,
of the Serfs, yeah.
Lance is Canadian,
we know who you're
which
talking
inclines
about.
me to believe that he is misguided, but a nice guy. I have to sneak in the Canadian dunks. I'm sorry. It's Canada, okay? Hold on. What was the Hold on. There was a clip recently that was the truest thing I've ever heard Vosh say, and it was in regards to Canada. This is literally the truest thing Vosh has ever said, and this is more or less my opinion on Canada, but I could go on for 20 more minutes.
Guys, I don't give a fuck how you degenerate Canadians pronounce it, okay? I'm America. Your legislators had to pass laws to force your media companies to produce local stuff because you were just watching our TV, reading our books, watching our movies. You have no independent culture. Everyone just thinks of you as politer Americans. Mexico has a distinct culture. You guys don't. You're still subject to the crown. Now it's a fucking king and he's a pedophile. You're not even a real country. 99% of your land is uninhabitable tundra. You get your asses beat by mooses. All right. That's why I don't pronounce your shit correctly. Also, you have Quebec.
So.
Okay.
Lance mentioned my comment I made about me disliking him for being Canadian while you went over his debate with Tim Pool. That is absurd. Okay, anyway, so basically, background out of the way. Let's get to the more recent stuff.
Okay,
so
we got our stuff. We got our stuff.
A while back, I did a debate with a popular right-wing,
But I
even
kinda wanna get out of
far-right,
here now.
public figure who is also from Canada named Lauren Southern. Now, a lot of people think that I could have done quite a bit better in that debate. I think I did pretty well in the first half about trans issues because she conceded several points to me. But in the second half, I feel like she just kind of, like, did a war of attrition that made her look better in the end than me. I think I could have done better, but, you know, you just kind of get better by practicing. It is what it is. However, after that happened, I think it was Lance was doing a charity stream, if I recall correctly, and somebody in his chat brought me up. I think, like, bringing up the idea of me coming into the charity stream as, like, a guest, because it was one of those charity streams where you bring in a bunch of people, like other content creators, and you're like, hey, let's hang out for a little bit and talk, and you raise money and all that. And in response, he said, yeah, I don't really like Xanderhal, or something along those lines. And I ended up having that knowledge conveyed to me. I was like, why? Wait, what did I do? Why
smell
would he
me.
like
He's gonna smell me.
I came to find out, and this is the most
I can't fight him with a hoe. I just have a diamond hoe.
Why he decided
he's
he
coming
didn't
down
like
in
me
here.
anymore that I have.
He's coming down.
And I think it's got some merit, if I'm being honest.
What the hell? How did I get away from him?
I understand where he's coming from if this was his reason for saying that, and maybe having a bit of a bone to pick.
It's like telling him
Lance
where
is
I'm
Canadian. Lauren Southern is also Canadian.
Oh my god.
Lauren Southern,
destroyed
a lot
by
of her
the
political
warden.
stuff had to do with America and, like, you know, a lot of American political shit. But she also talked a lot about.
Here is my dunk on Vash's nuke on Vash's dunks on Canada. Being a Canadian, healthcare,
like Canadian politics, and a lot of Canadian lefties also hate her. So I think that Lance felt almost like a personal, like, drive to debate her and blow her the fuck out.
Or two
and
words.
he felt that me getting to it first and me doing not as well as he would have liked as well, like, I feel like that left a bad taste in his mouth and made him not like me. I that's the only, like, good explanation.
What am I supposed to do with that? Xanderhal, that is such blatant speculation. I don't know why you added it, right? You know what I think really happened? I think that Lance wanted to debate Lauren Southern first, and I got the debate that he wanted. He wanted to talk to Lauren Southern. This is wild. This is wild. Really, Xanderhal? What am I supposed to do with that? You're not even committing to that. It's like, this is just what I think. Okay, great. You have some interesting headcanon. Like, I don't know what to...
That I have been given.
What do you want me to say?
And that was the reasoning that I was given back then as well from people, as being the most plausible reason. However, I will say
he's making sense to people who like him. Yeah,
ironic that shortly
true.
after he debated Lauren Southern, and then did a lot worse than me. He did quite a few more debates after that and did a lot worse than
I
me.
don't know how you can do worse than saying white rights to Lauren Southern. What is he even talking about? How could you do worse than going and having a debate on the subject, right? So the whole rationale for the debate was a children's book by Lauren Southern that had yet to come out. Lauren Southern dunked on you for arguing about a book you hadn't read. And while we all probably know that if it's a children's book by Lauren Southern, it's going to be racist, it's going to be effed up, right? We all know that. That is not something that you can argue with the author of the book, because she can easily say, well, how do you know? You haven't read my book. You haven't read the book yet. Yeah, that's true, right? The whole premise of it was misbegotten. All this is like, people talk about clout chasing, right? And they'll use those words to mean a lot of things. Like, right, when Xanderhal and Vash talk about clout chasing, they're usually talking about somebody that's criticizing them and saying that that person wants to make themselves relevant by being in a headline with Xanderhal. Like, Soul Bunny criticizes Xanderhal, right? They would, that's the kind of situation where they usually accuse a person of clout chasing, right? There is another way of clout chasing that is what Xanderhal does with Vash, like, all the time, which is just rubber stamps his views, agrees with them, is in his corner, right? Kissing somebody's ass is also a form of clout chasing. What else? The other thing that is a form of clout chasing is wanting to do content with somebody based on their unsavory reputation consequences be damned. And that's gotta be one of the worst, universally worst, like, forms of clout chasing that there is. That's what Xanderhal was doing with Lauren Southern. Xanderhal wanted to make a name for himself by saying, I am debating the dragon of chaos herself, Lauren Southern. That's right. I'm the brave knight, and I'm going to slay the dragon because I'm so great, and I can use my words and my logic and my facts, and you got fucking shit canned. You got shit canned. You gave her an easy clap. You made some fun, cringe content for her to re-engage her audience with, right? That is an L on so many different levels that it kind of amazes me that Xanderhal is able to even say Lance did even worse. What the are you talking about? What could you possibly be talking about here, Xanderhal? It's not possible to do worse than you did when you end up saying white rights, right? You won. You won. Worst debate against Lauren Southern possible. Most ridiculous premise for the debate. On every single level, you win. You're the worst, Xanderhal. Lance couldn't possibly outdo you. That's just not going to happen. He's just adorable, like trying to be like his big daddy, Vosh, a fucking egomaniac with an attitude of a 14-year-old. Xan is too well known to try different types of content. He's so invested in being a debate bro, drama vader that his fans won't watch other types of content. And Vosh's take on other topics like animes aren't that great either. True. And then she became friends with Destiny. Yeah. There was so much, like, so many quote unquote lefties, like, you know, helped Lauren Southern do harm, right?
And listen, I don't fault anyone for doing poorly in debates, okay? Debating is a skill that nobody just inherently has and is good at, like, by default.
Except for
It's one that you
Xanderhal.
hone, right? Like, when you think of the most popular debate bro content creators online, they didn't just, like,
she's been
pop
friends
out
with
of their
Destiny for a long
mom's
time.
Womb, like, being a debate lord. They have a upbringing or a background of arguing with people and talking and expressing their ideas and getting practice doing it.
Lauren Southern was your practice? That's your excuse? That's your excuse? You needed to get practice and get better. That is so boneheaded. What? Really?
That set them up for where
God
they are.
damn.
You can even see in my older content compared to now, I am way better at explaining what I believe and defending my points than I was back in the day. And that's because this takes practice. And I am not going to fault Lance for making mistakes or having, like, you know, less...
I'm going to say something that I don't think is good advice. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't suggest it to a friend. But if you really are that intent on practice, there's a whole server full of Nazis that you can go and debate, right? They're very closely intertwined with Twitch politics, right? There are places you can practice if you need practice, right? On a public platform with Lauren Southern is not that place. How hard is this is wow. Are you surprised about Lauren Southern? Why am I not surprised? Destiny is just another liberal centrist turned alt-righter.
Ideal results when he's doing something that you can literally only get better at by doing.
But oh my god. Oh
like,
my god.
At least
that's like me saying, listen, I want to play the accordion. No, here's a better one. I want to play the violin, okay? I can only get better at playing the violin by playing the violin. Therefore, I have booked Madison Square Garden, and I will be practicing and getting good at my violin at Madison Square Garden. Or not even that. I'm going to play this in a house with thin walls, right? With a whole bunch of other people living there. And if you got a problem with it, well, I guess you just don't want me to get good at violin. You don't understand that violin takes practice. Yeah, violin takes practice, right? Maybe electric guitar is a better one, because like electric guitar, you can easily just plug in your headphones and you can learn there, right? You know, versus like, now obviously to get the the nuances of how your amp works, how it works with your guitar, how to get the best tone, etc., etc. You probably do need to like actually play like outside of your headphones, but at least to get good at like, you know, fingering the fretboard and all that stuff, yeah, maybe the headphones would be an appropriate. That's wild. That's wild. What makes things funny is Xanderhal is possibly the only person doing debates that is worse than Lance. Okay. I don't think I know I watched a little bit of Lance's debate. I wasn't happy that Lance had done that, mainly because I do hold him in a higher regard than people like Xanderhal, and to see that he had made, you know, that same mistake was disappointing. When's the last time Xan debated anyone? I don't know, Chico. I don't know. Xan, Lauren Southern shouldn't be debate practice for a white former alt-writer turned ally. If Xan wanted to practice debating, he should have tried debating someone like Vosh or Dylan. Yeah, there's so many options.
For it in the sense that I'm going to morally condemn him, right? Like, I'd never say he is bad because of that, right? Here's the thing, though. Recently, 2 bits of drama, I would say. One of them isn't really drama, it's more so human rights violation, and then some drama coincided with each other. Okay? Basically, a content creator with over 1 million subs by the name of Illuminaughtii ended up attacking another YouTuber by the name of Legal Eagle, with claims that his editors were ripping off the style of her editors. Very stupid drama to even start or really care about at the end of the day. But it really escalated from there to extents that you would have never guessed. Basically, Blair, aka Illuminaughtii, decides to respond to the fact that everybody was dunking on her for trying to like attack Legal Eagle over this. And in her response, she immediately, like 10%, maybe 15% of the way into the video, diverts the focus of the video from her attacking Legal Eagle to another bubbled up bit of drama that had come out of it. And that was her falling out that she had had with some former team members that she'd worked with on her YouTube channel.
God
At least
damn
that's how
it,
she
not
described
Biden
it.
again.
That is until these former team members came forward with their stories and the receipts to back it up. In reality, Illuminaughtii is a fucking psycho. I mean a fucking psycho. So for starters, she was a landlord who was literally acting as like, basically created a company house where the transportation, food, and like other living expenses, housing, etc., 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 were all reliant on him both of them having that job. Were like subjecting them to horrible living conditions, which were all backed up with receipts. I mean, she was literally a lefty landlord. Literally, these people had to keep in good graces with her, or all of their...
So I feel a lot of sympathy and empathy towards Wonder, and do not envy the situation that Wonder found himself in. And I think that like there was bad choices made by Blair that you know put Wonder in a bad place. So I'm gonna agree with that, but she wasn't a landlord. As far as I know, now correct me anybody if I'm wrong, there was talk about moving Wonder of You in with Blair, right? That was the intention, that was the plan. But it never actually came to fruition. In the state where, you know, like... So he hates all... Well, yeah, and the other thing that's weird... So I was going to cut him a little bit of slack in the... Or, like, you know, agree with him on... you know, that I don't like the situation that Wonder was put in, right? That's not a good situation for anybody to be in. Least of all, somebody that's, you know... struggling, though. Well, there's some back and forth about whether, you know, how... in what ways, like, Wonder was struggling, right? But, like, that situation that Wonder was in... was horrible, and you know, it's understandable that Wonder would want to get out of that situation. However, calling Blair a landlord, it's just not something that she didn't do that. It wasn't her house; it was Oz's house. And although there were plans for Wonder to move into Blair's house, that never happened. So the landlord part of the situation is wrong. That's Xander either lying out of spite or misunderstanding the situation in what I would call a negligent way. But here's what doesn't make sense. Somebody like Xanderhal holding someone to account for what their friends did, right? Guilt by association? Have you heard him say that? Because I'm pretty sure he does. I'm pretty sure that when he gets criticism that is about not him, but like Vosh or somebody else, you know, that he's like, what is up with this guilt by association, right? I'm not responsible for everything that this person does. I thought the Vosh network once left-wing landlords and cops. She was a landlord, but I'm not one. Okay, so she was a landlord to Wonder of You, though? Like, if you're talking about in this situation with Bad Milk, she didn't landlord for anybody in the, you know, like granted, like, there were plans to do that. Like, right, there were plans to move Wonder in as one of her first tenants, I guess, right? But that never actually came to fruition. I'm holding Xander responsible for Vosh's sins. Why not? Why not?
Her ability to live would be taken away. They were working insane hours and having to meet insane demands while she was, she is literally a business.
I don't think he paid attention to the videos, right? And this is saying this as somebody who had a real problem with the situation that Wonder was put in, right? I don't think that Xanderhal's not convincing me that he knows what went on, that he even like paid attention to this stuff. She was a landlord, but I don't know the car payment thing. It could be possible. Who knows? Yeah, that thing I still don't understand. I still don't understand why like she was like, you need a BMW. Like everyone should have a BMW. I don't know.
Who is a multi-millionaire at this point, who's like wringing every bit of cash she can out of these smaller content creators that she's employed. It is...
Wait, was that even the accusation? Did anybody accuse Blair of that? Attempted landlording. Yeah. Did anybody accuse Blair of wringing out either through, you know, landlording or through the business practice, right? Multi-millionaire source. Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, I think Blair does all right for herself. I think she's, you know, she's doing all right, but multi-millionaire, I haven't ever seen, you know, the proof of that or anything.
Fucking wild, okay? It is insane how much got revealed. And the receipts...
He isn't known for comprehension or paying attention. Look, I'm pretty bad at that stuff too, and even look, if I'm going to talk about the Illuminati stuff, I gotta pay at least a modicum of attention to it.
They're all there. I've done videos on it already. However...
And I'm not even trying to talk about that anymore.
In response to that video going up...
I want to be done with this drama.
I expect there to be as much attention around this drama as there ended up being. For those that don't know, Illuminati and Lance from the Serfs are friends. They appear on podcasts together, and they're like actual legit friends. And I should also mention, Illuminati has a very well-documented history of manipulating and forcing her content creator friends into situations where they have to defend her. She'll blackmail them, she'll give ultimatums, she is a manipulator, she will force her content...
Xanderhal, please be careful. Look. Okay, if you end up watching this, I don't know that you will, okay? Obviously, I don't agree with you on a lot. Obviously, you and I do not see eye to eye, okay? But this is me. Please trust that I'm saying this for your own good. Do not accuse somebody of blackmail without... Like, I don't want to see, look. Oh my god, what is he doing? There's a lot of criticisms to be made of Illuminati that are valid, that are, you know, right? But why is he accusing her of blackmail? That when you accuse somebody of a crime, you kind of, you tread on the tightrope of defamation at that point, right? And Blair's somebody that, like you said, has a decent amount of money, is well acquainted with the law, right? You're in a situation where you might flock around and find out, right? And I don't actually want to see, I know that Zan's, living situation and financial situation aren't entirely where he wants them to be, right? This is not something I'd mess around with, right? You got to be like, is there like what does he mean by blackmail? What does he think is blackmail? Let him cook. By cook, I mean dig his own bottomless hole. I mean, I guess I shouldn't feel bad for him. I have trouble not feeling empathy for even the people that I shouldn't. He can get fucked. I generally believe he's trash person.
Creator friends to defend
damn,
her.
Zan.
I'm not saying it's why
Careful.
Lance is defending her,
Careful.
but it is something that she does, and it doesn't matter why Lance is defending her on this. He is. And he did that in the form of this video, which I think is pretty vile. Illuminaughtii debunks the malicious claims from former Sad Milk team. Her receipts are insane. There were no receipts on her end, and the video ended up being, well, as you can see by the lack of likes on the video, it's only got 400 likes. All the comments are negative. And it's from his fans. His fans were replying, dude, this is a big L, man. This is a big L. And so I decided, since I was covering the Illuminaughtii stuff, and I'd seen that Lance, a prominent lefty figure who
Look, I saw that video. I wasn't necessarily very impressed by it. That being said, I know he did the video prior to the Clicks video coming out, right? And his YouTube chat called him out on it. His YouTube commenters called him out on it. They were not happy with it, but understand that this was Lance, making his commentary without all the information that came out. A lot of what happened was that people saw the Clicks video, then they watched Lance's video, and they were like, given what they had seen, given what they knew, like they just felt like defending her was ridiculous. Two trash, Xan and Blairati fighting each other would be hilarious. Yeah, they should have a debate. Oh no. Oh no.
associates with her publicly and kind of acts as somebody who, admits her into the fold of lefty content creation sphere, and the fact that she also tries to put forward sort of a progressive veneer. I felt like that's worth calling out. She's literally a landlord who abuses her position as a landlord. She's actually more of a, lord and made Wonder live like a serf. Which is ironic considering his name is their username is the Serfs, I think it's ironic. Anyway, I ended up seeing yesterday, I'm fast forwarding too much. Anyway, I ended up making a video in response to people in chat who are asking me, Zan, why don't you like Lance? Because I'd mentioned a few times when he get brought up I really like his tweets, because I do like his tweets. His tweets are bangers. I really like his Twitter activity. It's just such a shame that he's kind of an asshole. And people were always like, Zan, why don't you like Lance? What happened? And I decided, you know what? I'm tired of people asking me this question. I'm going to make a video. I'm just going to make a statement called Why I Don't Like the Serfs. I start the video, where I spend, a good portion of the video talking about this Illuminaughtii stuff. Granted, this was before even a lot of the receipts about this had come out. And so Lance didn't look quite as bad back then when I made that video as he does now, having defended Illuminaughtii, to be fair. However, I make my video, and I also go over a recent debate he had with Tim Pool. And I went over a thread that Heem had posted on Twitter. It was Heem's reaction to the debate. And because I didn't want to play the full, fucking debate for, hours on end on stream, because we needed to wrap up, I decided to play through a thread that was done, a live tweeted thread with clips of the debate with highlights of it. Most of those highlight points did not make Lance look particularly good. He didn't do the best job arguing for himself there. Towards the end, though, he actually did pull it back around and did actually manage to, like, make some good arguments. And I actually rooted for that. I was like, come on, Lance, let's see you pull out a W. And then he did. And I was like, yeah, okay, we closed it off with Lance actually, like, getting a W from this conversation. Anyway, I end up covering all of that and talking about it in my video. And a lot of people, even in my own audience, got mad at me, saying that I was just being petty and doing leftist infighting out of nowhere for no reason. And I was like, but I made the video in response to people asking me a question.
If he gets hoisted on his own petard of don't do leftist infighting, I don't feel bad. I love it when members of White Leaf Network fight it out with the tactics they use against essayists. Although they don't hard enough, unlike the debaters. Leftist infighting is his brand, isn't it? Yeah, but like they unlike debate trash do against the essayist. So yeah, like it'd be really funny if Xanderhal ends up getting hoisted on his own petard in this situation, given like how often like any sort of BS by Vosh that gets called out. Oh my God, leftist infighting. Why are you doing leftist infighting? Meanwhile, these people are basically silencing all their critics. Silencing not even critics, like people whose takes make them look bad in comparison, which is not hard to do. All you got to do is be an actual leftist, and you are going to make them look bad. You are going to make them feel called out, right? They will silence you. They will attack you. They will dogpile you. This is it's been known to happen. But it'd be super ironic if that was what Xanderhal ended up getting canceled for. Leftist infighting. Well, if I'm gonna get attacked by Biden again, I want to make sure. Oh, here comes Biden. Here comes Biden. I can't even run. I can't even run away from Biden. Oh my God, I fell down into this. No, he's gonna get me. How? I keep on doing this. Wait, was that where I was? No, I got out. Oh my God. Okay, well, we destroyed some Warner spawners. That's good, at least. That's pretty good. Let's get this. Yeah.
Isn't me like trying to do a hit piece on Lance, really. I guess I am calling out the abuse apologia, to be fair, but like this isn't meant to be a hit piece on Lance. It's called Why I.
He doesn't know what apologia or however you want to pronounce it. I won't even gatekeep him about the way he's pronouncing it. He doesn't even know what that means, right? He has heard other streamers say this. This is, it sounds like a big word. It sounds like you know what you're talking about. The abuse apology. Oh, but the abuse apology. Don't forget about the abuse apologia. How are you tying Lance to DJ Mule? Right? That question, like, is even, like, that point is moot at that point, right? Because, like, oh my God. Oh my God, chat. I am so boned. Just like Shark is doing to Soul Bunny and what Xana's and Keffels did to DJ Mule recently.
Don't like the Serfs, and it opens with me answering an audience member's question.
Wait,
I think that's
okay. So as far as what happened with DJ Mule recently, wasn't it something like he posted? Lance called him DJ Miguel, right? So I don't know if that's because Lance just doesn't know the guy. But that being said, right? The connection between Lance and DJ Mule is being drawn from a supposed friendship between Lance and Kira Chats, right? Lance and Kira Chats aren't friends. Lance and Kira Chats are not friends. Dark Brennan is slaying. He is kicking my butt. Just like DJ Mule, cause he pissed off Xan. Well, like my understanding is that like DJ Mule announced his retirement as a full-time content creator recently and just got dunked on mercilessly by these people. By Keffels actually made a video. God, Dark Brandon is so difficult.
I think I framed it well
so
enough.
hard to deal with. No, I'm bleeding subs today, and like this is what sucks about that sub goal, is it not only shows me when I get subs and stuff like that, it not only shows me when people are subbing, which is nice, but like when they expire, like, right? So like apparently a month ago, I got a whole bunch of subs and they all like expired today, and I'm just like, it feels like losing like hearts in a video game. You know what I mean? It's like getting damaged.
Enough to make it clear.
It's like seeing your life bar go down.
A attack on Lance's career.
Except instead of being a video game thing, it's like your real life bar.
That said, though, Lance decided. He decided to respond. Now, yesterday I saw this. Someone sent me this, that he was live streaming and that he was doing a segment called Why I Don't Like Xanderhal. And apparently, that video, Why I Don't Like Xanderhal, has now come out. And of course, the comments for the most part are pretty much defending him. Like, there are some people that are like...
Keffels has gone full Keemstar with Bosch characteristics. I'd almost say, like, Leafy.
Getting mad at him for doing drama.
Keffels is really looking like Leafy now.
There are some people that are like, I'm not a big fan of Xan anymore, like this person. I used to be a big fan of Xan.
Look, regardless of what happens with somebody, regardless of whether you think that DJ Mule's video was fair or, you felt like... the DJ Mule treaded on some inappropriate ground to be talking about in terms of people's personal life, right? Can you please not make fun of somebody for their financial, like, hardship? Can we leave it at that? If the person in question is like no longer doing content creation full time, that it just feels wrong to like to light up a cigar and be like, rip bozo. A female Leafy with Bosch characteristics, I guess. Yeah, it's weird, whatever it is.
He was actually my introduction to lefty YouTube, but he made the business decision to lean more into the drama sphere. Some people love the drama shit, but I think it's dumb. I don't dislike Xan or anything, but it's just not my cup of tea, and I think the drama should be beneath us. So, from everything I've heard about this video, Lance pretty much disregards and ignores my criticism about his defense of Illuminati. He pretty much just slides that right aside and ignores it, for all intents and purposes. Yeah, and on top of that, you'll notice that they're trying to...
Xanderhal, you know what would be so much easier? Is if you hadn't tried to guilt him by association with people who aren't actually his friends, right? You actually set Lance up for that. For not having to talk about that. Now, that being said... this Illuminati thing is another instance of guilt by association. I don't know. It's so hard to take these people seriously. It's so hard.
And like the abuse that was suffered by Wonder and the Clique by Illuminati, someone who is literally their landlord, who's like a multi-millionaire YouTuber who's massive, over 1 million subs, like very successful. She's hemorrhaging subs and growth now, obviously, but like they think calling out, like, I'm sorry, maybe we need to like rewatch the clip of Wonder's video, but like one of the things that happened as well was Illuminati threw away all of Wonder's like belongings, including his silver play button from YouTube. Just threw it away. So there's currently a fundraiser being run by Wonder's friends to raise money to get him a new silver play button because maliciously Illuminati threw it out and destroyed it. Just stuff like that. The most cruel, horrible shit. Listen, people want me to watch this video, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to be Lance coping for a while. I feel like I've given my position as well as I can, but let's watch the video.
Oh, is he going to watch? I thought he wasn't going to watch it.
I
thought he wasn't going to watch it.
Apparently, the reason he gave for why he didn't like me
felt like
is he claimed that I dead-named Blair White. Oh yeah, that is true. I forgot about that.
Okay, yo, Xanderhal, it's literally not true. It's literally not true. He didn't say that. He shows the stream in question. That's not what he said.
Claim that I dead named Blair White. I forgot about that. That was in a tweet, wasn't it?
Nope. I never said that. You can go back and roll the clips. What I said is that you looked up Blair White's...
I'm responding to Zan within the Serfs video. I thought he was saying that on the outside of the video.
Dead name while streaming off screen. That's what I said. That was my...
Do you want to know what he actually... Okay, what he actually said was, Xanderhal was looking up Blair White's dead name on stream, is what he said, which is implying heavily that I was showing chat her dead name. What actually happened was I was covering a mega turf who was referring to Blair by a name that I now know is just a term for all trans people. I think it was Tim is the term. Trans-identified male is the term. Kept calling her Tim over and over again. I was like, why is this lady calling her Tim? What is this like her dead name or something? How, is that public? What's going on? And I was like, what? And I literally opened up a tab.
So, I mean, look, if you think that, that stream is not the place to be discussing that, right? If you're covering a vile turf, who you think is dead naming a trans person, you need to, I don't know, bleep out that video, at least figure out what's going on, right? Because this is Xanderhal just and you know, if Xanderhal did anything wrong here, it's negligence, right? Not dead naming, right? And Lance doesn't accuse Xander of dead naming.
Go and check if that was the case, and I said I probably shouldn't Google that, and then I didn't. I didn't even have it open on stream. So the Serfs said I literally that I looked up Blair White's dead name on stream to imply that I brought it up on stream to show off her dead name, when in reality, I was responding to, wait a second, why is Blair White being called this name? Is that like a thing? So yeah, no. Essentially what he was saying was Zan was saying her dead name, or showing off her dead name. The point was to indicate that I was doing something transphobic.
So
that I didn't.
Because we just watched this, we know that Zan that's not true.
Not do. He lied, or at the very least was misled. All right, I'm glad we're starting off well.
Accusation, yes.
And that just didn't happen. So I guess a made-up thing that he heard on Twitter about me, that he believed, I suppose. But yeah.
Okay, so made up thing that I heard on Twitter that I believe. All right, well, here's me learning about it on Twitter from you. Xanderhal. The thing I was responding to kept referring to Blair by a masculine name that wasn't hers, so I was like, are they dead naming Blair White? And I looked it up off screen to find out what was occurring.
And I didn't even look it up. And what the Serfs actually said was, Zan showed Blair White's name on stream, or looked up Blair's dead name on stream, implying that I showed it. Also, how is that worth criticizing me for? That's the most, biggest reach for a criticism ever. So this is the reason that he dislikes me? Is that I got confused at some random turf referring to Blair White by a weird name that literally ended up being... I Googled Blair White Tim was what I Googled, and I didn't even actually type it in. I typed it into the Google bar, and I said, I probably shouldn't Google that. And if I'd Googled it, what probably would have came up was the, definition of the word Tim as a derogative term for trans people. So I didn't even actually... Oh, God, he's so stupid. Oh, no. Oh, no, he's so stupid. So I was right. He just based his dislike of me on some shit he heard on Twitter. People keep extrapolating from this that you were wanting to dead name Blair White, and that is what Lance is implying. Well, that was the point, right?
Look,
that's the only...
I don't think that that's what he was saying. I don't think that that's what Lance thought he was saying, right? It's more the negligence, right?
Actual thing that anybody who read
that...
The
confession there is that you thought that was Blair White's dead name, and you know, that's why you shouldn't have been effing with that on stream.
Get from it, right? If Lance says Zan Googled Blair White's dead name on stream, what are you going to assume happened if you don't know what actually happened, which I just described? He's lying, at the very least by omission, but certainly by implication. Lance strikes me as a performatively nice person. Dude, I hate that we have to deal with, like, another person who's attempting to, like, slander me, but they're doing it in such a way that people actually fall for, like, the fake nice act. Kind of like when Noah Samson did it. At the end of the day, I honestly don't care all that much about Lance dunking on me. Oh, he calls me Xanderhal here. One thing I will say is I find it funny that people that dislike me use this term to describe me, because the term Xanderhal actually originates from the lolicons, like the pedophile community on Twitter. The lolicons I would dunk on, who would make videos, and they'd call them like Xanderhal videos, where they would because they literally would joke about how they're slandering me, and they would accuse me of stuff they actively would admit isn't true, like on Twitter, but in their videos they'd say it's true, so they call them Xanderhal videos. Shoeonhead actually did the same thing. I feel like, at this point, if somebody unironically uses the term Xanderhal in their video on me, we got him. There's no more need to continue. Important info, for some reason, he spreads a large part...
Look, so he's claiming that and I think I know who he's talking about. He's talking about, like, Rev said Desu and people like that. There's some, like, really nasty commentary people out there that are, like, pro, like, lolicon and stuff, and apparently he got in a conflict with these people too, and they used that name in the joke. I think what he's saying is that the joke was that they were slandering him, they were making up stuff about him, right? And I think this is a tactic that they use. I've heard of this before, but what he doesn't get is that, like, you are literally treading way too close to the precipice of committing legal slander. Like, you're dancing on the cliff, right? And so whether or not the creeps out there called you this name because they wanted to slander you, people, you're getting this nickname, you're earning this nickname by lying about people. And we've seen a lot of that. We've seen a lot of that so far, right? I've seen that up close and personal. Although Xanderhal, I don't have a copy of that video. It's almost like you didn't want me to respond to it. It's almost like there was something that came to your attention after the fact that made you nervous, right? Because, like, if you don't know, chat, Xanderhal did a hit piece on me that disappeared almost immediately. Like, right, video was deleted. So I don't know why that was, but it doesn't belie confidence in his sources. And in truth, if his sources were who and what I think they were, you know, he was, you know, in a... He didn't have a lot of veracity on his side there, right? But yeah, you're gonna flock around and you're gonna find out, and it doesn't matter if somebody gave you that name first, right? In a way where they think the joke is that they are slandering you, you've earned that name. You've earned that name by attacking so many other people and playing so fast and loose with the facts.
Spends a large part of this video upset that you said he's friends with Bad Bunny on stream, which I don't even think was in our video about him. Apparently he's not friends with Bad Bunny anymore. That's what I was told. I don't know how much time I spent talking about Bad Bunny in that video, but yeah, he was friends with Bad Bunny for quite a while, but apparently she blocked him and they had a falling out in private. But they were all this stuff was public for a long time and they were still friends, so I don't really think it applies much if they had a private falling out over something different. But yeah, what I'm actually more concerned about here, less so than him, like, reeing over me, like, not liking him, is the fact that I called him out. And the most important thing that I called him out for, this is the thing that I wanted him to respond to or acknowledge, was his defense of Illuminati. He doesn't really respond to it, apparently, according to everybody that's been telling me about this video. But what he did do, according to people on Twitter, is take down the video right before he put out that
Stan's doing the thing where he keeps talking to avoid showing Lance's video to his audience. He knows his audience won't watch the video on his own. Yeah, it's almost like he wants to give the audience the feeling that they've watched the video and like do some kind of performative like, you know how Vosh like watches a video that's made about him and he'll be like, okay, we've defeated the video. It's done. It's over. Like, right. We got it. We defeated the video. Its hit points are down to 0. I think that's what he's trying to do. It also kind of like run out the clock, right? Because, you know, he's got a certain amount of time here. And I'm looking at time run out right now. He's got less than 2 minutes left to say whatever he wants to say. He didn't want to engage with Lance's video. Like, this is him putting out a video that is pretty much a confession that whatever was in that video was not something that he wanted to deal with, right? This is kind of funny.
Stream. Which doesn't surprise me considering how like poor the reception was on it. This video is no longer up on the channel anymore. At least according to people commenting on my Twitter.
Well, okay, so just to be clear about Kira Chats' name, the reason that Kira Chats is Kira Chats now, at least according to Kira, is that Bad Bunny is an incredibly popular rapper. And so, you know, it would be like if my name was like 6ix9ine spelled. Okay, that's a bad. No, I won't compare Bad Bunny to 6ix9ine. They famously do not get along, right? But what I'm saying is that, like, you know, she's literally like, she chose a name at the time. There, you know, wasn't anyone like really famous of that name, and then, you know, Bad Bunny the rapper got really big, and so like it's like she it doesn't make sense for her to have that name anymore. She would always be in the shadow of the other Bad Bunny if she was.
He took it down the morning of his live stream recording of what we're watching now. That's definitely a good thing, but he didn't upload like an apology video to the people that were abused that he did the abuse apologia for and called malicious. He didn't make an outward statement or apologize for it because it's clear that he doesn't actually care that he attacked abuse victims and defended an abuser who's his friend. He wanted to save face. He didn't want—
Xanderhal, you're friends with Vosh! What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure this guy's defended Vosh against the Poppy stuff, right? What are you talking about? You're friends with somebody... You're friends with somebody who did SH against... like, and has admitted as much, right? Against somebody in Discord, right? Like, there's screenshots. He's admitted the screenshots are him. This isn't an issue of people making things up. This isn't an issue of, you know, an unreliable narrator or anything else. This is literally on the record, right? Xanderhal, White Nervosa, anybody, you know, who was around back then, and you know, people like Xanderhal now, you're literally doing what you're accusing Lance of in a more pernicious way, right? Like, I don't feel great about the situation that Wonder of You was put in. If the clique was lied about and misrepresented, I don't feel good about that either, but holy shit. Like, this is on a whole nother level. You want to talk about abuse apologia? God damn. He only apologized because Destiny banned him off his Discord? Just a disingenuous, slimy weasel lying. And yeah, I mean, like, we read the apology. It was kind of a non-apology.
Me to be able to bring up this video and play it on stream. Now the video is gone. I can't play the clips of Lance defending her and talking about...
I can't really speak to, you know, I don't know enough about Kira Chats.
About how great she is and how much she's owning these allegations, because he took the video down. But I got the thumbnail, and I got the...
That being said, like, you know, I'm not a... Yeah, so neither Xanderhal nor Lance likes Kira Chats. They've both, like... you know, shown videos of her saying some awful things that she said a long time ago and has apologized for since. I don't really want to get into, you know, adjudicating like Kira Chats as a person. I don't watch Kira Chats' content, but like that being said, I don't really have an opinion one way or the other. I gotta say though, when you see somebody getting, you know, just constantly slagged by these debate bozos, it does make me, you know, wanna, it doesn't have the desired effect, right? If what they're doing is to, you know, try to make people think that, you know, she's a bad person and she's untrustworthy, the very fact that she's on the opposite end of them on, you know, these controversies is not doing what they think it's doing.
Title. And he can't get rid of that.
He
Try
can't make it
responding to
past the
actual
intro,
issue,
true.
Lance. I know you'd want to turn this into petty streamer drama, because I did a little bit of my video just kind of having fun watching a recent debate you did.
You'd want to turn this into petty streamer drama. Says the person who made the first video.
But that wasn't the point of the video. The point of the video is that you engaged in abuse apologia for your good content creator friend who is very large and very influential online, but is currently hemorrhaging...
Okay, so that video is a video that he took down. It's a video that he made before the clicks video went up, right? And I don't know what more you want him to say, right? But I will say this, Xanderhal, that if you feel comfortable holding Lance responsible for the things that Illuminati may or may not have done, I'm going to feel just fine holding you responsible for the things that Vosh definitely has admitted to having done, all right? You are not looking good. You are not looking good, Zan.
Subs, because she has so unanimously been exposed as an abuser. You should probably reconsider all that. And if you have, then consider making it public that you have.
Okay, so Xanderhal could not get Lance on Kira Chats. Kind of coped about that, but he largely pivoted to calling out, okay, you know what? Maybe you're not friends with the nasty woman that I was accusing you of being friends with, but you are friends with another nasty woman. And what do you have to say for yourself? I don't know, Zan. What do you have to say for yourself for being Vosh's literal fig leaf in front of his horse thing? In front of his, standing in front of his horse business as a fig leaf. How do you acquit yourself, right? That's what I want to know. That's what I'm massively curious about now. God, what the hell did we just watch? This is just a disingenuous, slimy weasel lying and projection. And look, I'm trying not to like let it like make me, you know, like I'm largely agnostic about you know, some of the Illuminati stuff and the Kira chat stuff. Like I said, I don't follow Kira. I don't keep up with Kira. Like, my understanding is that Kira said some bad things years ago and, you know, has apologized profusely and, you know, taken accountability. I guess I can't, like, vouch for, you know, the quality of those apologies, but I will say, you know, I also can't, like, I don't want to criticize Kira for, you know, what may be an adequate attempt to change and to move forward and to learn and to be better. And if that's the case, then, you know, more power to Kira. I also think it's massively hypocritical. We are 17 likes away from our goals. Can we do it? I believe. Yo, YouTube chat, can somebody help me out there? Is there anybody in YouTube chat who has not already given me your thumb? I need your thumb. I'm in massive need of thumbs. Massive need of thumbs. If there's anybody who hasn't contributed to our thumb war against the algorithm yet, Please do, because I want to see that number hit 69. It's really important. Kira Chat's past is far too ridiculously racist to care about her. Well, like I said, I'm agnostic about this stuff, and the point I'm trying to get across is, although it's tempting to want to kind of write people, you know, a did nothing wrong, clean bill of health, based on the fact that the people making accusations against them are debate bozos. I really don't know anything about Kira Chats, and it would be inappropriate for me to comment either way. I feel bad for the dog pile. I do think that a lot of the people that attack Kira are massively hypocritical, whether it's Keffels, right? Talk about a history with racism, right? Whether it's Keffels, whether it's Vosh, whether it's Xanderhal, but like, right, I tend to see a lot of really hypocritical people be the ones that are calling her out. However, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to like sort of like knee-jerk react and say that, you know, everything is peachy keen, because I just don't know. I don't know enough about the current state of what she is about. I haven't watched her content in a very long time. It's enough for me to keep up with my content and you know, people that I care about. She doesn't give off Nazi vibes. Yeah. But yeah, debate trash, like attacking people like Contra, Cat Black, Soul Bunny, FD, etc. to make themselves, well, not just to make themselves feel better, right? The main objective is to make sure that none of their audience ever experiences anybody's content who actually takes intersectional leftism seriously. Because they can only make themselves look acceptable in contrast, you know, with chuds, with right-wingers, with, you know, full-on reactionaries, right? They don't want to have to deal with the actual left. They want to be able to write the actual left out of existence. This is something that we heard Vosh saying recently, right? He literally wants to erase and replace the left. And you know, like his commentary on any intersectional leftist is like, ooh, not a good look. Ooh, this isn't going to impress the normies. This isn't going to impress the, you know, bullies out there, right? You know, put me up there as the left, because my optics to, I don't know, some of the shittiest people in the world are good. I read as one of them. Well, I mean, that says something, doesn't it? That says something. Isn't Zan trying to get the right-wingers to be on the left? Or just say that they're on the left? See, like, when you got people like Xanderhal and Vosh being like, you know, we are the left, we have the right takes, we don't need to listen to black people, we don't need to listen to trans people, we're just going to speak on your behalf instead, right? When you've got people like that, then being a leftist, and that's the left, and we're calling these people leftists, then being a leftist doesn't mean much at all, right? It just means a vague, it just means a vague stance against exploitative capitalism, right? And it doesn't imply any greater solidarity. It doesn't facilitate any greater solidarity. And I'll go one step further and say it doesn't allow the kind of solidarity that we need to actually make any progress, right? This machine of leftist politics, it only works when you've got solidarity. Solidarity does not come from the top down. That's authoritarianism, right? Solidarity has to come from the bottom up. It comes from doing right by marginalized people. And like, that's not what these people are about. That's not what these people are doing. They're actively silencing and erasing marginalized voices, right? But yeah, I mean, why do they want right-wingers to join them? Do they want to change these people? Do they want to change their minds? Or do they want to change their identification in order to make it more acceptable for them to be as reactionary as they are, right? And I think it's the latter. The White Leaf Network are hypocrites. That is the unifying Bosch convinced his chat that theory is basically fascism. Wonderful. 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 Oh my god. Let's raid Polly. How does it sound? Get in that robot, right? We don't have a lot of time. I've gone massively over time because people were nice enough to meet the sub goal. I realized I probably should have made the sub goal much larger. I didn't realize how many subs were expiring. So thank you for everybody who donated, especially to those of you who gave gift subs. That helps not only me, but you're also helping somebody else get out of that ad break, which happens twice every hour, and it's got to be. I haven't experienced. Yeah, we know I have. I have experienced the ad break, and it is a lot. It is very distracting. It is hard to follow and watch another streamer while you're suffering under that ad break. So thank you so much to all those who gave gift subs to get people out of that, and to everybody else. I will probably be back on Sunday. Right? I generally try not to do a Saturday stream. I've done it before, but it tires me out, and then I end up either missing Sunday or Monday. So I'm going to try to hit the days that like I'm on, you know, schedule for. We might be moving some of the days like to later times, right? I might experiment with a little bit of late night stream. We've done a little bit of that, especially with video games. It seems to make a lot of sense. So be on the lookout for that. I could appear at any time. You never know. Anyway, say hi to Polly for me. Give Polly my love. Meow. And there we go.